Chapter 895. Death and life are only one cycle. I've known this for a long time. How to find the common point between them and link them together should be the secret to breaking through to life and death realm. Now that he had completed both Death Dao and Life Dao, what Yi Chen needed to do was to link them together and form a whole. At the lakeside, Yi Chen's left hand was filled with Death Qi while his right hand blossomed with Life Qi. As his two hands approached each other, the Death Qi and Life Qi canceled each other out, giving birth to a vague ripple. This is the ripple. After thousands of confirmations, Yi Chen finally sensed this ripple. This ripple had neither life nor death, connecting life and death. Not far from the wooden house, a huge red wolf was lying on its stomach. Its head was filled with eyes, but most of them were closed. The ones that weren't were only open by a sliver. It was this sliver that allowed its dark green eyes to leak out. The surroundings became grotesque because of this gaze. Butterflies flew upside down. Grass grew into towering trees, and ants turned into demons. The illusory and the real were sewn together because of its gaze. Compared to a few years ago, the current dream-eating wolf was even more powerful. Its body was also emitting a faint life and death qi, and its red fur was flickering with a deep killing intent. These days, it had been observing how Yi Chen verified life and death, and it had benefited a lot. Master is too powerful. If I follow him, I'm afraid I'll become a beast king within 10 years, or even shorter. When it was subdued by Yi Chen, the dream-eating wolf was already a 10th grade demonic beast. After swallowing a wind-fire pellet, the dream-eating wolf had been in a state of hibernation. Later on, Yi Chen gave it a frighteningly high-quality supreme-grade demonic power crystal, allowing it to become a half-step beast king without any obstructions. Moreover, the energy consumed by the demonic power crystal was almost negligible. Right now, watching Yi Chen verify life and death, the dream-eating wolf had also stepped into the first layer of life and death chamber. Its battle power and dreamscape creation ability had increased by more than 10 folds. Even ordinary life and death kings would be somewhat affected. Why aren't you verifying it? Dream-eating wolf raised his head slightly and looked at Yi Chen in surprise. Slowly letting out a breath, Yi Chen said calmly, "Someone is approaching. He's an enemy, not a friend." Roar. Hearing this, the dream-eating wolf stood up, raised its head, and growled. The fur on its body stood straight, and its body seemed to have swelled up. It was extremely ferocious. In this world, there were countless secret techniques. Some focused on offense, some focused on defense, and some were purely auxiliary secret techniques. After being brainwashed by otherworldly experts, the blood-robed guards were all extremely loyal. Therefore, they were bestowed with a probing secret technique similar to the heavenly vision and earthly hearing great art. This secret technique didn't belong to Elysium, but was called the soul-searching great art. The soul-searching great art could restrain soul power and spread it out in a fan shape. Moreover, its range was 100 times greater than normal. An ordinary Sea of Soul Realm expert's range was 100 li, but the soul-searching great art could allow one's range to reach 10,000 li. Of course, it was only in a fan shape and couldn't cover all directions. However, it was already very frightening. Apart from this, the soul-searching great art had another extremely frightening aspect, which was that it could lock onto living things. There was no need to probe inch by inch, and it could save a lot of soul power. Relying on the soul-searching great art, a group of blood-robed guards discovered Yi Chen from 9,000 li away. "Lord, the target has been discovered. It's the same as the portrait." A blood-robed guard who seemed to be a captain raised a small conch and spoke into it. "What? Found him? But he's very far from here. Bloodblade King, you're the closest. You go first. Remember, even if you can't defeat him, you have to tie him down. Give me half an hour. Once I'm there, he won't be able to escape even if he grows wings." The masked man was overjoyed. Among the 30 blood-robed guards, there would be a captain equipped with a locating stone. Relying on the sensing of the stone, the masked man could easily determine the distance between the two and immediately order Bloodblade King, who was the closest, to intercept Yi Chen. "Don't worry, he can't escape. My blade thirsts for the blood of peerless geniuses." Bloodblade King was a blood-haired middle-aged man. He licked his lips and grinned. Puff. Space ruptured as Bloodblade King fled in the direction of the captain. Soon, Bloodblade King arrived at his destination. Where is he? Bloodblade King opened his mouth and asked. The captain pointed ahead and said, he's on that island. Not good, he's leaving. Leave? Where do you think he's going? A distance of 9,000 li was meaningless to Bloodblade King. Space ruptured, and when he reappeared he was already on the island. He slashed at Yi Chun, who was about to fly away. Rumble. Blood-colored blade light enveloped the heaven and earth. The island brimming with vitality was cut in two, and seawater surged. He can be considered a well-known figure among mid-step kings. Dodging the blood-colored blade light, Yi Chun floated in the air. According to the might of Bloodblade King's strike, he judged that Bloodblade King's strength was twice that of the masked man's consciousness projection. If it were before, he would definitely not be his opponent. But now, that might not be the case. Unsheathing the Sky Scorpio sword, Yi Chun retaliated. This strike was too fast, and Bloodblade King only had time to raise his blade to block. Dang! A loud sound rang out as Bloodblade King's entire body was blown away. Blood splattered from his right arm that was holding the blade. His muscles disintegrated, and terrifying cracks appeared on his bones. What? The might of this strike? Bloodblade King was astonished. As far as he knew, Yi Chun's battle strength was equivalent to an ordinary mid-step king. Since when did he become so powerful? It was 2 or 3 times stronger. While I was comprehending the Tao of life, although I didn't try to comprehend the profoundness, my water and space profoundness naturally improved a little. 90% completed water and metal profoundness perfectly balanced each other, and their power increased more than twofold. The congealing water sword art has also entered the ranks of high-rank profoundness sword arts. Yi Chun sneered. High-grade profound martial arts varied in strength and weakness. The weak ones had 2 profounds at 90% completion, while the strong ones had both profounds at large completion. For example, the masked man's lightning fire profound was one of the more powerful high-grade profound martial arts. His lightning fire profounds were extremely close to large completion. Yi Chun had no hope against him, but against Bloodblade King, his advantage was obvious. After all, Yi Chun still had the 6th-step destruction sword intent, and the supreme Great Sky Scorpio sword. This kid is troublesome. Let's tie him down first. Bloodblade King changed his strategy. He alone was not Yi Chun's opponent. This kid's improvement speed was simply unimaginable. If he didn't get rid of him today, he might not be able to do so even if he paid 10 times the price in the future. Trying to stall for time, Yi Chun didn't believe that there was only one life and death king chasing after him. There were certainly more powerful ones behind. If he didn't deal with Bloodblade King as soon as possible, he would be doomed. Fine, I'll use you to test my bewitching mirror shattering. With his water profound at 90% completion, Yi Chun's space profound had also reached 50%. 50% space profound was equivalent to 150% ordinary profounds. As for its might, even Yi Chun himself wasn't clear. He only knew that it had already surpassed congealing water sword art, becoming Yi Chun's strongest move once again. Die. With a deep roar, Yi Chun's entire body leaped up like a rock spreading its wings. With a few sudden thrusts, he arrived before Bloodblade King and slashed out. Buzz. The space condensed into a mirror, embedding itself in the void. Bloodblade King's eyes were wide open, unable to move. In the next moment, the mirror condensed from space power shattered into thousands of fragments. These fragments no longer flew in all directions, but revolved around Bloodblade King's body, as if he was being executed by 1,000 cuts. Bloodblade King's body was riddled with holes. He didn't fear ordinary space power, but these spatial fragments were condensed from a large amount of compressed space power. Compressed water could even cut steel, not to mention space power. Protecting his head with all his might, his peak semi-supreme grade armor started to crack. From this, one could see how powerful the spatial fragments were. If it were an ordinary semi-supreme grade artifact, how could it possibly block them? Even so, Bloodblade King still suffered extremely frightening injuries. Life and death kings are indeed hard to kill, unless I can strike a vital point. Relying on sword domain, Yi Chun sealed the space around Bloodblade King, making it impossible for him to break through. Moreover, Yi Chen's speed had also reached the limit of the space. In an instant, he arrived before Bloodblade King and thrust. Congealing water sword art. Erupt. Clang. The Bloodblade in Bloodblade King's hand was sent flying. Sword light flickered, and Bloodblade King's head spun in the air. Puff. Yi Chen thrust again, shattering Bloodblade King's head. Go. After instantly killing Bloodblade King, Yi Chen collected Bloodblade King's Bloodblade and storage ring without the slightest hesitation, then immediately used his movement art and flew away. In a few breaths' time, Yi Chen had already flown 1,000 li away. Lord, not good. Bloodblade King was killed by the target, and he's escaping. He's about to escape from my perception. Several thousand li away, the captain of the blood-robed guard anxiously said to Conk. What? Bloodblade King was killed? What's going on? The masked man's face was full of disbelief. He was well aware of Bloodblade King's strength, which was at least twice as strong as his consciousness projection. Moreover, he had told the latter that if he couldn't beat the latter, he would choose to fight. Could it be that Bloodblade King was too careless? The Bloodstrike Guard captain relayed what he sensed to the masked man. Bastard! His progress is so fast. He must be eliminated. Lord is right. This kid's potential is rarely seen since ancient times. He's a huge threat. The masked man's face was gloomy. Only after hearing the captain's description did he realize how frightening Yi Chen was. This kind of progress was simply 1,000 li in a day. It should be known that ordinary people would not make any progress for several years after breaking through. Everyone listen up. Speed up the search. The masked man ordered loudly. Chapter 896. I refuse to believe that you won't die this time. The masked man was extremely confident in his strength. He was a high-step king with 3-star battle strength. Even if Yi Chen had improved greatly, he wouldn't be able to withstand a single palm strike from him. Even if Copper Sword King, who had destroyed his consciousness projection, came over, he was confident that he could deal with him within 3 palms. The gap between 2-star and 3-star battle strength was real, and not just for show. Of course, the premise was that he had to catch up to Yi Chen. If he couldn't, he wouldn't be able to do anything no matter how powerful he was. Run. To the north of Blood Sky Continent is the boundless ocean. The further you are from the continent, the less people will be able to save you. Xianhou spent 3 years comprehending Life Tao, and 1 year to become a life and death king. No matter how talented you are, you'll still need 2 to 3 years. The masked man didn't believe that Yi Chen could break through to life and death realm in a short time. Ironarm King, do you think this Yi Chen is so powerful? Although Bloodblade King is weaker than us, he at least had mid-2-star battle strength. How come he couldn't beat Yi Chen and was even killed? A fierce-looking man with a curly beard was conversing with another life and death king through a conch. Yi Chen is called the most frightening genius after Yuan Emperor by Lord. And it's not without reason. Even Xianhou is a bit weaker than him. Having this kind of battle strength is understandable. Moreover, think about it, he actually raised his destruction sword intent to the 6th step. How frightening is that? Beard King, you'd better not be careless if you meet him. Don't let your boat capsize in the gutter happen. Ironarm King's arms were extremely thick, and his muscles seemed to be bursting with power. Beard King nodded. Right, 6th-step destruction sword intent. He hasn't entered life and death realm yet. If he enters life and death realm and develops for a few decades, he might even create a miracle and possess 7-star battle strength, comparable to the ancient people. Whether he can reach 7-star battle strength or not, I don't know. However, I'm certain that if he's allowed to grow, he'll reach 6-star battle strength for sure. Therefore, we must eliminate him to relieve Lord's worries. Ironarm King's eyes turned cold. Of course. Beard King's eyes also turned cold. On another part of the ocean, a huge gray bird was flying at an extremely fast speed. Sometimes it would enter the void to travel, and sometimes it would break through space to probe with its soul power. The Lord said that whoever kills Yi Chen will be rewarded with a profoundness bead. A profoundness bead is a treasure even in the endless starry sky. It can help me comprehend profoundness faster and increase my battle prowess. This is a rare opportunity, and I can't give it to others. I have to kill Yi Chen myself. The Grey Bird was a demon king and was called the Grey Bird King. Speed had always been his advantage. As long as he received news of Yi Chen, he would immediately chase after him. This is where I first discovered Yi Chen. Alright, with my speed, I'll be able to catch up soon. Back then, Bloody Blade Monarch had been the closest to Yi Chen, followed by Grey Bird Monarch. The Masked Man and Iron Arm Monarch were the furthest. Puff! With a flap of his wings, Grey Bird King instantly disappeared. In the depths of the void, there was no limit to one's speed, unlike the outside, where one couldn't increase their speed after reaching the limit of the space. Once they did, they would have to escape into the void. In the void, life and death kings were fine, since their Zhen Yuan could completely resist the pressure of the space. However, for those below life and death realm, it would be very difficult to survive in the depths of the void. Even if they could survive, their Zhen Yuan would be quickly exhausted, and the rate of consumption far surpassed life and death kings. Moreover, the omnipresent spatial power in the void could shrink the distance to an inch. A life and death king could traverse several tens of thousands of li in a single breath. After flying for several million li, Grey Bird King broke through the space barrier and rushed out. Great soul-searching art. His soul power spread out in a fan shape, covering hundreds of thousands of li, a total of 14 lives. Found it. It's him. Grey Bird King's eyes blossomed with a frightening light. I've been discovered. Yi Chen could feel an extremely faint soul power scanning his body. Opening the silver vertical eye on his forehead, Yi Chen turned his head. His soul eye was much more frightening than the great soul-searching art. In a straight line, it could cover 10 million li. Not only did he discover Grey Bird King, he also discovered Beard King. Grey Bird King was only a few 100,000 li away, while Beard King was 7 million li away. With the speed of life and death kings, the two were very close. Since I can't escape, I can only kill. I'll cut off that demonic beast king first, then the one behind. Grey Bird King and Beard King's aura were a bit stronger than Bloodblade King's, but not by much. Perhaps they had some trump cards, but so did Yi Chen. Haha. Die. A distance of several 100,000 li was nothing to Grey Bird King. In 10 breaths, he broke through the space barrier and blocked in front of Yi Chen. Bewitching mirror shattering. Just like how he dealt with Poison Hand King and Blood Hand King, Yi Chen took advantage of the fact that the other side didn't understand him and couldn't discover him. The space was compressed into a mirror, sealing Grey Bird King within. Pung. Puchi. 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 The mirror shattered, and the revolving spatial fragments slashed at Grey Bird King's body. Feathers and blood flew everywhere, and a conical spatial fragment even pierced through his abdomen. Grey Bird King screamed miserably, unable to raise his head. Flying feather demonic slaughter. Grey Bird King was, after all, a demonic beast king. Both his protective demonic energy and physical strength surpassed Bloodblade King's. The king-grade demonic energy within his body erupted as he used his innate ability. One after another, feathers shot out like 10,000 arrows. Each of them carried a frightening penetrative and cutting power, leaving pitch-black cracks in the space. Swish. As he threw out that sword attack, Yi Chen had already performed his sword steps, which allowed him to barely avoid the countless flying feather attacks. After a few flickers, Yi Chen arrived at Grey Bird King's left side and used congealing water. Grey Bird King raised his tattered left wing and welcomed the attack. Boom. With an explosion, Yi Chen was sent flying with blood flowing from his perlicue and his arm feeling numb. Grey Bird King didn't have it any better. The power of congealing water was transmitted as the core, and his left wing was pierced by the extremely condensed sword energy, injuring his internal organs. Damn it! Grey Bird King already knew that Yi Chen was powerful, but he was confident that he could suppress Yi Chen and slowly grind the latter to death with his dense demonic energy. However, he didn't expect that because of one wrong move, he would be forced to passively counterattack. How could he be a match for Yi Chen? I'll let you be arrogant for a while. With your strength, you can't injure me and make me lose my combat strength. As long as I can endure this period, I will be able to counterattack. Grey Bird King calmed down and circulated his undying body to heal his injured body. Seeing that Grey Bird King wasn't in a hurry to counterattack, Yi Chen knew what the latter was planning. The vertical eye on his forehead opened once more and shot out a thin silver beam of light at Grey Bird King. I've long been prepared for this move of yours. Grey Bird King knew from the masked man that Yi Chen's soul attack was extremely powerful. Moreover, his soul defense was also very strong. Therefore, he immediately reacted and used a soul defense secret art. However, he had underestimated the lethality of soul light. Even with the soul defense secret art protecting his soul C, he still felt dizzy for a moment and lost control of his body. Demonic beasts had always been inferior to humans in terms of soul. If it was a human king using a soul defense secret art, Yi Chen wouldn't be able to do anything. Kill. With the soul light taking effect, Yi Chen charged over. On the Sky Scorpio sword, purple crystals covered its body. This was the sign of overloading the crystal's power. Pung. A rain of light sprinkled down as a huge hole appeared on Grey Bird King's chest. It was a wound that even limb regrowth realm couldn't repair. With one sword, Grey Bird King was gravely injured. This sword, how can it be so powerful? Spurting out mouthfuls of blood, Grey Bird King stared at the Sky Scorpio sword in Yi Chen's hand in horror. His protective demonic energy couldn't do much against this sword, shattering like a crystal. Run! Grey Bird King had never imagined that Yi Chen still had so many undiscovered secrets, such as a soul power comparable to king-grade soul power, and a supreme-grade artifact sword with explosive power. These two secrets were simply asking for his life. With a flap of his wings, Grey Bird King fled in a sorry state, leaving behind a rain of blood. Take another sword of mine. Yi Chen had also underestimated Grey Bird King's strength. He didn't think that he could keep Grey Bird King here, but making the latter lose most of his fighting strength was already his goal. Raising the Sky Scorpio sword, a purple sword light chased after Grey Bird King. Pucci. With his injuries, Grey Bird King's speed was clearly not as fast as usual. Adding the suppression of the sword domain, his speed was even slower, and the purple sword light slashed at his back. With a stagger, Grey Bird King miserably fled into the void. Merak Hammer Strike. The moment Grey Bird King fled into the void, a revolving hammer light tore through the air. The one who attacked was a burly man with a curly beard, his face filled with killing intent. A little troublesome. Yi Chen raised the Sky Scorpio sword horizontally, blocking the hammer light. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere as Yi Chen was sent flying, spurting out a mouthful of blood. In fact, his battle strength was slightly weaker than Grey Bird King's. The reason why Grey Bird King fled miserably was because he didn't expect that Yi Chen would discover him first. Thus, he was caught unprepared and underestimated the power of the soul light, causing him to be stunned. Of course, the Sky Scorpio sword's contribution couldn't go unnoticed. Now Beard King was attacking from the front, and Yi Chen had lost his advantage against Grey Bird King. Just as so. Beard King was overjoyed. He thought that Yi Chen had 3 heads and 6 arms, but now, it seemed that it wasn't that exaggerated. Power Hammer Strike. Holding the pitch-black sledgehammer with both hands, Beard King roared and sent another hammer strike at Yi Chen. The revolving hammer light covered the sky, blocking any path of escape for Yi Chen. Demonic Feather Strike. The most dangerous thing was that Grey Bird King didn't leave. Seeing that Beard King was suppressing Yi Chen, he rushed out and unleashed his innate ability at Yi Chen. Countless feathers also shot toward Yi Chen from all directions. Chapter 897. The two kings used their full strength to seal off any path of retreat for Yi Chen. Apart from forcefully blocking, there was no other way out. However, doing so would cripple him even if he didn't die. Die. Grey Bird King's injuries were very serious. After releasing this attack, his wound had been torn open, causing him to spurt out a huge mouthful of blood. However, compared to killing Yi Chen, this bit of injury wasn't much. I didn't think I'd have to use the Dragon Ball so soon. Facing the powerful attacks of Beard King and Grey Bird King, a golden Dragon Ball appeared in Yi Chen's left hand. He raised it high above his head, and the golden Dragon Ball emitted a dazzling radiance of supremacy. It was as if a small sun had descended in Yi Chen's hand. Roar! A resounding dragon roar shook the heaven and earth as the silhouette of a golden dragon shot out from the Dragon Ball and circled around Yi Chen's body. Crack! 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 Beard King's hammerlight and Grey Bird King's feathers were shattered one after another, unable to advance an inch further. What is this? Beard King was enraged. The pitch-black hammer in his hand swept out vertically, and in the blink of an eye, several hundred revolving hammerlights were shot out. However, this wasn't the end. After several hundred hammerlights, he leaped into the air and smashed the hammer down on Yi Chen's head. This hammer strike contained extreme power, exploding like a collapsing star. Pung, pung, pung. The golden dragon silhouette was extremely powerful. Before Beard King's hammerlights could approach, they were swept away by the golden light. When Beard King's final attack landed, the golden dragon silhouette spiraled into the sky with Yi Chen at the center. The towering dragon horns on its head easily shattered Beard King's explosive hammerlights and sent the latter flying away. Wah! 2 holes appeared on Beard King's abdomen, almost shattering his spine. Although the golden dragon silhouette was illusory, the power it emitted was extremely solid and ferocious. In an instant, Beard King's mouth and nose spurted out blood mixed with golden light. His face was deathly pale as he stared at the golden dragon silhouette in disbelief, not daring to make another move. The energy of the Dragon Balls is limited. They still need to be used to sense the existence of the arcane realm. Yi Chen didn't dare to wantonly use the Dragon Pearl's energy. The energy inside wasn't ordinary, but genuine giant dragon energy. It was even purer than Su Jing's incomplete giant dragon energy. However, Yi Chen couldn't control the giant dragon energy to launch long-range attacks. Otherwise, he wouldn't have minded using it to kill Grey Bird King and Beard King. Go! With the golden dragon image protecting him, Yi Chen tore through space and entered the void. Not good, he's running away. Grey Bird King's injuries were too heavy, so he didn't dare to approach Yi Chen. Seeing Yi Chen break through space, he couldn't help but scream. Can he outrun us in the void? Beard King sneered and also disappeared into the void. In the void filled with spatial power, Grey Bird King and Beard King chased after Yi Chen from the left and right, not giving him a chance to escape. As long as the golden dragon image's energy was exhausted, or when the masked man arrived, he wouldn't be able to escape death. However, a shocking scene occurred. With the golden dragon image protecting him, Yi Chen's speed was inconceivably fast. In just a blink of an eye, he had already traversed 60 to 70,000 li. He was much faster than them. Damn it, where do you think you're going? Beard King was anxious. The pitch-black hammer in his hand flew out, turning into a streak of light as it smashed towards Yi Chen. At this moment, he would rather give up his weapon than give Yi Chen a chance to escape. Silver Feather Rend. Grey Bird King also didn't want Yi Chen to escape. The few silver feathers on the back of his neck stood up and flew out at a speed even faster than Beard King's hammer. Puff! The golden dragon image was formed from dragon energy. How could they break through it? Apart from a slight sway, Yi Chen's speed increased instead of decreasing. After a while, the two finally lost track of Yi Chen. Damn it! Beard King stopped with an ashen face. This kid is not only powerful but he also has many treasures. Killing him is easier said than done. Grey Bird King's body rolled and turned back into his human form. A bloody hole had appeared on his chest, and blood was slowly flowing out. The surface of the bloody hole was covered with strands of purple crystals, making it difficult for his injury to heal. We can't kill him, but pursuing Thunder King can. He's only 10 million li away from us now. Beard King's injuries weren't light either. The two bloody holes on his abdomen were dyed with a layer of golden light. If it wasn't for his undying body reaching the late stage of broken limb regrowth, this strike would have made him lose 90% of his combat power. My injuries are too heavy. If I don't treat them, it might affect my future cultivation base. You go first. I'll wait for pursuing Thunder King here. Grey Bird King had already given up on killing Yi Chen. With Yi Chen's strength and treasures, he would be the one to die in a one-on-one battle. All right. Beard King also knew that Grey Bird King's injuries were severe. After adjusting his breathing, his figure flickered and shot off. He didn't believe that Yi Chen could maintain such high speed. Only after consuming half of his dragon energy did Yi Chen stop. At this moment, he was already hundreds of millions of li away from Blood Sky Continent. Running away is not the way. I have to enter life and death realm as soon as possible. The dragon energy wasn't under Yi Chen's control. After activating the golden Dragon Ball, it could only protect his body or attack the approaching enemies. Moreover, Yi Chen didn't dare to use the remaining half of the dragon energy. This was an important tool for finding the secret realm of Dragon God's celestial palace and opening it. Every bit of dragon energy he used meant a bit less. I've already sensed the similarities between Death Dao and Life Dao. Let's continue. Finding a small island with lush vegetation, Yi Chen released Dream-Eating Wolf and wholeheartedly tried to verify Life and Death Dao. Roar. Dream-Eating Wolf roared and crouched down. Not being able to help his master deal with the enemy left Dream-Eating Wolf very unwilling. He wanted to increase his realm and reach the peak of the third layer as soon as possible. This way, even mid-step kings would be affected by his Dreamland ability. If he could become a Beast King, he would be able to fight shoulder to shoulder with Yi Chen and deal with any enemy. Life and death, neither life nor death. Yi Chen made life and death chi collide with each other from time to time. At times they would collide slowly, and at other times, they would collide at high speed. Gradually, the aftershocks produced by the collision produced a gray spherical chi cover. Inside the chi cover, life and death chi intertwined. Taiji. Yi Chen's eyes brightened. To comprehend life and death, one only needed to find the connection between Death Dao and Life Dao, and then link them together. There was no need to comprehend them thoroughly, because it was impossible to comprehend them. At this moment, Yi Chen finally grasped the similarities between life and death. The mutual entanglement and pursuit of life and death formed a taiji, allowing him to see the veins. Good. In 3 to 5 days, I'll be able to reach life and death realm in 10 to 15 days. If it was before, the gate of life and death realm was vague to him, seemingly close but actually very far away. But now, the gate of life and death realm had turned from illusory to tangible. He could see and touch it, and it was incomparably clear. All he needed was a bit of force to open the gate. Just as Yi Chen was about to succeed in verifying life and death, Beard King was still chasing after Yi Chen's traces. Behind him, the masked man was also catching up. As for the blood-robed guards, they were already useless. Yi Chen's speed was too fast. By the time they caught up, who knew how long it would take? Of course, there was also the possibility that Yi Chen would turn around midway and escape to their rear. However, this possibility was very small. Once he was surrounded, he wouldn't even be able to escape. Beard King, Ironarm King, Grey Bird King, and me, the 4 of us will split up. We'll definitely find him again. The masked man had already learned about Yi Chen from Grey Bird King. He didn't believe that Yi Chen could control the golden dragon image without limit, so he must have escaped to the front and hidden himself. That golden dragon silhouette must be some sort of treasure. However, it's still not enough to stop me. Once I kill him, that treasure will be mine. Increasing his speed, the masked man rapidly teleported in the void. Master is about to succeed. Roar. Dream-Eating Wolf's recent progress was not small. His realm had actually broken through from the first layer to the second layer. This was all thanks to Yi Chen's verification. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to break through so easily. Once Master breaks through, I should be able to openly appear in the outside world. Dream-Eating Wolf also knew that he was a rare commodity. If his master's strength was not enough, others would definitely come to fight for him. He was fed up with changing masters, so he hoped that his master would be as powerful as possible. Moreover, he could feel that Yi Chen was a world-shaking genius. Following him, his glory would be limitless. Perhaps one day, he would also be remembered by the later generations. He, Dream-Eating Wolf, had once followed a peerless expert and fought for countless years, becoming unparalleled under the heavens. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The life and death aura on Yi Chen's body had become increasingly powerful. Later on, it gradually blended together and became indistinguishable. In the surroundings of Yi Chen, the plants would wither and grow rapidly from time to time, similar to the scene in the life and death secret realm. On this day, Dream-Eating Wolf's ears twitched, and he suddenly stood up. Enemy. Dream-Eating Wolf was proficient in dream power, and his soul power was also extremely powerful. He could feel the space above the island rippling, and a powerful aura suddenly appeared. Haha, let's see where you can run this time. The masked man broke through the space and appeared in Dream-Eating Wolf's sight. Oh whoa! Dream-Eating Wolf roared, and the red fur on his body stood up. This was a sign of extreme danger, and the feeling the masked man gave him was incomparably frightening. All eyes opened, and Dream-Eating Wolf used his dream power, which spread toward the masked man. Overestimating yourself. The masked man completely ignored Dream-Eating Wolf's dream power, and easily broke through it, reaching out to grab Dream-Eating Wolf. Right at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and an incomparably huge black hole appeared in the sky. Inside the black hole, boundless energy was compressed together, crazily revolving, and eventually forming a super energy whirlpool. From the whirlpool, a black storm poured down. This is life and death calamity. The masked man turned pale with fright. Chapter 898. Breaking through from the astral reaching realm to the Sea of Souls realm was called the Mortal Transformation Pass. After shedding off the mortal body, one would no longer be immortal. Breaking through to the Life and Death realm would be the Life and Death Pass. Life and Death Tribulation was merely a general term. It included Heavenly Thunder Tribulation, Wind and Fire Tribulation, and Yuan Spirit Tribulation. Each tribulation had many variations depending on the individual. Once the Life and Death Tribulation descended, a huge hole would be torn open in the third layer of Elysium, and the boundless energy of heaven and earth would bombard the challenger. The Black Storm was merely an appetizer. It wasn't the official tribulation yet. However, this appetizer wasn't something an ordinary person could withstand. If it were any other ordinary challenger, they would find themselves in a difficult situation. This black storm was aimed at Yi Chen, a test from the heavens for Yi Chen. With Yi Chen's frightening talent, how could the might of the black storm be weak? Life and death tribulation. He's actually starting the tribulation now? How long has it been? The masked man was both startled and furious. He knew how powerful Yi Chen was. Before breaking through, he could already kill Bloodblade King and gravely injure Greybird King. Once he broke through, how terrifying would he be? Perhaps even he wouldn't be able to take him down. I can't let him break through smoothly. A cold light flickered in the masked man's eyes. Come here. With the descent of the Life and Death Tribulation, Yi Chen immediately stored the Dream-Eating Wolf in his beast token. Otherwise, with the Dream-Eating Wolf's cultivation base at the second layer, it would be annihilated by a single shockwave. Putting away the Dream-Eating Wolf, Yi Chen ignored the masked man and focused his gaze on the black storm. Huff 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 huff. The black storm poured down in torrents, tearing numerous fine cracks in the space. These cracks extended unceasingly, eventually surrounding Yi Chen like a spider web. In the next moment, the black storm swept towards Yi Chen. With Yi Chen's eyesight, how could he not see that this black storm was incomparably sharp, as if it was composed of countless small black swords? Even a mountain or a city would be turned into dust by this black storm. Boom. The entire island was instantly swallowed up by the black storm. Yi Chen's figure could no longer be seen. After about 10 breaths of time, the black storm dissipated. When he looked again, there was no island left. The huge island had been completely destroyed. Not even a trace of it could be seen. It had been completely erased from the sea. What a terrifying storm. The protective Zhen Yuan outside of Yi Chen's body was flickering. It was a sign that the impact was too powerful, causing the Zhen Yuan to fluctuate. It should be known that after Yi Chen had leveled up his Green Lotus Sword spell to Heaven Realm, the quality of his Zhen Yuan was far beyond normal people. His Zhen Yuan circulation speed was also extremely fast. With the two added together, it made his protective Zhen Yuan several times stronger than warriors at the same level. Go to hell. The appetizer had just passed, and the first wave of life and death tribulations had yet to arrive. The masked man suddenly made his move, and it was an ultimate move. The splashing thunder and fire burst out toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen sneered and did not dodge. Boom. The sky suddenly lit up, and the whole world was filled with endless light. In almost 1,000th of a blink of an eye, 2 lightning-like thunderbolts struck down. One of them destroyed the masked man's attack, while the other landed on his protective Zhen Yuan, not giving him any chance to dodge. Puff. A mouthful of burning blood spurted out, and the masked man was blown back miserably, his body scorched black. Attacking a person going through the tribulation will have to bear the wrath of the world's will. Yi Chen seemed to have known that he would be fine. Activating his undying body, the black scorched skin on the masked man's body disappeared, and he recovered to his normal state. His face was gloomy as he thought to himself, "Damn it! The worlds will indeed interfere. If I continue to attack without caring about anything, the worlds will send a life and death tribulation to me. Moreover, this life and death tribulation's power will be adjusted according to my strength. Even if I can pass it, my cultivation will be greatly damaged." In the past, although the masked man knew that attacking a person going through the tribulation would provoke the world's will, he had never tried it. This time, Yi Chen was right in front of him, so he decided to take the risk. Good. Life and death tribulation is not that easy to pass, especially the last Yuan spirit tribulation, which directly attacks the soul. The moment the life and death tribulation is over, I will kill you immediately. The masked man gave up on the idea of killing Yi Chen right now. He could not do it. Gotcha. The black storm was the appetizer, and the heaven thunder tribulation was the main course. Huge thunderballs descended from the sky, smashing towards Yi Chen. These were not ordinary thunder and lightning, but the heaven thunder tribulation that had been strengthened by the world's will. Its power was unimaginable. Each thunderball had the destructive power to destroy a city. Die. Yi Chen floated in the sky, waving the evil shattering sword in his hand dozens of times. Sword chi shot up into the sky. Crackle. Thunderballs exploded one after another, filling the sky with electricity. Rumble. After the ball of lightning passed, there was a huge commotion in the world. A mountain-like city made of lightning slowly descended from the spinning black hole. A vast pressure swept out in all directions, and the seawater within 500 kilometers caved in by 100 kilometers. The seawater surged out in all directions, causing tsunamis to appear. The Thunder City was filled with 108 thunder dragons. In the center of the Thunder City, there was an even bigger thunder dragon. This thunder dragon's body was like a mountain, and its scales were bigger than a house. It had a pair of dragon horns that looked like two invincible spears that could pierce through the sky. Black destructive thunder gathered on its horns. The Thunder City's appearance caused a doomsday atmosphere to ripple out for millions of li. The demonic beasts under the sea and the birds in the sky shivered in fear. What? The most powerful thunder tribulation. Doomsday Dragon Palace tribulation. The masked man couldn't believe his eyes. This Doomsday Dragon Palace tribulation didn't appear at all times. Only the most shocking geniuses would have this treatment. Without exaggeration, the appearance of this Doomsday Dragon Palace tribulation indicated that Yi Chen had the chance to become an unparalleled expert, comparable to the ancients. This was because after Yuan Emperor, no one had ever encountered the Doomsday Dragon Palace tribulation. Even Xuanho's Thunder Dragon Palace tribulation was a grade lower. The grade of the life and death tribulation was equivalent to telling you the future achievements of the person undergoing the tribulation. Ordinary people who could enjoy the Thunder Dragon Palace tribulation were already peerless geniuses that appeared once in 1,000 years. But if they encountered the Doomsday Dragon Palace tribulation, their future achievements would be comparable to the ancients. In other words, Yi Chen had the chance to break the curse of Yuan Emperor and become the first titled monarch to leave a mark on the Emperor Scar Steel after Yuan Emperor. Shock, anger. The masked man's heart was beating very fast. He originally thought that Yi Chen was a genius even more powerful than Xianhou, so he had to get rid of him as soon as possible. How could he have known that he had still underestimated Yi Chen's potential? Yi Chen's potential might be comparable to his since ancient times, but there was absolutely no one above him. If Lord knew that Yi Chen's potential was so great, he might have disregarded everything and personally come to kill him, even if he had to face the possibility of being discovered. The masked man quickly thought. Yi Chen didn't have the time to guess what the masked man was thinking, because his mind was currently completely focused on the Thunder City. This Thunder City was even more frightening than the Thunder Dragon Palace tribulation he had to undergo during the Mortal Transformation Pass. This kind of frightening was not only reflected in its might, because the same Thunder Dragon Palace tribulation was different from the Life and Death Pass. The will of heaven and earth and the condensation of energy were completely different. During the Mortal Transformation Pass, the strongest Thunder Tribulation would be the Thunder Dragon Palace Tribulation. But during the Life and Death Pass, the strongest Thunder Tribulation would be the Doomsday Dragon Palace Tribulation. The Thunder City slowly pressed down, and the depression of the sea water became deeper and deeper. From 100 li, it became 200 li, 300 li, 500 li. Within the perimeter of millions of li, tsunamis and floodwaters filled the sky. It was as if the end of the world had arrived, and a panic-stricken atmosphere spread out. Too powerful. Is he trying to challenge my limits? Yichen thought silently. Break. With the evil shattering sword in his hand, Yichen's spirit, chi, and soul had reached their peak. His tall and straight body went against the tide, and chopped down on the wall of the Thunder City. Clang. Blazing sparks exploded hundreds of li away. A sword mark appeared on the Thunder City, and after a slight shake, it continued to descend. A horrifying pressure acted on Yichen's body, causing Yichen's protective Zhenyuan to distort. Congealing water. Seeing that the first sword attack had failed, Yichen used his ace attack. The sword power exploded on the city gate, shattering it completely. The sword power roared in the air. Sword Dragon Art. Congealing water. Bewitching mirror shattering. Even his killing move couldn't do anything to the Thunder City. Yichen knew that this Doomsday Dragon Palace tribulation wouldn't be easy to pass. He had to go all out and bring out his battle power to the limit. The Sword Snake Art required the defensive Sword Art to reach the level of 33 simultaneous swords, while the Sword Dragon Art required 42 simultaneous swords. Above Yichen's head, a dazzling semi-extreme grade sword split into 42. The 42 sword shadows combined together, and turned into a majestic sword dragon, attacking toward the Thunder City. At the same time, Yichen used the evil shattering sword in his left hand and the Sky Scorpio sword in his right, respectively using his killing moves, congealing water and bewitching mirror shattering. At this very moment, Yichen had completely burst out, doing three things at once. Boom, boom, boom. After suffering three killing moves, the Thunder City finally lost its balance and started to sway. Again, Yichen used another three killing moves. Clang. The Thunder City was overturned, and the city walls were in tatters. More than half of the 108 Thunder Dragons had been destroyed, and the remaining half had dimmed a lot. Break for me, Yichen roared. Sword Dragon Art, Congealing Water, and Bewitching Mirror Shattering landed on the Thunder City for the third time. The berserk energy ripple blasted the Thunder City into a black hole, causing it to dissipate rapidly. It actually blew away the Doomsday Dragon Palace tribulation. The masked man's eyes widened. Normally, the tribulation would succeed 99% of the time. No matter how powerful the tribulation was, since it had descended from the heavens, the probability of passing it was very high. However, it wouldn't be as easy as Yichen's. When he was going through his tribulation, he had to slowly whittle away the tribulation's power instead of facing it head-on. Roar. A majestic dragon roar rang out, and yet another city of lightning descended. The masked men almost vomited blood. What? There's more? Chapter 899. Life and Death Calamity consisted of Sky Thunder Calamity, Wind Fire Calamity, and Yuan Spirit Calamity. Sky Thunder Calamity targeted battle power, Wind Fire Calamity targeted will, and Yuan Spirit Calamity targeted soul. Therefore, even though it was only the first calamity, it was not weaker than the other two calamities. The first wave of Doomsday Dragon Palace Calamity had already shocked the masked man. Another wave was simply unimaginable. This wave was still the same Doomsday Dragon Palace Calamity, but its power was much greater and more frightening than the previous one. The 108 Thunder Dragons seemed to have come to life, their roars resounding and the dragon might spreading out. Boom. The Thunder Dragons shook their heads and wagged their tails, spitting out thunder light towards Yichen. The thunder light was as sharp as a heavenly blade, bright and dazzling, appearing in front of Yichen in just a flash. Waving the evil shattering sword in his left hand, Yi Chen chopped out one thunder light after another while the Sky Scorpio sword in his right hand shot out a purple sword chi, bombarding the Thunder City, creating a sky full of sparks and purple light rain. Go! With the sword dragon art formed, Yi Chen chopped towards the unceasing thunder dragons with a single thought. As the thunder dragons were chopped apart, the attacks Yi Chen received became less and less. When all 108 thunder dragons disappeared, the Thunder City was already less than 100 li away from Yi Chen. The berserk pressure seemed to want to crush Yi Chen from the inside out, turning him into a meat paste. His protective Zhenyuan flickered, twisting to the extreme. Go back for me. Crossing the two swords, Yi Chen's figure crashed into the Thunder City, like a shooting star. With his fifth step spirit body, he dared to withstand the counterforce. Clang! Cracks appeared on the Thunder City, and Yi Chen also spurted out a mouthful of blood. Pung, 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 pung. Again and again, Yi Chen forcefully pushed the Thunder City back into the black hole. However, the moment it was pushed back, the huge thunder dragon in the center of the Thunder City woke up. It raised its head and slightly opened its mouth, shooting out a vast thunder light at Yi Chen's protective Zhenyuan, blowing him away. His skin was charred black and his body was smoking. Yi Chen was struck into the sea. When he emerged from the sea, Yi Chen's pupils shrank. Above his head was a huge lightning dragon. Berserk lightning revolved around it, and black lightning was condensing on the two horns on its head. Doomsday Dragon. Crazy, he's really crazy. There's another tribulation after the Doomsday Dragon Palace. Could it be that he forcefully increased the tribulation's level? The masked man opened his mouth wide and lost the strength to roar. Roar. The Doomsday Dragon was more than 100 miles long. Its mountain-like dragon claw tore through space and grabbed at Yi Chen. The tip of the claw flickered with lightning, containing a lightning force field. TSS 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 TSS. Yi Chen could feel that the water in his body was evaporating, and his skin was becoming dry. The strong electric shock made his hands and feet weak, and his strength was gradually draining away. Sword Dragon Art. With a surge of his soul power, the sword dragon formed by 42 sword shadows charged towards the dragon claw. Clang! Clang! The dragon claw's power was too great. The sword dragon crumbled upon contact, turning into countless broken sword shadows. However, this move also caused the dragon claw to pause for a moment, and the lightning force field had a flaw. Break! With a wave of the Sky Scorpio sword, one of the dragon claw's fingers was cut off. However, the other claws still struck Yi Chen's body. Because the dragon claw was too huge, like a mountain, Yi Chen was almost crushed into the sea. Break again. The resistance of the sea slowed the dragon claw's speed. Yi Chen pushed his sword domain to the limit and cut off the second finger, then the third, the fourth, and the fifth. Swish! The purple crystal on the Sky Scorpio sword expanded, turning into a 10-meter-long amethyst sword. Holding the amethyst sword, Yi Chen cut the dragon claw's palm in half. Breaking out of the water, Yi Chen took the initiative to attack the Doomsday Dragon. The Doomsday Dragon's reaction wasn't fast, and its body was pierced by Yi Chen's sword. However, compared to its huge body, this sword's destructive power was nothing. Its long tail swept out, and Yi Chen couldn't avoid it at all. He was sent flying thousands of li away, spurting out mouthfuls of blood, and his right arm was directly shattered. Too powerful. This Doomsday Dragon should have advanced 2-star battle strength, while I'm only mid 2-star battle strength. If I want to pass this tribulation, I can only exhaust it. It doesn't have an undying body, and losing a part of its body will weaken it. The more it loses, the weaker it will be. As long as I can persevere, it'll be fine. The life and death tribulation was aimed at the challenger, and its power would only be a bit higher than the challenger's battle strength. It couldn't be too abnormal, otherwise, who could pass this tribulation? Of course, because Yi Chen's battle strength was too powerful, the life and death tribulation was also very frightening. Other people's life and death tribulations were a bit more powerful than the challenger's, but his life and death tribulation was much more powerful than the challenger's. Sword chi crisscrossed, and lightning wreaked havoc. Yi Chen and the 100 li long Doomsday Dragon continued to fight. Everything within 10,000 li was their battlefield, from east to west, from north to south. From afar, The masked man was watching coldly. Pursuing Thunder King, what's going on? Beard King, Ironarm King, and the heavily injured Grey Bird King rushed over. He's crossing the tribulation. The masked man's title was Pursuing Thunder King. He let out a breath and said slowly, "Crossing tribulation?" Beard King looked over and frowned. "What kind of tribulation is this? Why is it so frightening? If I encountered this tribulation back then, I would have died instantly." A tribulation even more frightening than the Doomsday Dragon Palace. The masked man's eyes flickered with a cold light. What? Isn't the Doomsday Dragon Palace the most powerful tribulation among all the lightning tribulations? It has been since ancient times. Beard King, Ironarm King, and Grey Bird King turned pale with fright. They already had a bad premonition when they saw Yi Chen's tribulation. Now that Yi Chen's tribulation was this frightening, wouldn't his future accomplishments be even more frightening? This kid must be eliminated. The masked man said these words coldly. He must be eliminated. Beard King and the other two also said resolutely. When he crosses the Yuan spirit tribulation and his soul is at its weakest, we'll attack together and not give him any chance to struggle. Grey Bird King gnashed his teeth. Rumble. After such a long battle, Yi Chen's Zhen Yuan was drained like water. Only a tenth of his Zhen Yuan remained. Fortunately, the Doomsday Dragon's battle power had also fallen from high-grade 2 stars to low-grade 2 stars. It could no longer block Yi Chen's attacks. Another moment passed, and the Doomsday Dragon's body had shrunk to a few dozen li. Its battle power had fallen from 2 stars to 1 star, and then from high-grade 1 star to low-grade 1 star. Puchi. Purple sword radiance blossomed as Yi Chen slashed the Doomsday Dragon apart. I've finally crossed the tribulation. Yi Chen smiled bitterly. He still had a trace of Zhen Yuan left in his body. If his Zhen Yuan had been exhausted before the Doomsday Dragon was killed, he would have been the one to die. Although the success rate of life and death tribulation was high, there were still cases of failure. Out of 100 people, there would always be 1 or 2 who failed and died. Chapter 900. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen looked up at the sky. After the thunder disaster, it was time for the wind-fire disaster. The wind-fire disaster had 2 heavenly tribulations, one external and one internal. The external tribulation was the cutting of the body and the burning of the heavenly fire, while the internal tribulation was the heart demon. Those with weak willpower would not be able to pass through it at all. Of those who failed, half of them died under the wind-fire disaster, while the other half died under the primordial spirit disaster. The thunder disaster, on the other hand, did not have many casualties. Let me recover my Zhen Yuan first. The least worrying thing about passing the life and death disaster was recovering Zhen Yuan. The natural Yuan Qi was too rich, especially the black hole that pierced through the 3 heavens, which was simply an energy black hole. The Yuan Qi energy was compressed into a liquid, and then into a solid. As Yi Chen operated his Heaven Realm low-rank martial art, Green Lotus Sword spell, the boundless Yuan Qi energy poured down with Yi Chen as the center. Roughly speaking, the density of the Yuan Qi energy in this area was at least 1,000 times higher than the outside world. So cool. Yi Chen had never tried to accumulate Zhen Yuan this fast before. The rich Yuan Qi energy did not need to be refined, and became his own Zhen Yuan. Moreover, the Zhen Yuan that had been used up recovered by 10% in a few breaths' time, then 20%, 30%, 70%, all the way to 100%. Whoosh. Just as Yi Chen was about to recover his Zhen Yuan, a bright whirlwind came from the black hole and blew past Yi Chen's body. Puchi puchi puchi. Dozens of bloody wounds appeared on Yi Chen's arms, face and thighs. Yi Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. This whirlwind had completely ignored his protective Zhen Yuan, and directly blew onto his body. However, its power was not that great, just enough to break through his body's defense. However, that was not the key point. Yi Chen discovered that the place where he had been cut, his nerves of pain had been magnified to the extreme. It was only a small wound, but it made him feel extreme pain. He who was not mentally prepared, could not help but suck in a breath of air. Activating his undying body, the wounds healed up, but the pain was still spreading. Willpower, it really is a test of willpower. The heavenly lightning tribulation tested one's combat prowess, while the great tribulation of wind and fire tested one's willpower. It wouldn't kill you straight away. Instead, it would make you suffer unbearable pain. Moreover, this was just the first wave. Who knew what kind of tests would come later? It had to be known that pain wasn't the only thing that was unbearable. There were also soreness, spasms, burning, and so on. If one could not withstand the test of the external tribulation, the moment the internal tribulation came, their will would definitely collapse. Then, they would be sliced into pieces and burned to ashes, dying. Since his protective Zhenyuan was useless, Yichen simply put it away. Although the external tribulation wouldn't kill him, he still needed to circulate his immortal body to recover from his injuries. Saving as much Zhenyuan as possible was good. Whoosh! Just as the whirlwind blew past, a blazing heavenly fire fell down and burned Yichen's body. The might of the heavenly fire wasn't that great, and it could only burn the outer layer of Yichen's flesh. However, the pain was amplified by several folds. His body was soreness, burning, and numbness. Yichen had turned into a human-shaped torch, enduring all kinds of sufferings and pains that he normally couldn't feel. This is just the first wave. When the second and third waves come, he will definitely be in a miserable state. Grey Bird King didn't think that Yichen couldn't pass the great tribulation of wind and fire. However, seeing Yichen in such a miserable state was also very satisfying. He wanted to see how miserable Yichen would be, suffering all kinds of sufferings and then being killed by us. Nothing is more delightful than this. Beard King also laughed. The second wave is coming. Iron Arm King raised his head and looked at the black hole. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This time it was a purple gale that gave off a moist feeling, as if it was made of liquid. Even though they were very far away, they could still feel some discomfort on their skin. It's the toxic heavenly wind. The toxic heavenly wind was the most powerful tribulation of the wind tribulation. Being struck by this wind would immediately be poisoned. The poison wouldn't penetrate into the body, but it would cause one's skin to rot and stink. Not to mention experiencing it personally, even watching it would make one's scalp tingle. However, ordinary people couldn't enjoy this tribulation. Only geniuses that appeared once in 1,000 years could enjoy it. The surface of Yichen's skin turned purple and black at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then it started to rot. The stink of poison flowed out from the rotten areas, looking extremely disgusting. Frowning slightly, Yichen sat cross-legged in the air, his palms tightly gripping his knees. He actually endured it. Beard King was a little incredulous. The wind tribulation he had endured was very ordinary. It was just the cutting of the wind blades, and then the pain nerves were magnified to the limit. Even so, he was sweating profusely and couldn't help but shout a few times. In his opinion, with the terror of the toxic heavenly wind, Yichen would surely roar a few times. Could it be that this toxic heavenly wind isn't as scary as the legends say? Beard King reached out and grabbed a few strands of the toxic heavenly wind. Arg! A mournful and shrill sound rang out as Beard King's entire right arm rotted away. And that wasn't all. The pain from the corrosion caused his pain nerves to spasm. This kind of pain wasn't something a human could endure. Only the legendary purgatory would have this kind of pain exist. What a powerful toxic heavenly wind! Grey Bird King and Iron Arm King felt their scalps go numb. How would they dare to provoke the toxic heavenly wind like Beard King? Even the masked man gave up on the idea. Damn it! Circulating the undying body, Beard King's right arm recovered to its original state. However, his face was extremely pale, and there was a trace of fear in the depths of his eyes. When he looked at Yichen again, there was a trace of fear and dread in his eyes. He couldn't imagine how Yichen could endure this kind of pain. One had to know that the latter's entire body was rotting from the toxic heavenly wind. Is this kid still human? Just as Beard King thought, the suffering Yichen was enduring was far beyond imagination. Moreover, he couldn't block this pain at all. He couldn't even divert his attention. This was a test from the heavens. The heavens wouldn't let you pass the wind-fire tribulation so easily. Just as the toxic heavenly wind passed, a stream of fire suddenly poured down from the sky. This stream of fire was extremely dense, like magma, splashing onto Yichen's body. It's the heavenly flame stream. The heavenly flame stream was also the most powerful tribulation among the fire tribulations. Sizzle. Magma covered Yi Chen's body. His hair, face, and skin were all burned to ashes. The stream of fire didn't directly burn into his body. Instead, it rubbed against Yi Chen's internal muscles, burning him to the extreme. It was no different from throwing an ordinary person into a pot of boiling oil. Yi Chen's tendons were twitching, and his limbs were spasming, his heart thumping wildly. Yi Chen knew that this pain was bestowed upon him by the world's will. The world's will protected the inside of his body, allowing the outside to bear this heart-wrenching pain. But it was so painful that Yi Chen gradually lost consciousness and started hallucinating. This was a vast and boundless valley. The inside of the valley was like spring all year round, filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. Occasionally, dragons and phoenixes could be seen flying by, leaving behind sonorous dragon roars and phoenix cries. Listening to them, Yi Chen forgot everything. He forgot that he was in the middle of a tribulation and treated this place as his own world. Your Excellency, please come in. Guarding the outside of the valley was a group of expressionless god generals with powerful auras. The leader of the god generals gestured with his right hand and invited Yi Chen into the valley with a respectful tone. Yi Chen didn't say anything and just watched coldly from the sidelines. Your Excellency, the young lady is waiting for you inside. Don't let her wait too long. The god generals continued. After persisting for a while, the god generals saw that Yi Chen didn't move at all and didn't seem to have any intention of entering, so they stopped inviting him and stood respectfully at the side. After a short while, a clear and melodious voice drifted over. Young Master Yi, why aren't you coming in yet? My young lady has been waiting for you for a long time. 7 natural beauties wearing silk dresses walked out of the valley. Each of them gave off a graceful celestial aura, as if they were fairies. Their bright and beautiful eyes made it hard for others to refuse them. Let's go, young Master Yi. 2 women ran over and pulled Yi Chen's arms, wanting to pull him in. Scram! Yi Chen released his aura, shaking the few of them away. You? The woman who was pushed away had tears rolling down her face, feeling extremely wronged. Junior brother Yi. Right then another person walked out of the valley. It was a woman, tall and slim, wearing white robes. She was extremely pretty, and the way she looked at Yi Chen was full of love. It was indeed Su Jing. Young lady, he doesn't want to come in. Why bother with him? The 7 women crowded around Su Jing. You really don't want to come in? Su Jing asked. A complicated expression flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. He simply closed his eyes to rest. Forget it. Go find her. Su Jing let out a sigh and turned to enter the valley. As she turned, a drop of tear fell from her eyes. Yi Chen, let's go. Not far away, Murong Qingqing walked over slowly with a pitiful look on her face. What's real and what's fake? It's always hard to tell. This must be the devil in my heart. Yi Chen suddenly opened his eyes, regaining his clarity. Without looking at Murong Qingqing, the aura on his body increased immeasurably. That sharp sword aura shattered the whole world, shattering it like a mirror. Break. 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 After 3 roars, the valley, the divine general, the giant phoenix, and Su Jing and Murong Qingqing all disappeared as if they had never existed. The fire was still burning Yi Chen's body. The moment the illusion disappeared, Yi Chen once again entered a purgatory of pain. As he had just come out from the illusion, the pain seemed to have increased tenfold, making him want to die immediately. Fortunately, the heavenly flame stream would eventually come to an end. To others, the wind and fire tribulation might be powerful and terrifying, but Yi Chen's will was extremely strong. The so-called external tribulation and internal tribulation could do nothing to him. This was because Yi Chen's strength came from his will and soul, which were the source of his strength. After the wind and fire tribulation, the primordial spirit tribulation came. What astonished the masked man and the others was that although Yi Chen's primordial spirit tribulation was incomparably frightening and unheard of, Yi Chen felt much more relaxed. Only Yi Chen himself knew that his soul was 5 times stronger than ordinary people, and its quality was comparable to life and death kings. Thus, the primordial spirit tribulation was several times easier than the sky thunder tribulation. Bang! From the black hole, a crystalline river that seemed to be both liquid and solid poured into Yi Chen's body. This was the extremely condensed yuan qi of heaven and earth. After entering his body, it would rapidly transform into king-grade Jin Yuan. With king-grade Jin Yuan, even if Yi Chen didn't have time to improve his battle power would still increase by many folds. Not good. His soul is not weak at all. Go. The masked man immediately made a decision and dove into the void. Before breaking through, Yi Chen already had mid-2-star battle power. Once he broke through, he would be even more terrifying. Originally, they wanted to take advantage of Yi Chen's weakened soul to kill him. But now it seemed like it was just their wishful thinking. Chapter 901. You think you can escape? Yi Chen's body had already produced king-grade Jin Yuan. Although it wasn't much, it was enough for him to swing a few times. Seeing the masked man and the other three trying to escape, Yi Chen pulled out the Sky Scorpio sword and attacked with the bewitching mirror shattering. Buzz! The masked man and the other three, who had already escaped into the void, were forcibly swept out and sealed inside the purple mirror. With the support of king-grade Jin Yuan, the bewitching mirror shattering finally displayed the true power of Space Profound. Even the masked man with 3-star battle strength couldn't escape. Gotcha! The purple mirror shattered. Apart from the masked man, the other three were instantly killed. The masked man didn't have a good time either. His body was drenched in blood, and one of his arms and left leg had been shredded into a bloody mist by countless spatial fragments. Run! The masked man was incomparably shocked. Yi Chen's battle strength was even more powerful than he had imagined. Even escaping into the void had been flipped over, so how could he be his opponent? The lightning flame on his body exploded as the masked man turned into lightning flame and escaped into the void once again. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Just what's wrong? Killing Beard King, Iron Arm King, and Grey Bird King with a single sword and heavily injuring the masked man. Yi Chen didn't feel anything at all. He felt that he had missed something important, something even more important than killing the masked man. Therefore, when the masked man escaped, he didn't chase after him. Instead, he pondered. There's nothing wrong with killing them. Then what happened before this? What was wrong before this? Right before this, I was going through tribulation. But why is it that apart from the lightning tribulation and the first half of the wind and fire tribulation, all the other details are so blurry that I can't remember anything? I only know that I succeeded. Missing details. I can sense the details of the tribulation, but I don't have any. The will of the world can imitate other things, but it can't imitate me, because it isn't me. It can only trigger it based on the information in my heart. How can I not have any comprehension of the tribulation of wind and fire, and the Yuan spirit tribulation? Heart devil! A light flashed in his mind as he opened his mouth and roared. Rumble! His soul sea surged, and Yi Chen woke up. Ouch! The first thing he felt was pain, a very real pain. At this moment, he was still going through his fire tribulation, heaven flame flow. His body was wrapped in an extremely condensed flame flow, which rubbed against his muscles and stimulated his pain nerves. Releasing his soul power, Yi Chen could clearly sense that the masked man and the other three were still alive, staring at him coldly. What a terrifying heart demon! Yi Chen could not help but feel his scalp tingle. Other people's inner demons only had one layer, but his inner demon actually had 2 layers. After breaking through the first layer, there was still another layer outside. Most people would slightly relax after overcoming the inner demon, and it was precisely this slight relaxation that allowed the inner demon to take advantage of the weakness and enter, making it hard for Yi Chen to distinguish between the real and the fake. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Chen's willpower was firm enough to maintain a bit of divine light from beginning to end, the second layer of his inner demons would have consigned him to eternal damnation and burned him into ashes by the tribulation of wind and fire. Terrifying. Compared to the doomsday dragon in the sky thunder tribulation, the inner demons of the wind and fire tribulation didn't have any visual effects. Outsiders couldn't see through it at all, but it was 10 times more dangerous. Even Yi Chen had almost died from it. If it were someone else, they would have already fallen. Thinking about it carefully, Yi Chen felt that he had already been invaded by the inner demons when he was unconscious. Even the poisonous heaven wind couldn't make him unconscious, and the pain from the heaven flame flow was only a little bit worse than the poisonous heaven wind. How could it make him unconscious? It was most likely that this unconscious state was imposed on him by the will of the world. Only when he was unconscious would he wake up. After waking up, it would be when the second layer of the inner demons would start to wreak havoc. It was like a psychological lure, luring him into thinking that he had woken up, when in fact, he was still in an illusion. Could this still be an illusion? A thought suddenly popped into Yi Chen's mind. It seems like my heart is in a mess. The second layer of the inner demons has made me a frightened bird. As long as my will is firm and consistent, it doesn't matter if it's an inner demon or not. What's real and what's fake? Everything is a result of the changes in the outside world. As long as my body doesn't change, the inner demons won't be able to take advantage of it. Smiling bitterly, Yi Chen calmed down. His expression was calm, and even the pain on his body seemed to have faded a lot. His state of mind had been greatly improved due to the inner demons. The test of the will of the world had accelerated his growth. Of course, other tribulation takers would also have some growth, just not as much as him. What a terrifying will. The masked man could still see Yi Chen's body convulsing and trembling before, but now, Yi Chen's body had actually relaxed. Pursuing Thunder King, do you think he has passed the inner demon tribulation? Beard King asked. I'm afraid he has. The masked man answered subconsciously. The wind and fire tribulation is divided into internal and external tribulations. The external tribulation complements the internal tribulation. The pain produced by the external tribulation makes it easier for the inner demons to invade. I wonder how strong his inner demon tribulation is. Beard King and the other two were clear that the external tribulation was only this much. What was truly frightening was the inner demon tribulation. Given Yi Chen's talent and potential, the inner demon tribulation was at least at the highest level. There was a high chance that he had surpassed the highest level and raised the inner demon tribulation by another level. Of course, outsiders couldn't see through the inner demon tribulation, so they didn't know what kind of inner demon Yi Chen had encountered. The fire gradually died out and dispersed. The burnt surface of Yi Chen's body gradually shed off, growing new skin. At this point, he had passed the wind and fire great calamity, and only the last calamity was left, the Yuan spirit calamity. Huff! Heavily exhaling, Yi Chen opened his eyes and looked at the masked man and the other three. This glance was extremely calm, without any killing intent or other emotions. However, this glance made the hearts of the masked man and the other three twitch. At this moment, they even felt as if they couldn't breathe. It was as if an invisible hand had grabbed their hearts and fiercely squeezed them, not allowing them to beat. What a frightening glance this was. Will suppression. The masked man's face turned gloomy as he slowly spat out a word. Life and Death Kings had truly grasped the wondrous usage of will. The same martial will exerted by a Life and Death King and a martial artist under Life and Death realm would have a completely different effect. The latter simply couldn't perfectly utilize the suppression of martial will, and could only instinctively release it. On the other hand, Life and Death Kings could concentrate their will even more, giving rise to a frightening pressure. Although Yi Chen wasn't a Life and Death King, he had passed the inner demon tribulation of wind and fire tribulation. His control over will had already reached the level of Life and Death realm. No, it might be even more frightening. This was because other peak kings couldn't give him such a powerful pressure. This glance seemed to decide their life and death. Chapter 902. What a frightening gaze. The masked man was a bit better off, but Beard King and the other two felt their hearts clench and their bodies stiffen. If Yi Chen were to attack at this moment, they might not even be able to withstand a single exchange. In terms of willpower, the disparity between them and Yi Chen was simply too great. Among them, Beard King's willpower was slightly higher, but it was only at mid-fifth step. Greybird King and Ironarm King only had peak fourth step willpower. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's destruction sword intent had reached the sixth step, which was equivalent to an ordinary seventh step sword intent. How could he endure this seemingly ordinary, but actually incomparably tyrannical willpower? Chasing Thunder King, this kid is a bit strange. Grey Bird King had a trace of retreating. Yi Chen had yet to formally step into life and death realm. Yet he could already utilize willpower to such a frightening degree. Once he reached life and death realm, he would be even more terrifying. A single gaze from the other party would probably be enough to paralyze his body. He is a bit strange, but he still hasn't crossed his primordial spirit tribulation. In truth, Beard King also had a bad premonition. However, with chasing Thunder King here, he felt that Yi Chen didn't have much hope. It should be known that chasing Thunder King's battle strength had reached mid-3-star realm. Moreover, he was at the peak of mid-3-star realm. Adding the three of them together, they could barely contend against a high 3-star king. Beard King is right. Since ancient times, the souls of those undergoing primordial spirit tribulation have always weakened for a period of time. The moment his soul weakens, the four of us can unleash our killing moves. We can certainly kill him. Iron Arm King was a body-refining king, and his boldness was the strongest. Although Yi Chen's gaze made his heart clench and his body stiffen, he didn't think of retreating. Alright, our mission this time is to kill Yi Chen. If Yi Chen isn't killed, how are we supposed to hand in the mission when we return? Moreover, judging from his life and death tribulation's momentum, once he enters life and death realm, his battle strength will not be any weaker than mine, perhaps even above mine. At that time, he will be a huge problem comparable to Xianhou. The masked man said coldly. Yi Chen didn't know what the four were thinking, but he didn't care. Retracting his gaze, he inwardly thought, life and death realm, one already has a certain understanding of life and death. Their control over will is several times stronger than before. No wonder, although body-refining kings are powerful, they are still a bit weaker than kings with powerful wills. Transcending the life and death tribulation would definitely give one enlightenment and improve in all aspects. When the heart demon invaded him, it was because of this that Yi Chen was able to defeat it in the end. The primordial soul tribulation is coming. A frightening pressure was emitted from the black hole, causing Yi Chen to raise his head involuntarily. Life and death tribulations were of equal strength. However, in terms of danger, the heart demon tribulation of the wind and fire tribulation was extremely dangerous, and the Yuan spirit tribulation was even more dangerous. The slightest bit of carelessness could cause one's soul to be heavily injured, and it would take a very long time to recover. This was also the reason why many people who had clearly passed the life and death tribulation would still have extremely weak souls and poor mental states. Huff huff huff. A whirlwind blew down, but it was not an ordinary whirlwind. Only the soul could hear it, and it was the prelude of the Yuan spirit tribulation, Soul Whirlwind. The Soul Whirlwind was extremely fast, and it brushed past Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen's expression was calm, as if nothing had happened to him. If a mere soul whirlwind could put him in such a difficult situation, then there was no need for him to transcend the Yuan spirit tribulation. Quite a powerful soul membrane. The masked man coldly snorted. When he encountered the soul whirlwind, he would at least frown, but Yi Chen didn't even frown. It was as if a gentle breeze had brushed past his face. After the soul whirlwind comes the soul storm. Let's see if he can still remain indifferent. Grey Bird King's previous intention of retreating made him somewhat embarrassed, so he deliberately expressed his disdain. Rumble. The soul storm's momentum was much stronger than the soul whirlwind. The rumbling sound of the storm directly reached the depths of the 5 souls. Compared to the soul storm of other tribulation transcenders, the one Yi Chen encountered was much more terrifying. Yi Chen originally wasn't afraid of this soul storm, but when he noticed Grey Bird King's expression, an idea popped up in his mind. The soul storm swept Yi Chen into it, constantly battering against Yi Chen's soul membrane. Every breath of time, there would be hundreds of battering, like waves crashing against the shore. Suddenly Yi Chen groaned, and his complexion turned slightly pale. Haha, he really can't withstand the soul storm's impact. Grey Bird King laughed proudly. As the soul storm's might grew stronger, Yi Chen's complexion turned paler. In the end, his brows were furrowed, and his eyes flickered. After a long time, the soul storm dissipated, and cold sweat appeared on Yi Chen's forehead. This time it's in the bag. Beard King and Iron Arm King felt much more relaxed. Previously, Yi Chen's gaze was too terrifying, causing them to feel a trace of fear. But now, that fear had vanished. Is this kid faking it? The masked man had his doubts. Yi Chen's soul storm was indeed several times stronger than the other tribulation transcenders, but he still felt something was wrong. Yuan Divinity Tribulation usually had 3 waves of attacks. After the Soul Whirlwind and Soul Storm, the most powerful attack came. Kill. A soul warrior formed entirely from souls raised a super machete and charged at Yi Chen. Before the figure arrived, the machete had already slashed down. It was a soul saber chi. Yi Chen didn't move, allowing the soul saber chi to slash at his soul membrane. He didn't have any soul defense secret art. Apart from his innate ability, he didn't know any soul attack secret arts. Thus, he could only rely on his soul membrane to resist the attack. Clang. Invisible sparks flew outside the soul membrane. Amazing! Yi Chen felt a ripple on his soul membrane. Kill! 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 The soul warrior released 3 saber chi in a row, attacking Yi Chen's soul from 3 different angles. Soul Storm. Although he didn't have any soul attack secret arts, it didn't mean that Yi Chen had to endure it passively. Above his soul sea, waves surged. Waves of soul power swept out in the form of a vortex. This was the authentic soul storm. His perception was extremely strong. The soul storm in Yuan Divinity Tribulation allowed him to grasp the method to cast soul storm. Although it wasn't as perfect as the soul storm in Yuan Divinity Tribulation, he had mastered it and didn't deviate from the right path. Boom. 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 When the soul saber chi encountered the soul storm, its power was rapidly reduced. When it slashed at Yi Chen's soul membrane, it didn't even have a tenth of its original strength. It wasn't even qualified to shake Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen still pretended that he couldn't bear it. His face was pale and bloodless, and his mental state was greatly reduced. Seeing that the soul saber chi couldn't do anything to Yi Chen, the soul warrior approached and prepared to use the machete to attack Yi Chen at close range. How troublesome! Yi Chen frowned and executed the soul storm again. The soul warrior didn't have any thoughts. How could it know that attacking Yi Chen at close range would only make it easier for Yi Chen? The soul storm's attack made him sway and he couldn't stabilize his body. His body formed by his soul was also gradually thinning. Now he had to check out and change hotels. There was no time to continue. Chapter 903. Scatter. Yi Chen let out a low roar, and even more soul power gushed out like a tornado, blasting toward the soul warrior. A powerful soul pressure suppressed the opponent, rendering it immobile. Chi 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 chi. The soul battle general was cut into many fine soul threads. Its body became more and more transparent, thinner and thinner. Finally, with a boom, it dissipated. He can even use soul storm so skillfully? Iron Arm King sucked in a breath of cold air. The majority of life and death kings could use soul storm, but those who could cultivate it to greater success could be counted with 2 hands. The majority of them were at minor success. Iron Arm King was a body-refining king, but his talent and soul was not too high. Therefore, his soul storm was far from reaching minor success. But now, looking at Yi Chen's appearance, he was clearly close to minor success. Don't worry, his soul was already injured before. Forcibly using soul storm now might look easy, but it should have worsened his injuries. I just don't know how deep his injuries are. Beard King analyzed. How deep the injuries are doesn't matter. There's still another wave coming. The masked man sensed something and raised his head toward the black hole. 4th wave. Beard King and the other 2 also raised their heads. Kill. A deep voice resounded from the depths of the black hole, reverberating between heaven and earth. Kill. The second kill word was much clearer, and its might was also much greater. As soon as the word appeared, a frightening soul pressure frantically surged out like the wind of hell. Kill. 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 Immediately after, the 3 kill words were shouted one after another, and the soul pressure increased by several folds. Apart from the masked man, Beard King and the other 2 groaned and retreated several steps. This kid is indeed a freak. Of the 3 life and death tribulations, apart from the wind and fire tribulation, the others have all improved. What kind of tribulation will this 4th wave be? The three couldn't help but wonder. Buzz. In the depths of the black hole, an incorporeal ripple appeared, and a figure wearing a shabby cloak and with tattered skin appeared. It's a primordial slaughter king. The masked man blurted out, his voice filled with alarm. A primordial killer king? Could it be a ferocious creature from the soul prison? Greybird King was flabbergasted. The masked man shook his head. The soul prison is most likely fake. I've heard from the Lord that after people die, their soul auras will spread out. Although these soul auras don't have intelligence and are muddle-headed, they still have a trace of instinct. Countless soul auras from different sources will fuse together in a special environment and form the primordial spirit. The primordial spirit is extremely brutal and irrational. Wherever it goes, any living creature with a soul will have its soul sucked dry by it to replenish itself. When the primordial spirit is strong enough, it will become an extremely terrifying primordial spirit killer king. The primordial spirit killer king already has its own special intelligence and innately knows many kinds of soul attack secret techniques. The blood devil was born from a large amount of fresh blood, while the primordial killer king was born from a large amount of soul aura. Both of them were unnatural existences. Since it's a primordial killer king, isn't this kid dead for sure? Greybird King's face lit up as he asked. No. The masked man sized up the primordial killer king and said, the more stitches on the primordial killer king's body, the stronger it is. The stitches on this primordial killer king's body are faintly discernible, so it should be a newborn primordial killer king. However, it will be enough for him to suffer. Even if he survives, his soul will be weakened to the freezing point. The masked man sneered. He didn't expect that Yi Chen's primordial spirit tribulation would encounter the legendary primordial killer king. Primordial killer king. According to the Battle King's memories, Yi Chen could guess the origin of this figure. The primordial killer king was formed from the fusion of countless soul auras. Moreover, it had gathered the negative emotions of countless soul auras. There was no logic to it. Once it was born, it would slaughter the world and absorb the souls of countless living beings. Kill. The primordial killer king's weapon was a similarly tattered stone rod that seemed to have been patched up. Soul auras lingered on the stone rod, and countless people were howling miserably. Just listening to this sound would give rise to fear. With a flicker, the primordial killer king wielded the tattered stone rod and smashed it at Yi Chen. Yi Chen's expression turned solemn as he executed the soul storm. Layers of soul auras were blasted away by the stone rod. The primordial killer king only absorbed soul auras that hadn't been rearranged, so it couldn't absorb the soul storm. Again, Yi Chen executed the soul storm once more. Boom. This time, the primordial killer king was obstructed and staggered. What made Yi Chen frown was that the primordial killer king's soul aura was only weakened by less than 1%. In other words, even if he executed the soul storm 200 times, he still wouldn't be able to kill the opponent and survive this tribulation. If a simple soul storm doesn't work, then what about the destruction soul storm? Yi Chen increased the distance between him and the primordial killer king as the third soul storm was formed. This soul storm contained not only soul power, but also the destruction sword intent. One should know that intent could also harm souls, but it was not as direct as soul attacks. Moreover, Yi Chen's destruction sword intent was not an ordinary one, but the destruction sword intent. It was extremely destructive to souls. In this world, there was almost nothing that the destruction sword intent could not harm. How could the primordial killer king dodge the destruction soul storm? It was hit directly, and its soul aura dispersed rapidly, disappearing by about 10%. It's effective indeed. This was the first time Yi Chen faced the legendary primordial killer king, so he wasn't too confident. Since the destruction soul storm was effective, Yi Chen would naturally use it to attack the primordial killer king. The Yuan Divinity Slayer King was forced back. Suddenly he let out a low roar, and a ball of soul power spread out from his body, forming a soul ring. The destructive soul storm collided with the soul ring, and was instantly neutralized. The soul aura he lost was only half of what it had been before. Kill. With the soul halo protecting its body, the primordial killer king raised the shabby stone staff high in the air and chopped down. This is a soul attack secret art. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. Within his soul perception, countless soul staff phantoms hacked over, each of them carrying an intense vibration power. It was just like Lan Sanmei's demonic blade arts and Yi Chen's vibration sword arts. The only difference was that the primordial Killer King used soul power, and its destructive power was frightening. I can't be hit. Even if Yi Chen's soul power was 5 times that of ordinary people, and its quality was not inferior to Life and Death King's, he still didn't dare to face this soul attack of the primordial Killer King head-on. Immortal Soul Storm. If the Destruction Soul Storm was an attack, then the Immortal Soul Storm revolved around Yi Chen's body, protecting him. Any soul attack would have to consume several times the power. When the Immortal Soul Storm was dispersed, the soul staff phantoms might was reduced to 30%. Naturally, it couldn't do anything to Yi Chen, and was directly blocked by the soul membrane. Consume his soul aura first. In fact, Yi Chen also had a trump card, Soul Light. However, he could only use it twice, and each time was more precious than the last. Therefore, he couldn't use it right now. He would wait until the primordial Killer King's soul aura was more or less depleted. If he used Soul Light first, his soul power would be reduced by half, and if he couldn't kill his opponent, he could only wait for death. Bang bang bang. Yi Chen retaliated with the Destruction Soul Storm, while the Immortal Soul Storm protected him. The primordial Killer King used all kinds of soul attack secret arts, and the soul halo protected its body. The intense battle between the two turned into a protracted one. How is this possible? Beard King and the rest were dumbstruck. Let's continue watching. His soul power has been consumed quite a bit. The masked man was much calmer. Yi Chen had been using the soul storm for a long time, so his consumption was bound to be fast. 60%, 50%, 40%. Almost there. Yi Chen silently calculated the primordial Killer King's soul aura. When the opponent's soul aura was less than 40%, Yi Chen brazenly unleashed his trump card. A slit appeared on his forehead, and a vertical silver eye opened, shooting out a silver beam. The silver beam was the result of soul power rearranging and compressing it to the extreme. It instantly struck the primordial Killer King's chest. Chi-chi. Like winter snow encountering summer, the primordial Killer King's body melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its soul aura also rapidly weakened. 30%, 20%, 10%, 5%. In the end, only a trace of the primordial Killer King's soul aura remained. Let's end this. There was no need to use Soul Light or Soul Storm. Yi Chen directly shot out a Destruction Sword intent, slashing the primordial Killer King's body. Pucci. The primordial Killer King dissipated, returning to nothingness. His primordial spirit tribulation was a success. As soon as the primordial Killer King was destroyed, the black hole that pierced through the 3 layers of sky had a huge movement. It started to revolve crazily, condensing an extremely pure Yuan Qi sphere. This Yuan Qi sphere contained too much energy. According to Yi Chen's estimation, as long as he could absorb it all into his body, he would have at least 80 to 90 years of cultivation base. Moreover, he would have the cultivation base of a Life and Death King, which was equivalent to King-grade Jin Yuan. However, the biggest change was not the black hole, but Yi Chen's body. His Sea of Soul was surging, and its color was gradually turning golden, resembling a light golden ocean. The Destruction Sword Soul and Immortal Sword Soul floating above his Sea of Soul seemed to have received a huge nourishment, and their tempering effects were far greater than before. If the speed before was 1, it was now at least 3. My soul power is increasing. Yi Chen could feel that the depth of his Sea of Soul had become even deeper. Under ordinary circumstances, one's soul power would increase by roughly 10 times upon entering Life and Death realm. However, Yi Chen's soul power had already increased by more than 10 times, and was advancing towards 15 times. Judging from the speed, it seemed like 15 times wasn't the limit. 14 times, 15 times, 16 times. His soul power continued to advance, reaching 19 times, then 20 times. It only stopped after a total of 20 times. In other words, even if Yi Chen's soul power was the same as an ordinary person's before, with the increase of 20 times for him and 10 times for others, his soul power had doubled. Previously, his soul power was 5 times that of ordinary people, but now it was 10 times. Chapter 904. 10 times the soul power of a life and death king was an extremely frightening thing. At Sea of Soul Realm, one's soul power could spread out to 100 li. At Life and Death Realm, one's soul power could increase by 10 times, reaching 1,000 li. In fact, life and death kings had an extremely powerful control over their soul power, allowing them to extend their soul power to a range of 10,000 li. However, the limit of Yi Chen's soul power was 10 times that of a life and death king's, which was 100,000 li. And this was only an ordinary method of releasing soul power. Everyone knew it. If one used some soul-related secret arts, the range of one's soul power would increase by several folds. For ordinary life and death kings, the range of their soul power reaching 100,000 li was nothing shocking. If Yi Chen learned a soul amplification secret art, the range of his soul power could easily exceed 1,000,000 li. With a single thought, not even the slightest movement of a blade of grass in 1,000,000 li could escape his eyes. The range of his soul power was only a small matter. After his soul transformed into a life and death soul, the soul eye's ability had also greatly increased. Before, Yi Chen could only see everything within 10 million li with his soul eye. Even life and death kings would find it hard to detect him. But now, everything within 1,000,000,000 li could be seen by Yi Chen. I wonder how many times I can use soul light with my current soul power, and to what extent will its might reach? With his soul power increasing by 10 times, he would be able to use soul light more than twice, and its might wouldn't be stagnant either. Kill. Seeing that Yi Chen had passed the life and death calamity, the masked man's eyes surged with killing intent. He slapped at Yi Chen from a distance, erupting with 4 layers of Thunderfire Palm power. Marek Hammer Kill. Gale Chop. Iron Arm Critical Strike. Beard King, Grey Bird King, and Iron Arm King also used their trump cards, attacking Yi Chen together. This time, they would not give Yi Chen a chance to turn the tables. Facing the 4's joint attack, Yi Chen didn't dodge. The vertical eye on his forehead first shot a silver beam at the masked man. This silver beam was several times stronger than the one he had used against Primordial Slaughter King. As soon as it appeared, it was like a sharp silver blade stabbing into the masked man's sea of soul. At the same time, Yi Chen unsheathed the evil vanquishing sword with his left hand and blocked Beard King's spinning hammer light. His right hand gripped the Sky Scorpio sword and stabbed at the masked man's 4-layered palm energy. As for Grey Bird King and Iron Arm King's attacks, Yi Chen couldn't dodge and could only receive them with his body. Ah! Bang! Bang! Puff! The first to suffer was the masked man. Facing Yi Chen's soul light, a small portion of his soul sea collapsed. The pain that came from the depths of his soul made him scream. It was as if he had gone mad. Beard King's spinning hammer light was blocked by Yi Chen, but the masked man's 4-layered palm energy forcibly broke through Yi Chen's sword energy and landed on his body. Blood splattered as lightning and fire splashed in all directions. As for Grey Bird King and Iron Arm King's attacks, Yi Chen couldn't dodge in time and landed on his body. His bronze armor wailed as half of Yi Chen's body turned into a bloody mist. If Yi Chen was still in the Limb Rebirth realm, he would have died without a doubt. Unfortunately, at the critical moment, the Yuan Qi ball in the black hole began to pour a majestic Yuan Qi into Yi Chen's body. Not only did it increase Yi Chen's Zhen Yuan, it also allowed Yi Chen's undying body to evolve. From the initial Limb Rebirth realm, Yi Chen advanced by leaps and bounds. In just a short while he had reached the peak of Limb Rebirth realm, and in the next instant he broke through to the initial flesh derivation realm. As his flesh wriggled, the half of Yi Chen's body rapidly recovered. However, the newly born Zhen Yuan in Yi Chen's body was immediately exhausted. Fortunately, the Yuan Qi ball contained a vast amount of Yuan Qi. Just now, he had only poured less than 1/10 of Yuan Qi into Yi Chen's body. The rest of the Yuan Qi continued to pour into Yi Chen's body. A soul light actually consumed 1/5 of my soul power. My soul power has increased by 20-fold. Yi Chen found it a little unbelievable. But fortunately, the soul light's might has become even more terrifying. The masked man possessed 3-star battle prowess, but a soul light had injured the origin of his soul. It would be extremely difficult for him to completely recover, and his future battle prowess would be greatly reduced. It would already be good if he could have 60 to 70% of his soul power left. After all, an injury to the soul and an injury to the origin of the soul were two different things. The former could recover on its own, but it would take a longer time. The latter, on the other hand, couldn't be recovered by oneself. One could only rely on some peerless treasures to nourish the soul. However, such treasures might not be found even if one searched the entire Elysium. It could be said that Yi Chen's soul light had nearly destroyed the masked man. With only 60 to 70% of his battle prowess left, the masked man's strength was probably only at the low level of 3-star, not much stronger than Copper Sword King. Apart from that, although the soul light didn't kill the masked man, its effect was too terrifying. Yi Chen didn't only have soul attacks. His battle prowess was even higher than soul attacks. Once his soul was injured, how could the masked man resist a frontal attack from Yi Chen? Impossible. His soul isn't weak at all. Grey Bird King's eyes widened. We've been tricked by him. He must have done it on purpose to catch all of us in one fell swoop. Beard King clenched his teeth. If Yi Chen's soul was weak, it would be impossible for him to use such a powerful soul attack. It was just like forcing a weak person to run was impossible. Moreover, with a weak soul, one's condition would drop drastically. However, Yi Chen could block Beard King's all-out attack and counteract more than half of the masked man's 4-layered palm energy. This was enough to prove that his condition had not declined at all. On the contrary, it was getting better and better. Gugu. The Yuan Qi in the Yuan ball turned into a river of sparkling and translucent light, pouring into his body through the top of his head and rapidly transforming into King Grade Jin Yuan. As the amount of King Grade Jin Yuan in his body increased, he could feel that he had already become powerful enough to tear the space with his bare hands. Raising his right index and middle fingers, Yi Chen suddenly pointed at Grey Bird King's forehead. Powerful King Grade Jin Yuan combined with the 6th-step destruction sword intent gushed out. Puff! Grey Bird King's pupils slackened, and a bloody hole appeared on his forehead. It was so deep that one could even see the back of his head. One finger, and Grey Bird King was dead. Too strong. Not only did Beard King want to retreat, even the powerful Iron Arm King lost the confidence to fight against Yi Chen. At this moment, Yi Chen was no longer the Yi Chen of before. The previous Yi Chen was merely a super genius who had yet to mature. Although he was frightening and had strength comparable to them, they at least had a chance to kill him. But now Yi Chen had stepped into life and death realm. Killing him would be as difficult as ascending the heavens. Being able to escape alive would already be a pretty good result. Run. Beard King and Iron Arm King tore space apart, their speed exploding to the limit. If I let you guys escape, wouldn't my acting have been in vain? Yi Chen sneered. The evil vanquishing sword and Sky Scorpio sword, one on the left and one on the right, casually slashed out. Two congealing water sword energies pierced through space and bombarded Beard King and Iron Arm King's bodies with a speed far exceeding theirs. Beard King's figure paused. He lowered his head and saw a huge hole in the upper grade half-supreme grade armor on his chest. His heart had been smashed into nothingness, and a bloody hole had pierced through his chest. Iron Arm King's defense was much stronger than Beard King's, but he was also gravely injured and on the verge of death. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels had almost all collapsed. Undying body only allowed him to regrow broken limbs. So how could he endure congealing water sword containing King Grade Jin Yuan? He should be proud of himself for not dying immediately. Of course, the power of Yi Chen's congealing water sword was partially offset by the spatial barrier. Otherwise, Iron Arm King's fate would have been the same as Beard King's. Die. Another sword light swept out, and Iron Arm King followed in Grey Bird King's and Beard King's footsteps. Undying body's realm has increased again. After killing Iron Arm King, Yi Chen could sense that his understanding of undying body had deepened once again. This kind of deepening came naturally. The moment he broke through to life and death realm, Yi Chen had a deep understanding of life and death. The other tribulation takers were the same, but not as much as Yi Chen's. Undying body broke through from early flesh derivation realm to mid-stage before stopping. His comprehension was insufficient. Good, seems like we're done for this time. Only at this time did the masked man wake up from the injury to his soul. His complexion was extremely pale, without any luster, and he spoke with a gloomy and venomous expression. Those who kill will always be killed. You should be clear on this point. Yi Chen was still absorbing the yuan qi from the yuan qi ball. The king-grade Jin yuan in his body was growing more and more abundant. Not fearing that the masked man would escape, he didn't make a move immediately. Don't be happy too early. Let me tell you a secret. 500 years ago, Battle King died at the hands of my lord, and you will not be an exception. If you pledge allegiance to my lord, he might let you go. The masked man's eyes turned as a plan formed in his mind. As expected. Hearing the masked man's words, Yi Chen finally confirmed that it was otherworldly experts who killed Senior Battle King, and the masked man's backer should be one of them. How about it? Although your strength is higher than mine, there is still a gap between you and Battle King. A wise man submits to circumstances. Your life is in your hands. Seeing that Yi Chen didn't make a move, the masked man thought that he was hesitating. Yi Chen replied, "As you said, my life is in my hands. Therefore, if your lord wants to kill me, he will have to have the ability. If he doesn't have the ability, I don't mind washing Elysium's otherworldly experts in blood one day, leaving not a single one alive. You're courting death. I advise you to think about it. There's no need to think too much. As for you, don't worry about me." Rumble. In the end, the entire yuan qi ball fused into Yi Chen's body, and Yi Chen's cultivation base reached 90 years. Adding the Zhen yuan he had recovered from half of his body using the undying body, Yi Chen's cultivation base had reached 100 years. Having just entered life and death realm, and already having 100 years of cultivation base, this was definitely the first time in tens of thousands of years. What abundant Zhen yuan! The masked man's Zhen yuan was even more abundant than Yi Chen's, but he had just entered life and death realm. Chapter 905. As the yuan sphere fused into Yi Chen's body, the black hole rapidly dispersed, and the third layer of sky instantly recovered. Below, Yi Chen's aura soared to the point that even the third layer couldn't obstruct him. King-grade Jin yuan is indeed worthy of being called king-grade Jin yuan. In terms of quality, it has increased by 5 times. Under life and death realm, even if one's talent is at the peak, it would still be extremely difficult to make up for the gap in Zhen yuan. Only a few people in 1,000 years could accomplish such a feat. Straightening his right palm as a blade, Yi Chen casually slashed. Poochie! A pitch-black crack appeared in the space, and spatial power pervaded the air. Condense. Yi Chen's space profound had reached 50% completion, allowing him to easily maintain the crack. The pervading spatial power condensed at the edge of the crack, forming a simple frame. Puff. The space's recovery ability was simply too powerful. After 3 breaths, the crack was mended, and the spatial power condensed into a frame was dispersed once again. The amount of spatial power I controlled just now was a bit less. If I had more, I should have been able to maintain it for a longer time. Shaking his head, Yi Chen's gaze once again fell on the masked man. The masked man didn't run, for he was clear that it was useless. Yi Chen's battle strength was at least upper 3 stars, perhaps even peak 3 stars. His previous battle strength was mid 3 stars, but now, it had fallen to lower 3 stars. How could he escape? Once he did, he would die without a doubt. He didn't think Yi Chen would let him go. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you can escape, I might let you live. Ordinary life and death king's soul power perception range was 10,000 li. Using some secret soul arts, they could increase it to 100,000 li. As long as they escaped the range, it would be very difficult to chase them. However, Yi Chen was different. Yi Chen's soul eyes could see everything within 1 billion li. Even if the masked man escaped to True Spirit Continent, Yi Chen would still be able to find him. Hearing these words, the masked man's expression changed greatly. Yi Chen, don't make a mistake. I can give you 3 days to consider. The masked man was anxious. 1. Yi Chen coldly counted. Yi Chen, you'll regret this. The masked man opened his eyes wide and roared. 2. Run. The masked man's scalp went numb. Thunder and fire burst out of his body, turning him into a ball of thunder and fire that drilled into the void. Then he flew away at a speed that surpassed his limits, not caring about the damage to his body. Yi Chen didn't do anything, allowing the other party to escape. 3. Raising the sky Scorpio sword, Yi Chen slashed out. A transparent ripple swept into the depths of the void. In the next moment, 100,000 li away, the masked man was directly swept out by the spatial ripple and sealed in a purple mirror, unable to move. However, his eyeballs could still move, glaring at Yi Chen viciously while cursing. I gave you a chance, but you didn't have the ability to grasp it. The reason why Yi Chen gave the masked man 3 breaths of time was to verify his usage of space profound after reaching life and death realm. He didn't really intend to give the masked man a chance. Bang! The purple mirror shattered, and the masked man was shredded into a bloody mist by the berserk spatial fragments, thoroughly dying. Space profound can disregard spatial distance within a certain range. 100,000 li is no different from a few hundred li for me. However, the prerequisite is that my soul power and Zhen Yuan are strong enough. Letting out a breath, Yi Chen understood how frightening a life and death king would be once they grasped the space profound. Fortunately, his space profound was not weaker than the majority of life and death kings. The number of life and death kings with a space profound above his might be less than a handful. His figure flickered as Yi Chen dove into the void. If the space power was like a berserk blade to Yi Chen before, it was now like a stream of water, unable to break his protective Zhen Yuan and injure his body. Shuttling through the void, Yi Chen found Iron Arm King and Beard King's storage rings, then the masked man's. As for Grey Bird King's storage ring, it was in the outer space, and had been collected by Yi Chen a long time ago. Breaking through the spatial barrier, Yi Chen once again appeared above the ocean. Life and death realm is indeed powerful. But my harvest is not limited to soul power and Zhen Yuan. The moment he broke through to life and death realm, Yi Chen's Green Lotus sword arts had already risen from low heaven grade to mid-heaven grade. The speed of his Zhen Yuan circulation was inconceivably fast, and his cultivation speed had also increased by 3 times. With a low-rank heaven realm cultivation technique, one's cultivation speed would be 3 times faster than those without it. In other words, other life and death kings could only obtain 1 year's worth of cultivation base after cultivating for 1 year, while one could obtain 3 years' worth of cultivation base. However, with the Green Lotus sword arts, he could obtain 9 years' worth of cultivation base after cultivating for 1 year, which was 9 times faster than those without a heaven realm cultivation technique. With a casual circulation of Green Lotus sword arts, Yi Chen could feel the surging heaven and earth yuan qi pouring into his body, rapidly transforming into Zhen Yuan. Of course, the heaven and earth yuan qi was too thin for life and death realm kings. It was not as dense as when one was undergoing life and death calamity, only 1,000th of the density. Therefore, relying on cultivation techniques to recover Zhen Yuan was not too realistic, and would be very slow. Unless one could find a blessed land where the heaven and earth yuan qi was dozens or even hundreds of times denser than the outside world, it would be more feasible. As Green Lotus sword arts advanced, sword domain, which was based on Green Lotus sword arts, also advanced. Originally, Yi Chen's sword domain was at the peak of the first layer. But after Green Lotus sword arts broke through to the mid-heaven grade, his sword domain reached the second layer, and his sword rule doubled. The sword pressure was incomparably powerful. Without any exaggeration, an ordinary life and death king would be frozen in place by this sword pressure, and be at the mercy of others. After reaching the second layer of sword domain, Yi Chen could no longer comprehend the extent of his battle power. Of course, it was impossible for him to reach 4 stars. The gap between each star was huge. For example, if one were at the peak of 3 stars, they would be easily defeated by a 4-star king. However, there were some people whose strength was infinitely close to 4 stars even though they were at the peak of 3 stars. Such people possessed the strength of a 3-star tyrant. For example, Copper Sword King possessed the strength of a 2-star tyrant. Not a single 2-star life and death king could last more than a few moves against him. He could contend against a low 3-star king, and even if he couldn't win, he had a great chance of escaping. According to the ease with which he killed the masked man, Yi Chen estimated his strength to be at least at the peak of 3 stars. As for whether he had the strength of a 3-star tyrant or not, he would have to verify it a few more times. No rush. After entering life and death realm, I can enter the state of one with the world at any time, and my profounds will advance by leaps and bounds. Once my profounds advance to a certain level, I can no longer advance any further. Then, I can create an even more powerful sword move. 4-star battle strength should be in the bag. 4-star battle strength was equivalent to a peak king. However, Yi Chen had just entered life and death realm, and there were many aspects that he had yet to improve. This and not being able to improve at all were two different things. Open. The silver vertical eye on his forehead opened once again, and Yi Chen gazed in the direction of Blood Sky Continent. Blood Sky Continent. Iron Blood Region, Eternal Sky Sect. Yi Chen could see Li Zhangfeng, Gao Ziyuan and the rest. They were all either cultivating or chatting. There was nothing happening in the surroundings, and there was no danger. Turning his head, Yi Chen gazed in the direction of True Spirit Continent. Sky Cloud Sect and Yi family were developing at an extremely fast pace. Their numbers had multiplied by several folds, and their experts were numerous as well. Moreover, through his soul eye, Yi Chen could even see a layer of mysterious fate circulating in the sky above Yi family and Sky Cloud Sect. This fate was hard to see through even with his soul eye, and he could only see traces of it. Fortunately, there is no movement for the time being. I'll go into seclusion for a while and comprehend the profounds. After making sure that everything he cared about was safe and sound, Yi Chen calmed down. As for Dragon God Celestial Palace, Yi Chen refrained from looking. Although his current strength seemed very powerful, compared to some of the more powerful kings, he was still a lot weaker. Once his strength reached the point where he could no longer increase it within a short period of time, he would pay a visit to Dragon God Celestial Palace and see what was happening there. Being so far away, he could only see the scene, but not hear anything. Inside the palace at the bottom of the sea, a few blood-colored stones at the end of the long table suddenly dimmed. Chasing Thunder King and the rest have all failed. Was it killed by Yi Chen, or by someone else? The black-skinned figure creased his brows and wrapped his fingers on the table. If it was killed by Yi Chen, then he has already broken through to life and death realm. To be able to do so in such a short period of time, his potential is bound to surpass Battle King and Xianhou. If it was someone else who saved him, then it means that he has yet to break through to life and death realm, and there is still a chance. These pieces of trash are really making me worry. Forget it, relying on these trash is useless. It's best if Horned Demon makes a trip there. This kind of genius, every day we keep him alive is one more day of danger. If we give him a few dozen years to grow, I'm afraid even the resurrection of the lords will have more twists and turns. He had no tolerance for the peak geniuses of Elysium. A few dozen years ago, they couldn't find an opportunity to kill Xianhou. After a few dozen years, Xuanhou's strength was already not something they could kill even if they wanted to. Even if he personally took action, he would only have 70 to 80% chance of defeating Xianhou. However, to say killing the latter, it was not too likely. Almost no one with 5-star battle strength could kill Xianhou. The other party's mysterious Dao was something he deeply understood. His finger flicked, and a bloodlight shot out, landing on a blood-colored stone nearby. Buzz. The stone blossomed with radiance, and a blood figure with a long horn on its head appeared. What's the matter? The horned blood figure asked. The black-skinned expert let out a breath and said, Yi Chen might have entered life and death realm. His strength is at least upper 3-star, or even peak 3-star. We can't let him grow any further. Find an opportunity and kill him. As for whether some kings will discover our existence, we can't care so much. In any case, they have already sensed us. Entering life and death realm. Truly a big problem. The horned blood figure continued. We have the demonic power of this world, which is incompatible with this world. As soon as we appear, we will inevitably be discovered. Since you said so, I'll kill him. Don't worry, I'll quickly deal with this matter and hide in the depths. I believe they won't be able to sense too much. All right. The black-skinned expert nodded. Chapter 906. At the same time, the entirety of Elysium underwent a huge change. Not long after Yi Chen passed the life and death calamity, 7 colored heavenly flowers fell from the sky of Elysium, covering every corner of the world. Be it ordinary people, martial artists, humans, or other races, as long as they were awake, they could see the heavenly flowers falling and disappearing without a sound. In the underwater palace, 7 colored heavenly flowers also fell. Heavenly flowers falling. King is born. He has indeed entered life and death realm. A cold light flickered in the black-skinned expert's eyes as he said word by word. The horned-blood figure pondered for a while, then said, "After becoming a king, one can enter the state of being one with the world at any time, and form a connection with Elysium. Elysium will more or less react to it. However, not every life and death king will have the phenomenon of heavenly flowers falling. Only a few geniuses with astonishing potential, who can influence the future, will have the phenomenon of heavenly flowers falling when they break through to life and death realm. There are 4 levels of heavenly flowers: white flower, 3-colored flower, 5-colored flower, and 7-colored flower. The number of people who can reach 7-colored flower is less than 2 in 1,000 years. This kid can influence the future. Regardless of whether it's big or small, he must be eliminated. I'll leave this matter to you." The black-skinned expert instructed the horned-blood figure once again. The blood figure said, "Don't worry, I've already contacted 9 Nether. His 9 Nether great art can reflect this kid's shadow. We'll be able to find his traces in a short time." 9 Nether has appeared? The black-skinned expert's eyes brightened. Indeed, he contacted me on his own. However, he has already changed into a new body, and his battle power has yet to recover to its peak. Haha, the heavens are helping us. Although 9 Nether's battle power at his peak is not inferior to mine, his greatest use is his 9 Nether great art. If he had appeared earlier, perhaps this kid would have already been eliminated, and there would be no need to go to war. The black-skinned expert sighed. "Then I'll take my leave first." After saying that, the horned blood shadow's body dissipated, and the light on the blood-colored stone dimmed. 9 Nether, it's been a few decades. I wonder what you've become now. If you had listened to my advice back then and kept a low profile, you wouldn't have been hunted down by the Dragon King and Xianhou. In the end, even your body was destroyed, the black-skinned expert thought. What beautiful flowers. Yi family. The 2 teenage boys and girls stopped cultivating and stretched out their hands to catch the rainbow-colored heavenly flower that was falling from the sky. The rainbow-colored heavenly flower looked like it could not be touched. It directly passed through their palms and landed on the ground, disappearing without a sound. "Xiao Xiao, don't you feel that these rainbow-colored flowers are very familiar to us? There seems to be something familiar on them," the handsome youth said to the girl. The girl was still young, but she was already slender and elegant. She nodded and said, "I also find it strange. The rainbow-colored flowers give me a feeling like Big Brother." "And you also have this feeling?" The teenager was amazed. Chaotic Demonic Sea, Lotus Demonic Island. "It's Yichen." The rainbow-colored heavenly flower fluttered in the air, bathing Morong Qingcheng. Wearing a gorgeous black robe, the beautiful demonic human emperor walked over and said, "I don't know if he's your little lover or not, but if you don't work hard, you won't even have the qualifications to catch up to him." The demonic human emperor sighed with emotion. It had only been a few years since they parted, but the little ant from before had already grown into an expert at her level. Although his battle strength was still much weaker than hers, at least they were at the same level. If he was given more time, there would be very few people in this world who could do anything to him. She was somewhat glad that she didn't become enemies with Yichen back then. Otherwise, she would have gained another great enemy in the future. Of course, if she chose to become enemies, she wouldn't let Yichen escape. "Teacher." Murong Qingcheng turned around and said with a trace of respect. In the past few years, the demonic human emperor had been wholeheartedly helping her increase her strength. Without him, she wouldn't have been able to reach the peak of the 3rd layer without entering the life and death secret realm. "Let me tell you something. Your little lover has already been targeted by otherworldly experts." The demonic human emperor faintly nodded and said something that worried Morong Qingcheng a lot. "Someone from the demons?" Morong Qingcheng clenched her fists. "Yeah. But don't worry. Your little lover is still alive, which means that his survival ability is very strong. That deluge of heavenly flowers just now was most likely him entering life and death realm. So, you don't need to worry too much. Entering life and death realm as soon as possible is what you need to do. The demonic human emperor told Morong Qingqing this matter, because she wanted her to feel a great sense of urgency. As for why she wanted Morong Qingqing to become stronger, apart from not wanting her talent to go to waste, she also hoped that the demonic human clan would have one more person who could speak for them. It would be very difficult for her to protect the demonic human clan in the turbulent future by herself. I will enter life and death realm. Morong Qingqing heavily nodded, her bright eyes filled with determination. All right, continue your cultivation. The demonic human emperor turned around and left. Before leaving, the demonic human emperor inwardly thought, why do I have a feeling that Qingqing can affect the fate of the demonic human clan? Could it be because of him? Shaking her head, the demonic human emperor's figure flickered and disappeared from the Lotus Demonic Island. In the depths of the boundless void, there was an unknown secret realm. In the forbidden area of the secret realm, inside the golden pond, a naked figure drilled out of the water. The golden water submerged her towering twin peaks, making them faintly discernible. Her wet long hair draped over her shoulders, making her skin look even more exquisite and fair. Extending her hands, the woman tried to catch the rainbow-colored flower. However, the rainbow-colored flower passed through her palms. Junior brother Yi, you've finally entered life and death realm. The woman was precisely Su Jing. A joyous expression appeared on her face, and her whole body seemed to have relaxed a lot. I also need to increase my realm as soon as possible. Her body drilled down, Su Jing once again dived into the golden pond. Her snow-white feet streaked across the surface of the water, making one's heart beat faster. The black-skinned expert could sense that Yi Chun had entered life and death realm, because he had arranged this operation. Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao could faintly sense that it was Yi Chun because they were close relatives of Yi Qin. As for Morong Qingqing and Su Jing, it was because they had an unbreakable connection with Yi Chun. Apart from them, there was another person who knew that the rainbow-colored flower phenomenon was caused by Yi Chun. She was none other than Xianhou. The mysterious path was a very mysterious martial path. Beside the pond, Xianhou did not catch the rainbow-colored flower. This rainbow-colored flower was the manifestation of Elysium's great Tao. It could be seen, but not touched. It was an incorporeal existence, just like the rules. Old Dragon King, you can rest assured now. Yi Chun has already grown up. In the future, he will be one of the main characters. Those otherworldly experts might have to be cleaned up one by him. Who knows, in this generation, he might be able to restore Elysium to its ancient glory. Bending down, she continued to feed the fish. Xuanhou's figure blended into the scenery as if it had become an ink painting. The whole world's experts were shocked. Several decades ago, the rainbow-colored flower had appeared once. At that time, Xianhou appeared out of nowhere and became a world-famous peak king in a short period of time. Who would it be this time? The rainbow-colored flower phenomenon lasted for a quarter of an hour before disappearing. However, nobody noticed that a black and white sword scar had pierced through the whole of Elysium, forming a connection with the sky sword at the center of Sky Sword Continent. The sky sword faintly trembled and let out a sky-shaking sword cry, seeming to be an angry roar. However, it had no choice but to restrain itself. In the Sea of Soul realm, one would enter the state of being one with the heavens for a short period of time with each minor realm. After entering the life and death realm, one could enter the state at any time and comprehend profounds would advance by leaps and bounds. Although profounds were harder to comprehend in the later stages, one mustn't forget that Yi Chen's soul was 10 times that of a life and death king's. In theory, his comprehension ability was also 10 times that of ordinary people. Therefore, in a short half a month of seclusion, Yi Chen's profounds had made huge progress in all aspects. First was the space profound. Space profound was one of the strongest profounds, and its difficulty was several times that of ordinary profounds. Therefore, the progress wasn't too exaggerated. However, with the foundation of 4 extreme emperors' space profound, it had also reached 70% completion. Next was the metal profound and water profound. which went from 90% completion to greater completion, only a step away from perfection. Of course, this step was the most difficult. Many people would spend decades or even hundreds of years, but still couldn't raise any of their profounds to perfection. Yi Chen's comprehension ability was 10 times that of others. Under normal circumstances, it would still take him several years or even 10 years. Next, his wood profound rose from 60% to 90%, his speed profound rose from 50% to 80%, and his shadow profound rose from minor success to 70%. Finally, even his slowness profound, which was extremely difficult to comprehend and had no reference, broke through from minor success to 50%. With the advancement of profounds in all aspects, Yi Chen's battle strength naturally rose along with it. Before, he couldn't tell whether his battle strength was peak 3-star or overlord 3-star. But now he was sure that his battle strength had already reached 4-star. 4-star was the equivalent of a peak king. Of course, peak kings had different levels of strength. Yi Chen's current strength wouldn't be at the bottom of the 4-star kings, but it wasn't very likely for him to be peak 4-star or overlord 4-star. My space profound has reached 70% completion. I'm afraid that bewitching mirror shattering won't be able to use the 70% space profound to its limit. It's time to create a new space profound sword move. Bewitching mirror shattering was extremely powerful. Right now, it would be quite difficult for Yi Chen to create a space profound sword move that was even more powerful than bewitching mirror shattering. However, before that, Yi Chen decided to merge bewitching mirror shattering and the uncreated second space profound sword move into one sword art. This sword art would focus on the space profound. Let's call it the sky shattering sword art. Yi Chen immediately thought of a name and decided on it. Chapter 907. Sky-shattering sword arts and autumn water sword arts. These two sword arts use the space profound as the core, while the metal and water profound as the core. They were also the three profounds that Yi Chen would cultivate in the future. As for vibrational sword arts, it was a bit unique. It could be considered a skill-based sword art. The first style, sky-cutting sword, walked the path of vibrational power. The second and third styles would only become more and more powerful, which was equivalent to the evolved version of sky-cutting sword. Wanting to create the second style of sky-shattering sword arts was much more difficult than creating the second style of autumn water sword arts, congealing water. Space profound was one of the strongest profounds. 70% space profound was equivalent to 120% ordinary profounds. What kind of sword art could perfectly accommodate 70% space profound? Yi Chen had no idea. He could only take it one step at a time. Who knew, he might have some new inspiration along the way. Bewitching mirror shattering first seals and then kills the enemy, which actually weakens its lethality. The second style should focus on its lethality. Yi Chen soon determined the path of the second style of sky-shattering sword arts. But before that, I'll first restore my cultivation base to its peak. It was too difficult for Life and Death Kings to restore Zhen Yuan. The Zhen Yuan of a Life and Death King was 10 times that of a high-level half-step king, and 5 times that of a peak third-layer Life and Death Chamber. The purity of Zhen Yuan was frighteningly high, and the conversion rate of Heaven and Earth Yuan into Zhen Yuan was naturally very low. On the other hand, the cultivation base of Life and Death Kings was at least dozens of years, and at most hundreds of years. Taking Yi Chen for example, his Zhen Yuan was a dozen times more than before, reaching 100 years of cultivation base, not to mention those Life and Death Kings with hundreds, or even thousands of years of cultivation base. Therefore, if Life and Death Kings wanted to quickly restore Zhen Yuan, they could only rely on external objects such as supreme-grade spirit stones or Zhen Yuan crystals, or even find a blessed land. In this half a month, Yi Chen had always been in the state of being one with the world. He didn't deliberately circulate green lotus sword arts to refine the Heaven and Earth Yuan. Therefore, his Zhen Yuan hadn't completely recovered yet. Taking out a huge pile of supreme-grade spirit stones, Yi Chen began refining them. 10,000, 30,000, 50,000, 100,000, 200,000. After spending a total of 200,000 extreme rank spirit stones, Yi Chen's cultivation base had finally reached the 100-year level. He then continued to circulate his Green Lotus Sword spell, completing 108 great circulations, imprinting his own Zhenyuan with his own aura. In the future, as long as he didn't lose too much of his cultivation base, he would still be able to recover quickly. After cultivating for 100 years, Yichen did not stop. 2 million Zhenyuan crystals flew out of the storage ring, piling up in front of Yichen like a small crystal mountain, dazzling. These Zhenyuan crystals did not reach the standard of low-grade Zhenyuan crystals. 5 of them were equivalent to 1 low-grade Zhenyuan crystal. However, they won in quantity. If he wanted to increase his cultivation, he would need to have a strong mental state. Mental state included control. Without enough control, even if you had so much cultivation base, you wouldn't be able to control it. And the Zhenyuan that couldn't be controlled would automatically dissipate, unable to be stored in the body. However, treasures that could increase cultivation base were few and far between. Everyone could increase their cultivation base slowly, so there was no situation where they couldn't control it. As time passed, Yichen's cultivation base increased rapidly. 110 years of cultivation base. 120 years. 150 years. 2 million Zhenyuan crystals had increased Yichen's cultivation base to 150 years. However, Yichen didn't feel the slightest burden. His mental state seemed to be able to control more Zhenyuan. Zhenyuan crystals had been used up, and supreme grade spirit stones had been used up by 200,000. Right now, he only had 850,000 supreme grade spirit stones left in his storage ring. Although supreme grade spirit stones were not as precious as low-grade Zhenyuan crystals, they still had a third of the effect. 850,000 of them were enough to increase his cultivation base by 30 years. I'll refine them first. In for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound. Yichen prepared to turn the remaining supreme grade spirit stones into his own cultivation base. In the end, Yichen's cultivation base reached 180 years, and he only had 130,000 supreme grade spirit stones left. Yichen didn't intend to use them all. He wanted to keep some in his hands. Who knew, they might come in handy in the future. Supreme grade spirit stones were the common currency among life and death kings. Huff. Letting out a breath, Yichen stood up and stretched his body. Now, it's time to create the second style of sky-shattering sword arts. Creating sword moves was different from comprehending profoundness. Comprehending profoundness was comprehension, while creating sword moves was application. Comprehending profoundness and not being able to use it was useless. Comprehending profoundness and being able to use it was the martial way, the sword way. The great Tao was formless, but the martial Tao and sword Tao were tangible. Nine Nether, I haven't seen you for dozens of years, but you're getting younger and younger. In the depths of the void, 2 black figures stood there. One was a ferocious-looking man with a horn on his head and a height of more than 3 meters. The other was a youth who looked to be only 15 years old. However, his eyes were blue and captivating, making it difficult for others to look at him directly. The youngster smiled. Horn Demon, you've been hiding in the dark for so many years. Don't you feel bored? Although bored, it's very safe. Not necessarily. I heard you've already changed several strongholds. How many is it this time? Although I've lost my main body and changed to a new one, the rules of Elysium no longer reject me. Give me time, and I'll be able to recover to my peak. Even reaching 6-star battle strength is quite possible. But you only have 4-star battle strength right now. 1 Xianhou can kill you. The fiendish man gave the youngster a blow. Hee, I'll definitely take revenge, but not now. Speak, who do you want me to find? The youngster didn't want to argue and asked. Yichen, you should know. It's him. No wonder, I've heard of him before. The youngster nodded. Bring me to the place where he appeared before. I need to search for his aura before I can find him. Let's go. The fiendish man's figure flashed and flew out. The youngster followed closely behind. Half an hour later, the 2 of them arrived above the sea. There were many blood-robed guards standing guard here. Seeing the fiendish man arrive, the blood-robed guard in the lead flew over and respectfully greeted. Lord! Is this the place? The fiendish man asked. Yes, the remains of Lord Greybird King are also here. All right, you can leave first. 9 Nether, You can start. The fiendish man looked at the youngster. Of course. The youngster's expression turned serious. He closed his eyes and then suddenly opened them. 9 Nether Soul Search. A blue radiance spread out with the youngster as the center, covering a radius of several hundred li. In the next moment, countless tiny specks of light gathered. These specks were all different, roughly divided into 5 types. After classifying the 5 specks of light, the youngster found the speck that belonged to Yi Chen. This speck of light emitted a sharp aura, obviously left behind by a swordsman. That's him. The fiendish man recognized the specks of Pursuing Thunder King, Beard King, Ironarm King, and Greybird King. The remaining speck was naturally Yi Chen's. Good, after collecting his aura, it'll be much easier to find him. While speaking, the youngster withdrew the blue radiance he released and wrapped around Yi Chen's aura, forming a glowing blue sphere. The sphere floated in the air as if it was weightless. 9 Nether Soul Search. The youngster shouted and spat out a mouthful of demonic energy onto the sphere. Swish. After receiving the replenishment of energy, the sphere streaked across the sky and shot into the distance. Follow it and we'll find Yi Chen. After flying out, the youngster turned his head and said to the fiendish man, "The 9 Nether Great Art is indeed mysterious." The fiendish man praised inwardly and chased after the youngster. The speed of the sphere was increasing with every passing moment, and every 2 hours, the youngster would spit out a mouthful of demonic energy onto the sphere, so that its energy wouldn't be exhausted. Almost there. Compared to the beginning, the sphere's speed had increased by 3 times. The aura belonging to Yi Chen inside was surging, as if he was a traveler in a hurry to return home. On the nameless island, Yi Chen brandished his sword again and again. Every swing followed the trajectory of the spatial fluctuation. He gradually had an idea of the second style of the heaven-shattering sword art. The profound of space was the most profound, and there were thousands of ways to use it. Following the trajectory of the spatial fluctuation would allow the sword's speed to reach the speed of teleportation. Within a certain distance, one could completely ignore the distance between the 2 sides. Once the sword was swung, the opponent would immediately be hit. If the opponent's defense wasn't strong enough, they would naturally be killed. Apart from that, following the trajectory of the spatial fluctuation could also allow the sword energy to be more concentrated without any loss. However, up until now, Yi Chen had not been able to match the path of his sword with the path of the space ripple. He had never trained any kind of teleportation martial art before, so it was naturally very hard for him to do so. He could only try again and again. Occasionally, when he took a wrong path, he would have to immediately pull himself back and start again. However, compared to the beginning, Yi Chen had improved a lot. His sword's trajectory was gradually approaching the spatial fluctuation's trajectory. Sometimes, there would be a sword that completely matched the spatial fluctuation's trajectory, and its destructive power was unimaginable. It was countless times stronger than bewitching mirror-shattering and congealing water. Why do I sense an aura that belongs to me approaching? Suddenly, Yi Chen stopped practicing and turned his head to look into the distance. Open. The vertical silver eye on his forehead opened as Yi Chen looked over. Is it this blue ball of light? What the vertical silver eye saw was transmitted into his mind. Yi Chen's attention first fell on the blue ball of light. It was this blue ball of light that contained his aura. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. In a short while, 2 figures and a blue ball of light flew over. It's him. The youth waved his hand, and the blue ball of light dissipated, turning into blue light that merged into his body. The aura inside also instantly dissipated between heaven and earth. These 2 aren't from this world. Yi Chen could tell with a single glance that the demonic aura emitted by the youngster and the fiendish man was different from Murong's demonic aura. The former two's demonic aura was incompatible with this world, while Murong's didn't give off such a feeling. Chapter 908. Otherworldly Demons. Yi Chen was not an idiot. He instantly guessed the identity of the 2. Demons were not the only ones who came to Elysium. However, otherworldly experts who cultivated demonic power were only demons. And demons were the most ferocious otherworldly race in Elysium. 2 demon kings of demons have come to find me. They really think highly of me. Yi Chen did not sense any sense of danger from the two, which meant that their battling power had not reached the 5-star level yet. If they were, the first thing he would do would be to run away, since the difference between a 5-star and a 4-star battle power was way too huge. While Yi Chen was sizing up the fiendish man and the youngster, the latter and the youngster were also sizing up Yi Chen. Something is wrong. Compared to a life and death king, this kid's cultivation base is frighteningly deep. It's at least twice as deep. The youngster's bright blue eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. His blue gaze fell on Yi Chen's body, and he immediately estimated Yi Chen's cultivation base. This estimation left him greatly astonished. Normally, 50 years of cultivation base for someone who had just entered life and death realm was already not bad. Xianhou only had 90 years of cultivation base. However, Yi Chen's cultivation base had clearly surpassed 150 years, approaching 200 years. How could he know that Yi Chen had directly refined more than 2 million Zhenyuan crystals and 720,000 supreme-grade spirit stones, forcibly increasing his cultivation base by 80 years? Yi Chen, right? Today, you will die without a doubt. But to be able to live until now, you have some skill. The fiendish man had a pair of curved horns with spiral patterns on them. They were extremely sharp, and as he spoke, 2 cold lights flickered at the tips of the horns. Before life and death realm, you couldn't kill me. Now it's even more impossible. Although your strength is high, I'm afraid you don't have 5-star battle strength, right? Yi Chen indifferently smiled, not fearing anything. Oh, it seems like you are very confident. Do you think that just because I am a 4-star warrior, I can't kill you? The young man's lips curled up as he taunted. Whether or not you can kill me, you'll know once you try. The young man looked at the fierce-looking man. Horn demon, we are being looked down upon. Stand guard at the side. Don't let him escape. The fierce-looking man said indifferently. All right. Crossing his arms over his chest, the young man retreated to the side. Yi Chen, before you die, you are qualified to know my title. My title is Demonic Horn. Die. The fierce-looking man didn't waste any more words. After reporting his title, his figure flashed like a black lightning bolt, instantly closing in on Yi Chen and punched out. Magic Fist. It was the same demonic race martial skill as Murong Qingcheng, but in the hands of the fiendish man, the demonic power was compressed to an even higher degree. With a single punch, a straight path appeared in the space, and the fist energy spread out in all directions. The Sky Scorpio sword in Yi Chen's hand trembled, emitting an ear-piercing sound. Yi Chen raised his sword to meet the attack, using vibrational sword arts. With a 5th-step spirit body and a life and death king's control over Zhenyuan, the might of vibrational sword arts at this moment exceeded Lan Sanmei's annihilation chop by countless folds. Space-shattering. Rumble. The fist and Sky Scorpio sword collided, and the two were sent flying back. 4-star battle strength. The fierce-looking man cried out in alarm. No wonder you are so arrogant. Turns out your battle strength has reached 4-star. The young man was also somewhat astonished. 4-star battle strength was not that easy to reach. According to this world's classification of strength, one would be a peak king. However, there were not many peak kings in Elysium, and each one was famous. Mid 4-star battle strength, not bad, not bad. Unfortunately, it is still not enough. The killing intent in the fierce-looking man's eyes intensified. That punch just now could easily injure a low 4-star king. For Yi Chen to receive it, his battle strength had clearly reached mid 4-star. Let's see if you can receive this punch or not. The fiendish man shouted and threw another punch. The fist energy brought with it a violent phantom of a demonic dragon. It shook its head and wagged its tail, and its claws and teeth were sharp. It was not hard to imagine that this demon race martial art was above the demonic power fist. It was the unique skill of the fiendish man. Yi Chen neither retreated nor dodged, and once again raised his sword to meet the attack. This time, he used congealing water. Before his profound improved, Yi Chen's battle strength was at most a 3-star tyrant. However, after his space profound reached 70% completion, and his metal profound and water profound reached greater completion, his battle strength had clearly reached mid 4-star. If not for congealing water, which prevented him from bringing out the full might of his metal profound and water profound. Yi Chen's battle strength would have continued to increase. Pung. The demonic dragon phantom collided with the extremely condensed sword energy. The demonic dragon phantom crumbled inch by inch, and Yi Chen's congealing water sword energy also dissipated like smoke in thin air. Both sides were still evenly matched. Horned demon, bring out your true skill. This kid's strength is quite strange. The youngster frowned. True skill? That's fine. I've never fought with a demon king of demons. Probing is not a bad thing. Yi Chen coldly gazed at the fierce-looking man, and pointed the Sky Scorpio sword downward, spitting out a purple sword light. Battle strength nearing late 4-star. The fierce-looking man admitted that he had underestimated Yi Chen. This kind of genius that surpassed Xianhou simply couldn't be calculated with common sense. After entering life and death realm for a month, his battle strength had already reached mid 4-star, which was simply a miracle. If given some time, wouldn't he be able to reach 5-star, or even 6-star battle strength? I can't let him leave alive. The fierce-looking man made up his mind. Even if he had to pay a certain price, he had to keep Yi Chen here. Roar! Bending his back and clenching his fists, the fierce-looking man's body erupted with boundless evil demonic power. The demonic power soared into the sky, and a power that didn't belong to this world immediately collided with Elysium's heaven and earth yuan qi, giving rise to a gloomy scene. His body quickly swelled and deformed. Dense black scales appeared on the surface of the fierce man's skin. Bone spurs grew out of his elbows and knees. A long black tail also extended out of his tailbone. The tail was like a whip, very flexible and powerful. At the end of the tail was a triangular spike like the tip of a spear. The biggest change was in the fierce-looking man's arms. Not only were they twice as long, they were also several times thicker than his thighs. His explosive muscles were brimming with frightening power. It's a bit like the demonization of demonic human clan. Yi Chen was starting to understand why the demonic human race could turn into a demon. It was obviously a special ability inherited from the demon race. He wondered how much more powerful the demon race's transformation would be compared to the demonic human race's transformation. Swish! After the transformation was completed, the fierce-looking man's body moved and disappeared. In the next moment he appeared in front of Yi Chen, and his fist enlarged in Yi Chen's eyes. So fast! Yi Chen was startled. After the transformation, the fierce-looking man's strength had increased by several times. Just now, Yi Chen's soul power hadn't been able to capture his movements. Clang! Raising the Sky Scorpio sword horizontally, Yi Chen blocked the fierce-looking man's fist, causing sparks to fly everywhere. Spurting out a mouthful of blood, Yi Chen retreated dozens of li. This fist had caused him some light injuries. If it weren't for the Sky Scorpio sword in his hand, he definitely wouldn't have been able to escape. He died. After the transformation, the fierce-looking man's battle power had increased by a level. Originally, he was at mid 4-star battle power, but now he was at high 4-star battle power. Moreover, his movement and attack speed were much faster than ordinary kings with high 4-star battle power. He could completely suppress kings at the same level. Swish! The fierce-looking man disappeared once again, appearing on the right side of Yi Chen. Sword domain. High 4-star battle power. Yi Chen could barely handle it. However, he still had the sword domain, which had reached the second layer. Its sword pressure was incomparably powerful, and it could slow down the opponent. And the fierce-looking man's movements were somewhat out of shape. Just as he swung his fist, it met with an invisible obstruction. With no time to lose, Yi Chen suddenly turned his body sideways and thrust his sword out. Sword domain made his sword extremely fast, turning it into a purple ray of light. Dream on! The fierce-looking man's fist loosened, and he grabbed the tip of the Sky Scorpio sword, holding it tightly. Whoosh! Yi Chen sneered. Activating the vibration sword arts, the Sky Scorpio sword started vibrating at a high frequency. His palm turned numb. The fierce-looking man couldn't help but loosen his hand, and Yi Chen's sword stabbed into his chest, leaving a deep hole. However, it was blocked by the bones inside. So hard. Yi Chen didn't dare to be greedy. He immediately pulled out his sword and retreated. Puff. A black hole appeared where Yi Chen had been standing. The fierce-looking man's left fist slowly retracted. He actually has a fighting ability that can compare with us demons. The fierce-looking man's face was grave. Under the situation where their strengths were about the same, they would compete in terms of fighting ability. Fighting ability included many factors, such as experience, reaction, and instantaneous choice. The wound on his chest healed. This kind of injury was nothing to the fierce-looking man. Demons' demonic bodies were even more powerful than spirit bodies. Moreover, he was currently in his transformed state, so his defense was extremely strong. Yi Chen's sword energy couldn't reach other parts of his body, unless it was powerful to a certain extent. Demons are indeed frightening. Yi Chen was very clear about the power of that sword. Although it was grabbed by the fierce-looking man's palm, the remaining sword energy was enough to injure human kings at the same level. However, judging from the fierce-looking man's expression, it seemed like he didn't care about it at all. Demons were a race higher than humans, and their innate advantage was obvious. Under the situation where their battle strength was equal, the demons would definitely have the advantage, such as physical defense. His sword domain should have reached the second level. From afar, the youngster was watching the battle between Horned Demon and Yi Chen. Horned Demon's battle strength was, without a doubt, high 4-star. After using sword domain, Yi Chen also had the strength to contend against Horned Demon. Of course, the situation was still in Horned Demon's favor. Sky Scorpio Sword's crystal power is about to run out. Lowering his head to look at Sky Scorpio Sword, Yi Chen sighed with emotion. Before breaking through, he had been in danger several times, and had no choice but to use the crystal power of Sky Scorpio Sword, greatly reducing its power. Just now, if Sky Scorpio Sword's crystal power was extremely powerful, he didn't believe that the fierce-looking man would be fine. After creating the second style of heaven-shattering sword arts, I should study the sword forging technique. The supreme-grade materials I have are enough to forge a supreme-grade sword not inferior to Sky Scorpio Sword. Chapter 909. Horned Demon, do you want me to make a move? It seems like you can't take him down by yourself. The youngster suggested. The fiendish man raised 3 fingers, 3 moves. If I can't take him down in 3 moves, then you can make a move. Right now, you just have to watch out for him to escape. As the demon king of demons, the fiendish man had his own dignity. To him, taking down Yi Chen was not a strenuous thing. Since it was not strenuous, why would he want to win by quantity? All right. The youngster nodded and did not make a move. Sizzle. Between the fiendish man's horns, a powerful electric current suddenly surged out. The 2 sharp horns with spiral patterns seemed to be electrified, glowing and heating up. With Horned Demon as his title, the pair of curved horns on the fiendish man's head were naturally extraordinary, containing a powerful demonic power. The demonic power flowed back into the fiendish man's body, and his demonic aura immediately doubled. The black scales on his body also faintly turned red, as if they had been roasted by fire. Demonic dragon battling heaven's secret art. The fiendish man roared as he pulled his right fist to the back of his head, and abruptly punched out. A huge black dragon phantom roared as it charged towards Yi Chen, leaving a hideous crack in the space. His battle power has increased again. Yi Chen did not dare to be careless. He raised the Sky Scorpio Sword, and an invisible spatial ripple swept towards the huge dragon phantom. After his space profound reached 70% completion, although bewitching mirror shattering couldn't bring out the space profound to its peak, its power had increased by several times. The moment the huge dragon phantom came into contact with the spatial ripple, it was immediately sucked in, as if it had entered another world. Roar. The huge dragon phantom was extremely powerful. Even though it was sealed in the purple mirror, its body could still move. It swam around and struck everywhere, creating cracks on the purple mirror, as if it could rush out at any time. Crack. The purple mirror suddenly shattered, and the violent spatial fragments cut the huge dragon phantom's body, rapidly reducing its power. By the time the huge dragon phantom passed through the spatial fragments, its power was already less than 30% of its peak. It was chopped into 2 halves by Yi Chen's sword, turning into black air currents and returning to heaven and earth. Second move, Tyrant Dragon Fist. This time, the fiendish man didn't release a dragon phantom, but a dragon phantom that was several times larger than the dragon phantom. The dragon phantom was as big as a small mountain, and when it opened its mouth, it seemed as if it wanted to devour the entire world, bringing with it a powerful suction force. Yi Chen's clothes fluttered in the wind. He moved his feet and was pulled over by the suction force. Sword domain. With a low roar, the sword pressure outside Yi Chen's body increased to the limit, contending against the dragon head's suction force. At the same time, he slashed 3 times on the dragon head's body. Clang clang clang. 3 deep sword scars appeared on the front of the illusory dragon head. At such a close distance, Yi Chen's vibrational sword spell had an unimaginable power. However, the illusory dragon head was not a normal demon race martial art, as its structure was very reasonable. Yi Chen's vibrational sword power could not completely tear apart the illusory dragon head. The suction force increased, and Yi Chen's entire body was sucked into the dragon head's mouth. Success. Seeing this, the fiendish man slowly let out a breath of turbid air. Yi Chen's difficulty was beyond his expectation. Fortunately, although his battle prowess was at the peak of 4 stars, when he used the Horn of Demons ability, it didn't reach the peak of 4 stars. However, this was because he forcefully entered Elysium and his body was injured. Outside of Elysium, his battle prowess was at the peak of 5 stars. The martial art of the demons that he created was very exquisite. Horn of Demon. I didn't expect your Tyrant Dragon Fist to become so exquisite. In the past, you weren't someone who liked details. The youth was slightly surprised and smiled. The fiendish man said, "Entering Elysium by force, we were all severely injured. It's fine if our battle prowess is high. We can make up for the lack of details. But now that our battle prowess has dropped to 4 stars, we naturally need to ponder on the details. How can we better display our battle prowess without any flaws?" That's true. However, your Tyrant Dragon Fist still can't kill him. The youth glanced at the dragon head's image that was still charging at him and said, "Tyrant Dragon Fist has a perfect spiral inside, which can consume a large amount of his Zhen Yuan. With his less than 200 years of cultivation, he won't be able to last long." The fiendish man was very confident in his Tyrant Dragon Fist. Perhaps it couldn't do anything to those with slightly higher battle prowess than him, but it was definitely the nemesis of those with lower strength. Chi. Just as the fiendish man was speaking, a glowing crack suddenly appeared on the dragon head's image. In the next instant, the crack expanded, and a human figure jumped out. Impossible. The fiendish man's eyes froze. The arrangement of the Tyrant Dragon Fist's demonic power was very tight. It was hard to destroy it from the outside, not to mention from the inside. Without exaggeration, if a peak 4-star king was accidentally sucked into the dragon head's image, they wouldn't be able to come out for a while, not to mention Yi Chen, who only had a high 4-star battle prowess. Nothing is impossible. Don't forget that he is the most outstanding genius in the last 10,000 years. Anything can happen to him. The youth squinted his eyes, and a blue light condensed into 2 beams of light. "You take a sword of mine as well." After splitting apart the dragon head's image, Yi Chen's figure extended, and his clothes fluttered in the wind as he slashed at the fiendish man. The sword aura was light as a feather, without any trace of smoke or fire. Swoosh. The fiendish man was immediately hit by the sword, and a deep sword wound appeared on his chest. His left arm was also severed by the sword chi, which then turned into a bloody mist. Sky-shattering sword art 2nd style, orbit kill. To be more precise, it was an incomplete orbital kill. The complete orbital kill allowed the sword's trajectory to coincide with the spatial ripples, making the sword move as if it was teleporting. Its power and speed were both perfect, without the slightest loss. However, Yi Chen had yet to reach such a realm. He could only make the sword's trajectory follow the spatial ripples as much as possible. Even so, it was still enough to tear apart the dragon head's image and instantly injure the fiendish man. Without this incomplete orbital kill, as the fiendish man had said, Yi Chen's Zhen Yuan would have been consumed by the Tyrant Dragon Fist, and he wouldn't have the slightest strength to counterattack. Only when the fiendish man's left arm was severed did the fiendish man and the youth react. Ah! Like a wounded wolf, the fiendish man roared with a sinister expression. What a frightening sword art! The youngster sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't expect that Yi Chun had already started to create even more powerful space-profound sword moves. Creating a profound martial skill was not something that could be done in a day or two. Although a king who had just entered life and death realm would have a huge improvement in their profounds, creating a profound martial skill that suited them would require at least a few years, or even decades. Of course, life and death kings had a lot of time, and this amount of time was nothing. However, Yi Chun had only entered life and death realm for a month. Yet he was already researching a new space-profound sword move. How could he not be astonished? The other party's creation ability was simply monstrous. What a pity! Yi Chun shook his head. Just now, he actually wanted to chop off the fiendish man's head. However, the sword's trajectory didn't coincide with the spatial ripples, resulting in a slight deviation. It should be known that space was extremely mysterious, and a slight deviation could lead to a great loss. It was already not easy for Yi Chun to control the deviation to within 1 meter. Forget it, they are demons. Let's probe a bit more. In the future, when I fight other powerful demon kings, I'll know myself and the enemy better. Demonic beasts, demonic humans, and half-beasts. Yi Chun was very clear about their abilities. However, he knew very little about the demons that weren't from Elysium. Therefore, this battle was not a meaningless one. As his flesh wriggled, the sword wound on the fiendish man's chest and his missing left arm rapidly healed. Raising his head, he looked at Yi Chun with a cold and merciless expression. "Nine Nether, let's kill him together," the fiendish man said to the youth. The youth smiled. "It's just 2 moves. If he wasn't a genius from Elysium, I wouldn't mind fighting with him. But now it's better to kill him as soon as possible. Our aura has been spread out by the will of heaven and earth. Soon the experts in this world will be alerted." The fiendish man was very calm and didn't fly into a rage. "Hee horn demon, why don't you work for me? Blackstone's strength wasn't stronger than mine. In terms of some methods, he's not as good as me. If you follow me, I can guarantee that you'll get more than him." The youth admired the fiendish man's cautious character, and had the intention to recruit him. The fiendish man curled his lips. Let's kill him first. For him, Nine Nether was a madman. It was safer to follow Blackstone. But now, he naturally couldn't reject Nine Nether's recruitment, lest the other party cause trouble. "Alright, I know you don't want to follow me, but I will let you know who is better to follow." The youth seemed to have seen through the fiendish man's mind and didn't care. "You want to join hands to deal with me? Seems like I have to go." Yi Chun didn't think that he could fight against the 2 of them together. Even a peak 4-star king wouldn't be a match for the 2 of them. Only a 4-star tyrant would be able to defeat them. Tyrant Dragon Fist. Nine Nether Heaven Lock. The fiendish man and the youth attacked without hesitation. One blasted out a huge dragon head phantom, and a suction force appeared. The other drew a circle with his hands, and a blue light flooded the sky and sealed the space. One inside and one outside, perfectly coordinated. Obviously, they had worked together before and weren't unfamiliar with it. Unfortunately, even though they attacked fast, Yi Chun was even faster. His body flashed as Yi Chun's whole body merged with the space. Before the blue light disappeared, Yi Chun's speed was unbelievably fast, as if distance didn't exist. Not good, he has already used the space profound in his movement art. It will be hard to trap him. The youth's expression changed as he chased after Yi Chun. "Isn't your Nine Nether Heaven Lock very powerful in sealing enemies?" The fiendish man was anxious. "No, although the Nine Nether Heaven Lock also contains the space profound, it needs a long time to seal an enemy with a powerful space profound." The 2 followed closely behind Yi Chun, one in the front and one in the back. However, Yi Chun's space profound had reached 70% completion. As he moved through the void, the space power became his driving force, increasing his speed. Soon, the 2 of them lost sight of Yi Chun. Chapter 910. Nine Nether Soul Search. The youngster's face was a bit unsightly. The blue light spread out, collecting Yi Chun's aura and wrapping it in a blue light ball. Puff! A mouthful of demonic power was spat out, and the blue light ball chased after Yi Chun's aura. The youngster and the fiendish man followed behind, neither of them saying a word. He's right in front? The youngster was a bit strange. In his opinion, Yichen shouldn't have stopped. After a while, the two's faces became more and more unsightly. Yichen had obviously found the flaw of Nine Nether Soul Search. Along the way, he left behind a Zhenyuan afterimage. This Zhenyuan afterimage contained very little Zhenyuan, and didn't have much fighting power. However, it still had Yichen's aura. Nine Nether Soul Search could only sense aura, not life fluctuations. Thus, it naturally lost its effect. After shattering Yichen's Zhenyuan afterimage with one punch, the fiendish man said in a low voice, "He still escaped. It's my mistake. If I had known earlier, I would have sealed the space and stabilized it." In fact, the youngster suspected that even if he had used Nine Nether Heavenlock to stabilize the space, he might not have been able to stop Yichen. That sword move of Yichen's contained an unimaginable power. "It's not your fault. I was also careless." The fiendish man was deeply worried. The current Yichen was even more troublesome than Xianhou. The battle with Yichen just now made him understand that with their strength, even if they planned meticulously and went all out, they still wouldn't be able to kill Yichen. At most, they would be able to injure him. He had never thought that in such a short time, a small ant had grown to a point where they couldn't do anything. Sigh, if my strength had recovered a bit more, perhaps the ending wouldn't have been like this. The youngster sighed and continued. Blackstone was too cautious and lost the only chance to kill him. If he had gone all out from the start and personally attacked, the situation wouldn't have developed to this point. The fiendish man was silent. Sometimes he also felt that Blackstone was too cautious. He was simply the polar opposite of the crazy Nine Nether. If the two of them could be combined, it would be perfect. Of course, he could also understand Blackstone's mood. Unsealing those sealed lords was the most important matter for Blackstone and the others. Blackstone did not want to complicate matters, so he was not willing to personally take action. Moreover, who could have predicted that Yichen would progress so quickly, breaking the norm and catching them unprepared? It's useless to talk about this now. The fierce-looking man shook his head. Indeed. The young man flicked his fingers and said, "This person's wings are growing stronger and stronger. If I can't kill him now, it will be very difficult to kill him in the future. I don't mind continuing to chase after him and wasting manpower and resources." The fierce-looking burly man looked at Nine Nether strangely. He didn't expect Nine Nether to be more mature than he had imagined. Perhaps the setbacks of these years had changed him a lot. In that case, he had to thank Xianhou and the Dragon King. Otherwise, with Nine Nether's craziness, he might have ruined the plan. Of course, this was Blackstone's evaluation of Nine Nether. "I will talk to Blackstone. I believe he will not be willing to continue to waste energy chasing after Yichen." Not chasing after Yichen didn't mean that they had given up on killing Yichen. It was just that they didn't want to waste too much effort for Yichen's matter. If there was an opportunity in front of them, they would still give it a try. Just like Xianhou, if there was an opportunity, they wouldn't mind killing Xianhou. Unfortunately, there wasn't an opportunity. I believe that Blackstone has the same idea as me. Moreover, one Yichen may not be able to ruin our plan. Once those lords come out of the seal, not to mention one Yichen, even if there were 10 Yichens, it wouldn't matter. At that time, those with battle prowess below 6 stars won't be able to control the overall situation. The young man sneered. "I hope so." The fiendish man felt that Nine Nether's words were reasonable. No matter how fast Yichen's progress was, he was only at the initial stage. Once he reached 5 stars, his progress would slow down. In the past, Xianhou had also reached 4 stars not long after entering Life and Death Realm. However, after several decades, she had only increased by 1 star. Yichen was more formidable than Xianhou. Reaching the high or even peak 5-star battle prowess was already quite amazing. 6 stars was simply a pipe dream. "Nine Nether, aren't you coming with us?" Putting aside the matter of Yichen, the fiendish man said to the young man. The young man shook his head. "You guys have your plans and I have mine. Staying together, there's no guarantee of safety. On the contrary, we'll be much safer if we're separated. You should know that you can't put all your eggs in one basket." "What a pity. With you joining us, the plan can be completed even faster. The fiendish man was extremely clear about Nine Nether's ability. Alright, since we've given up on chasing this kid, I'll be heading back. It's best if we don't run into each other in the future. The young man took a step forward and turned into a blue light. Let's find a safe place first. The fiendish man broke through the space barrier and dove into the depths of the sea. An hour later, two powerful auras rushed over. One was a beautiful young woman who looked like an alluring fairy. Her figure was extremely enchanting. Her chest was ample, and her waist was slender. Her legs were long and slender, occupying 2/3 of her body. Her buttocks were perky, forming an astonishing arc. In short, she was a fairy that could make any man go crazy. The other was a middle-aged man with a sharp aura like a heavenly sword, wearing a scholar's robe. Their auras far surpassed the fiendish man and the young man. If Yi Chen were here, he would certainly feel extreme danger and keep his distance. Azure Sky Sword Emperor, you also sense the demon's aura? The alluring woman spoke first. Indeed. The middle-aged man nodded. We're late. The Fey woman brushed away the hair on her forehead. Her beautiful eyebrows furrowed together, as if she were looking at her pitifully. The demons have come out, and chaos is coming. It doesn't matter if we kill these small fries or not. Only by finding their base can we get rid of them. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Although the stronger one is, the greater the injury. In recent years, there are still many otherworldly experts coming in. If I'm not wrong, their plan should be to unseal those super experts who have been sealed for countless years. Although these super experts have suffered great injuries, as long as they have the otherworldly treasures, they can still recover. The scariest thing is that as time passes in Elysium, their injuries are slowly recovering, and they're gradually adapting to Elysium. Once they break out and recover their cultivation, it will definitely be a disaster for our Elysium. This is a dead end. We have no other way. We can only increase our strength through the slaughter. Otherwise, we can only die together. The middle-aged man's eyes were cold, without a trace of emotion. Right now, we can only take one step at a time. I'll take my leave first. As she spoke, the alluring woman disappeared into the void. Her figure flickered, and she appeared tens of thousands of miles away. The chaotic era has come. Who knows how many kings will fall? The middle-aged man looked up at the sky, and in the next instant his figure disappeared into the void. You and Nine Nether joined hands, but you still couldn't kill him? In the underwater palace, the black-skinned expert looked at the horned blood figure beside him, and said in a low voice. The horned blood figure was a will projection projected by the bloodstone. He slowly said, "This kid is proficient in space profound. Whether it is his battle strength or escaping ability, he's top-notch. I'm afraid that no one under 5 stars can stop him. Ordinary 5-star kings don't have much hope, unless it's an extremely fast 5-star king." Battle prowess and speed were related, but not by much. A 5-star king with powerful battle prowess might not necessarily be faster than a 4-star king with powerful speed. Battle prowess was the embodiment of killing ability. Blackstone, this kid has already matured. We shouldn't waste too much energy. The horned blood figure suggested. After a moment of silence, the black-skinned expert nodded. I was too cautious. Since that's the case, let's give up on chasing him. Next, we should focus on unsealing the lords. The black-skinned expert was somewhat helpless. Previously, he had given up on chasing Xianhou, and now, he was giving up on chasing Yi Chen. History was so similar. He couldn't help but admit that in Elysium, they still couldn't cover the sky with one hand. Using space profound, Yi Chen's speed was inconceivably fast. He shuttled through the void like a clump of formless spatial power. After a long while, Yi Chen stopped. After entering life and death realm, I can finally display a part of space profound. This movement art containing space profound is something I couldn't do before. Space profound was one of the strongest profounds. It required great control, which was closely related to one's mental state. My battle strength should be at high stage 4-star. The Demon King demons I'm fighting is also at high stage 4-star. His foundation is a bit stronger than mine, but I can contend against him with orbit kill. It's hard to tell who will be the winner. but adding that seemingly unfathomable youngster, I'm not his opponent. Yi Chen could see that although the youngster's aura was similar to the fiendish man's, his eyes were extremely frightening, as if he could see through one's heart. The same battle strength might not necessarily be equal. In comparison, Yi Chen felt that the youngster was a bit stronger than the fiendish man. This kind of strength came from the strength of his mental state. Unfortunately, Orbit Kill will take a long time to complete. Seems like I'll have to research other moves as soon as possible. It would be best if I could research the simpler ones that can increase my battle strength. Autumn Water Sword Arts. I can't. My Metal and Water Profound have both reached greater completion. To research a sword move that can contain 2 great profounds at greater completion will be more difficult than Orbit Kill. In a one-on-one battle, 70% completed space Profound was naturally far superior to Metal Profound and Water Profound. 70% completed space Profound was almost equivalent to 121% completed Metal Profound or Water Profound. However, when Metal Profound and Water Profound fused into one sword strike, the difficulty would skyrocket by more than 10 times, and its power would greatly surpass the orbital slash. Although Yi Chen's comprehension was 10 times higher than others, he couldn't create a powerful sword move just because he wanted to. It was too unrealistic. Since Autumn Water Sword Arts were not an option, he could only focus on vibrational sword arts. The first style of vibrational sword arts was Sky Cutting Sword. If he could create the second style, its might would definitely surpass the incomplete Orbit Kill. It would be a great help to the current Yi Chen. Chapter 9-11. After entering the life and death realm, one had to pay attention to too many details. Although his soul power and Jin Yuan seemed to have increased, and his power was far beyond what it had been in the past, it was still not that easy to use. It was just like a normal person with 1,000 gene of strength suddenly increased to 10,000 gene, or 100,000 gene. He would not be able to control his strength in a short period of time. If he held a cup, he might break the cup. If he sat on a bench, he might break the bench. Strength was important, but technique was equally important. And the most basic requirement for technique was to be familiar with one's own strength. Therefore, when he was studying the space profound sword move Orbit Kill, he had already felt that there were still some problems with his soul power and Jin Yuan control. He was not able to move the sword with his will like before. However, the vibrational sword spell's technique requirements were even higher than the space profound sword moves. This was because this sword art required Jin Yuan vibrations to make the sword vibrate. If one wasn't familiar with their own strength, it would be impossible for them to study the second style of the vibrational sword spell. If other sword moves were dominated by profound, then the vibrational sword spell would be dominated by vibrating power, with profound as support. Vibrational sword arts contains metal profound. With the metal profound combined with vibrational power, the second style's might will be extremely frightening. Tearing apart objects of the same level will be as easy as flipping one's hand. Yi Chen was very confident in the second style of vibrational sword arts. He was different from Lan Sanmei. Although Lan Sanmei's demonic blade arts were very high, apart from demonic blade arts, his other advantages were much weaker. He had also heard of the demonic blade king of demonic blade sect. Relying on his superb demonic blade arts, he was invincible against kings of the same level. However, the potential of Yi Chen's vibrational sword arts was not inferior to that of demonic blade arts. Most importantly, Yi Chen had the sixth-step destruction sword intent. Combined with it, the might of his vibrational sword arts would be extremely frightening. Familiarizing myself with soul power and Jin Yuan is nothing better than using defensive sword art. Next, I'll keep using it. Defensive sword art had a high requirement on soul power and Jin Yuan. While using defensive sword art, one could also familiarize themselves with soul power and Jin Yuan, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Clang! The evil vanquishing sword unsheathed itself and floated beneath Yi Chen's feet. Stepping on the evil vanquishing sword, Yi Chen formed a sword spell, activating his soul power and Jin Yuan at the same time. Xiao, the evil vanquishing sword carried Yi Chen, turning into a cold sword light, shooting out, shuttling through the air. Sword Dragon Art. The moment Yi Chen entered the life and death realm, He had already surpassed the realm of 42 swords. The evil shattering sword flickered and split into 42 sword images. The sword images quickly arranged themselves, turning into a sword dragon with an imposing aura as it shot out. Wherever it went, the spatial power scattered. My soul power and Zhenyuan have increased tremendously, and the power of my defensive sword spell has increased by more than 10 times. When he had exchanged the defensive sword technique with Situ Hao, Yichen knew that the defensive sword technique had great potential, especially for him, who had a mutated soul. With the defensive sword technique, even if his comprehension of power Upanishads wasn't the same as the others, it would still bring him endless glory, and he could compete with the heroes of the world. Big Dipper 7-star sword art. 33 swords could be used to execute the sword snake art. 42 swords could be used to execute the sword dragon art. And 49 swords could be used to execute an even more powerful sword art, Big Dipper 7-star sword art. Starlight flickered around the evil vanquishing sword, and 7 different sword images appeared. These 7 sword images were arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper 7-star, brimming with killing intent. Go! Yichen shouted in a low voice. Chi 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 chi. Like a storm of pear blossoms, like rain hitting the banana leaves, the 7 sword shadows turned into 49, and the 49 sword shadows turned into nothingness, hiding in the void. In an instant, only starlight could be seen flickering, and the sword shadows could not be seen. It was like a sky full of stars, shrouding the front, and there was no way to dodge or hide. This defensive sword art is indeed powerful. It was Yichen's first time using the Big Dipper 7-star sword art. There were some flaws in it, but its might could already be seen. It could not be looked down upon. Speaking of which, trading spiritual sword for Situ Hao's defensive sword art back then was my profit. He didn't expect my soul to be different from ordinary people. Alright, now that I'm a life and death king, I should compensate him a little. Actually, even if Yichen didn't compensate Situ Hao, the latter wouldn't say anything. The exchange of the defensive sword art was completely fair. However, Yichen always followed his heart, and would never go against it. For him, cultivating the martial Tao and sword Tao was also cultivating the heart. If one was open and aboveboard, one would have great accomplishments. If one was insidious, one would also have great accomplishments. As long as one didn't go against his heart, everything would be fine. Days passed by, and the Big Dipper 7-star sword art became more and more skillful in Yichen's hands, and its killing power became increasingly fierce. Meanwhile, Yichen's soul power and Zhenyuan were also becoming more and more compatible with Yichen. There was not the slightest barrier between them, and he was not far from being able to wield the sword with just a thought. On this day, Yichen appeared above the ocean. This place is not far from Monkey Island. How about paying a visit? According to Iron Monkey King's map, Yichen sensed that he was only a bit more than 10 million li away from Monkey Island, which could be reached in a cup of tea's time. Monkey Island. Old Chong, this is the last bottle of wine. If you finish it, you'll only get another one next year. You'd better save it. Beside the hot spring at the center of the island, Iron Monkey King and Anika Spear King sat across from each other on a stone table. Iron Monkey King painfully took out a bottle of wine. The bottle was yellow in color and looked very unremarkable. Anika Spear King unceremoniously took the bottle, opened the cork, and drank half of it in one gulp. Delicious. This one sip can increase my cultivation base by half a year. It's a pity that it's too little. Monkey, you say the same thing every year. Can't you try something new? I know you must be hiding a lot of monkey wine. Iron Monkey King glared at him. You still have the nerve to say that? This year, you've drunk 4 bottles of my wine, and I've only drunk 3.5. Do you think it's easy for me? A man and a beast often quarreled. Every time they didn't quarrel, they would feel that something was missing. Of course, this didn't mean that the two didn't have a good relationship. On the contrary, their relationship was so good that they would go through life and death together. Although Anika Spear King would come every once in a while to freeload for wine, he also spent a lot of effort and money to collect the ingredients for brewing the wine for Iron Monkey King. Iron Monkey King wasn't stingy either. Every time Anika Spear King came, he would give him a bottle of wine. Laughing, Anika Spear King said, "Stop glaring at me. I know you're hiding the wine to wait for Yi Chen's visit. We still owe him a life. I still don't know when he will come. Iron Monkey King was the most straightforward. He was afraid that he wouldn't be around when Yi Chen came. Thus, he simply shut himself in and stayed on the island. He even asked Anika Spear King to collect the ingredients to brew more top-grade monkey wine. No rush. At most, we'll pay him a visit when there's news of him. Anika Spear King took a sip of the wine, savoring the aftertaste. That's true. Iron Monkey King took out a half-full bottle of monkey wine and started drinking. Someone is coming. Suddenly, Anika Spear King's brows twitched and he put down the bottle. Who is it? Iron Monkey King stood up. His soul-sensing ability was inferior to Anika Spear King. Speak of Yi Chen, and Yi Chen will be here. Monkey, why aren't you going to welcome him? Anika Spear King smiled. He's really here? Iron Monkey King grinned. At this moment, a clear voice echoed. This Yi has suddenly come to visit. I hope I didn't disturb you? As soon as the voice arrived, a blue-robed youngster appeared outside the island and flew toward the center of the island. Who else could it be but Yi Chen? Where are you? Iron Monkey King and Anika Spear King went up to welcome him. You've entered life and death realm? Anika Spear King's gaze turned sluggish as he asked. Yi Chen nodded and said, I was lucky enough to cross the life and death calamity. Indeed a peerless genius. Even before entering life and death realm, you can contend against life and death kings. Once you break through, you can go anywhere in the world. Anika Spear King sighed inwardly. Before Yi Chen entered life and death realm, although he had the strength to contend against life and death realm experts, life and death kings who didn't know him would inevitably look down on him, not treating him as an existence of the same level. But now, Yi Chen had become a life and death king, and no one dared to look down on him anymore. His status had changed drastically, and it was incomparable to before. Life and death realm was a symbol of strength as well as status. It was the highest existence in Elysium, and its significance was enormous. Come this way. Beside the hot spring, Iron Monkey King added a stone stool, and waved his hand on the stone table. Amidst a flicker of light, 3 pots of brightly colored fruits appeared. One was a banana-shaped green fruit, one was a longan-sized yellow fruit, and the last one was a jewel-like orange fruit. As soon as these fruits came into contact with the air, the fragrance of the 3 completely different kinds assailed one's nostrils. Clearly, they were not ordinary fruits. This was not the end. Iron Monkey King took out 3 more bottles of monkey wine, one for each of them. Yi Chen, this is supreme grade monkey wine. Have a taste first. Iron Monkey King looked at Yi Chen hopefully. Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh. Uncorking the bottle, he lightly took a sip. Good wine. Yi Chen's eyes brightened. This monkey wine was extremely viscous. Holding it in his mouth, the wine energy rose, clearing his mind. Swallowing it into his stomach, the wine energy instantly spread throughout his body. Not a single part of his body felt uncomfortable. Most importantly, this wine energy contained extremely rich heaven and earth energy. Circulating Zhenyuan, the energy was instantly refined into Zhenyuan. A single mouthful had increased his cultivation base by dozens of days, and this mouthful was merely 1/20th of the entire bottle. If he drank the entire bottle, his cultivation base for a year wouldn't be able to escape. You two are truly enjoying yourselves. This is my first time seeing a wine that can increase one's cultivation base. Yi Chen couldn't help but take another big gulp. Only then did he put down the bottle and say. Iron Monkey King's brows rose in delight as he said, I won't hide it from you. Brewing supreme grade monkey wine is not something that every demonic king of Monkey Clan can do. Last time, a life and death king came to buy my wine brewing method, but I didn't even pay him any attention. Come have some fruits. These fruits pair well with monkey wine. They are quite beneficial to the body. This is the green mist fruit, this is the earth fragrance fruit, and this is the gem fruit. Yi Chen tasted a few of each fruit. The taste was pretty good, and they were quite nourishing to the body. After Yi Chen finished drinking and eating, the 3 started chatting. Chapter 9:12. Originally, I thought that after cultivating to life and death realm, I would be free and unfettered, not needing to work as hard as before. I could do whatever I wanted and easily live for 1,000 years. Unfortunately, we're living in a chaotic world. Chaotic worlds give birth to heroes, but at the same time, there will inevitably be a lot of dark turbulence. If we want to preserve our lives and not fall prematurely, we can only continuously strengthen ourselves. Anika Spear King took a sip of monkey wine and smiled bitterly. Yichen asked curiously, "Brother Chong, you've also heard of this?" As far as he knew, the number of people who knew about the otherworldly experts should be few and far between. How could we not know? There are many circles among life and death kings, and different circles have more or less the same people. Some secret information, as long as it's said, will spread to every circle. Of course, what we know is only the external information. As for the deeper secrets, we don't know much about them. Anika Spear King explained. So that's how it is. As Brother Chong said, this era is not stable. Otherworldly experts are eyeing us like tigers preying on their prey. Otherworldly demons are a great threat to our Elysium. You too might not know, but when I was undergoing my tribulation, some demons sent puppets to kill me. Later on, 2 demon kings of demons personally came. Fortunately, I managed to escape. Yichen didn't conceal anything and told Anika Spear King and Iron Monkey King about some of his experiences. You were chased by demons? Anika Spear King and Iron Monkey King were shocked. Demonic race was a race from another world that was above the human race. Under the condition that their cultivation bases were equal, the demonic race would have the upper hand. But then again, the fact that Yichen could escape from the hands of 2 demon kings was enough to shock the world. It should be known that the demonic race was not stupid. This kind of assassination plan had to have been carefully prepared. If it were any other peerless genius, they would have fallen long ago. Brother Yi, you'll be in danger in the future. Back then, Xianhe was also chased. Although she's still alive and well, as long as there's a chance, the demons won't give up on killing her. The one speaking was Iron Monkey King. Yichen smiled. Don't worry. Although Yichen is still far from being unparalleled, it won't be that easy for the demons to kill me. Since coming to this world, Yichen had experienced countless dangers. He had long cultivated the ability to remain calm even if the sky collapsed. He wouldn't be frightened by the demons. Anika Spear King admired Yichen's heroic spirit, but he still said worriedly, "The demons have come. I'm afraid that the curtains have already been opened. I'm afraid that we are just small and can only go with the flow of it." The atmosphere couldn't help but become a bit heavy. After a long while, Iron Monkey King suddenly said to Yichen, "Brother Yi, you've already become a life and death king, but you still don't have your own title. According to the rules of Elysium, you have to go to the Bestowal King Palace within a year and obtain your own title. Otherwise, the palace spirit will directly send you there." If Monkey didn't mention it, I would have forgotten to remind you. Anika Spear King also said. Bestowal King Palace? Battle King's memories didn't contain any information regarding Bestowal King Palace. Iron Monkey King explained, Bestowal King Palace has existed since ancient times. I only know that the kings of Elysium obtain their titles from Bestowal King Palace. Every king's title is permanently engraved on the Bestowal King pillar at the center of Bestowal King Palace. As for the palace spirit, it is the spirituality of Bestowal King Palace. It is not weak in intelligence, and controls the rules of Bestowal King Palace. In the end, the title is also decided by it. Then, do I choose the title myself, or does the palace spirit choose it? Yichen asked. It's decided by the palace spirit. Of course, you can also reject it and have it changed to another one as long as it meets the requirements. Oh, Yichen nodded. All right. Anika Spear King added, before the title, the palace spirit will arrange an illusory opponent for you according to your battle strength. Then it will choose the most suitable title for you based on your battle style. Under normal circumstances, the majority of life and death kings will be satisfied with the title the palace spirit chooses. Is that so? Since it's within a year, I'm not in a hurry. Yichen didn't plan to obtain his own title immediately. Anika Spear King said, Indeed, you don't have to rush. In my opinion, Brother Yi has a chance of obtaining the Sword King title and shattering the ancient Sword King's legend. Sword King title. Iron Monkey King's eyes opened wide. Among the many special titles, the Sword King title was the most difficult to obtain. Blade King, Spear King, Axe King, they were all a bit lower. The main reason was that the Sword King title was too special. The other Blade Kings, Spear Kings, and Axe Kings all eventually became emperors, becoming Blade Emperors, Spear Emperors, and Axe Emperors. Only the Sword King didn't become an emperor. Moreover, in the next several 100,000 years, no one was able to obtain the Sword King title, let alone Sword Emperor or Sword Emperor. If Yi Chen wanted to obtain the Sword King title, he could only surpass the ancient Sword King at the same time. Anything is possible. The reason why the ancient Sword King couldn't be surpassed was mainly because he was indeed a stunning genius. When he died, he was only 50 years old. If he had lived a few more years, he might have become the first monarch in history. However, the ancients were meant to be surpassed. Nobody could surpass him in the past, but that doesn't mean nobody can now. In fact, in the years after the ancient Sword King, there were people who surpassed the Sword King in Sword Dao. However, none of them reached the Sword King level at the age of 50. It was all due to the accumulation of time. Among the Sword Kings at the same time, the ancient Sword King was truly the first. However, Anika Spear King still had a premonition that a miracle might happen to Yi Chen. Thank you for the compliment. I will try my best. Yi Chen admired the ancient Sword King. He also believed that if the Sword King had lived a few more years, he would have achieved several times more. Even if he couldn't become the first monarch in history, he would at least be in the top 3. Come, let's drink. We will congratulate Brother Yi in advance for obtaining the Sword King title. Iron Monkey King had always been carefree. After hearing Anika Spear King's words, he also took it to heart. Time passed quickly. 3 days later, Yi Chen left Monkey Island. Before leaving, Iron Monkey King gave Yi Chen 3 small jars of monkey wine. 1 jar was equivalent to 3 bottles. Originally, he wanted to give 5 jars, but Yi Chen knew that Iron Monkey King had spent a lot of effort and resources to brew this monkey wine. According to Anika Spear King, 1 jar of monkey wine would take a year to brew. Of course, if the time was tight, 3 jars could also be brewed in a year. However, generally, there weren't so many materials. The materials needed to be collected slowly. Time was one thing, but the brewing materials were all top grade and priceless. How could Yi Chen accept 5 jars from the other party? Although supreme grade monkey wine can increase cultivation base, drinking it all at once is too wasteful. It's not bad to use it to entertain friends. Life and Death Kings had a noble status. Sometimes, other Life and Death Kings would come knocking on their doors. After a long time, they would form a circle, and it would be too shameful if they didn't have anything good to entertain their guests. Yi Chen pondered for a moment. He wanted to find some spirit tree nurturing fluid to mature the fire pear tree. If the fire pear tree became a supreme grade spirit tree, its fire pears would also be good for entertaining guests. Let's return to Eternal Sky Sect first. After researching the second style of vibrational sword arts, I'll officially return to True Spirit Continent. High-level 4-star battle strength was not enough to intimidate the crowd. If Yi Chen were to return, he would have to return with absolute strength. And right now, he was still lacking something. Soon Yi Chen returned to Eternal Sky Sect. On the second day, everyone in Eternal Sky Sect knew that Yi Chen had entered Life and Death Realm. My Eternal Sky Sect finally has a Life and Death King. From now on, who would dare to offend my Eternal Sky Sect? Haha. The leader of Eternal Sky Sect, Li Zhangfeng, was ecstatic. Having a Life and Death King was extremely important. Without a Life and Death King, Eternal Sky Sect would not have enough deterrence. Those sects who dared to offend them would also have to consider the consequences of offending a Life and Death King. It was especially so for those Life and Death Kings who specialized in speed. If they were offended, there would be trouble in the future. Even if they didn't dare to attack your sect, they could easily kill your disciples or disciples. Life and Death Kings would either not make enemies, or once they did, it would be a death grudge. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Life and Death Kings would rarely intentionally offend others. The shock of Eternal Sky Sect didn't distract Yi Chen, who was wholeheartedly researching the second style of vibrational sword arts. Swoosh. A cloth tearing sound was heard as Yi Chen slashed out with his sword. The sword light was extremely clear, and if one were to magnify it 100 times, they would find that the sword light was actually vibrating at an extremely high frequency. But because the vibrating speed was too fast, people couldn't feel the vibrations at all. It looked extremely clear, no different from an ordinary sword attack. Bang! The opposite mountain peak was suddenly cut in the middle, causing dust to fill the sky. The thin mountain peak in the middle was directly turned into powder by the sword light. The cross-section of the mountain peak was as smooth as marble. Not good. The metal profound and the vibrating power are not harmonized. One knew one's own strength well. This sword seemed to be majestic, but in fact there were many flaws in the details. In other words, the technique was not enough. It would be fine against ordinary opponents, but against kings like Demonic Blade King who were proficient in vibrating power, the technique would be at a disadvantage. Of course, Yichen could obtain victory with absolute strength. However, Yichen preferred to surpass the opponent in terms of technique as well. Someone's coming. On this day, a man and a woman arrived at Eternal Sky Sect. The man was a skinny middle-aged man with a trace of faint blade chi on his body. The blade chi was extremely exquisite, like a spring breeze caressing one's face. The woman following behind him had an extremely young appearance. Her appearance was charming and elegant, but she was Demonic Blade Sect's disciple, Lan Sanmei. The two didn't directly arrive at Yi Chen's place. Instead, they politely landed on Eternal Sky Sect's main peak plaza. I truly didn't expect him to become a life and death king so quickly. The middle-aged man sighed with emotion. Originally, he was prepared to help Yi Chen when he was in danger. Sending charcoal in snowy weather was always better than adding flowers to a brocade. However, his plan couldn't keep up with the changes, causing him to miss the opportunity to befriend the latter. Fortunately, his disciple Lan Sanmei had a good relationship with Yi Chen. After learning that Yi Chen had entered life and death realm, he personally paid a visit with Lan Sanmei. Chapter 9:13. May your luck is very good. Such a rare genius was actually encountered by you, and you even became friends with him. Although we cultivators have our pride and dislike bowing and scraping, human resources are indispensable. Back then, mysterious Queen smoothly entered life and death realm, and became an influential figure of True Spirit Continent, because of Dragon King's shadow. This Yi Chen has the shadow of both Dragon King and Mysterious Queen behind him. Compared to them, I'm still far behind, and my words don't carry much weight. On the other hand, this Yi Chen will certainly become an influential figure of True Spirit Continent in the future. The middle-aged man was precisely Demonic Blade Sect's leader, Demonic Blade King. His battle strength had reached 3-star, and he was quite famous in Blood Sky Continent. However, in Elysium, 3-star battle strength didn't have much of a say. 4-star battle strength was barely enough, and only 5-star battle strength could make a difference. Everyone had to give face to him. With the arrival of the Age of Turmoil, having a powerful king as a backer was a must. Without a backer and ordinary strength, one could easily fall. Master Mayor and Yi Chen have known each other for a period of time. I can see that he is a person who values friendship. If we treat him with sincerity, he will treat us with sincerity as well. If we only want to get close to him, he won't want to have a deep relationship with us. Lan Sanmei reminded Demonic Blade King. You're right. It's only reasonable for us to be friends with him, not to befriend him with ulterior motives. How could Demonic Blade King not understand this logic? Demonic Blade King and Miss Lan's arrival brings light to Eternal Sky Sect. I apologize for not going out to meet you. In the palace, Li Zhangfeng personally came out to greet them with a smile. Demonic Blade King faintly nodded. Originally, with his status, he wouldn't have anything to do with a late Sea of Soul realm martial artist like Li Zhangfeng. However, with Yi Chen behind him, his status immediately changed. Sect leader Li, we've come to find Yi Chen. Lan Sanmei said politely. Li Zhangfeng said, Elder Yi is training in the core area of the mountain range. I've already sent someone to inform him. Why don't you two go to the guest palace and have some tea? All right. The Demonic Blade King nodded. As the two of them strode forward, a sword light approached from afar and landed on the square. It was Yi Chen. Miss Lan, Yi Chen smiled at Lan Sanmei, then his gaze fell on the demonic Blade King. And this is? Lan Sanmei introduced. Yi Chen, this is my master, the demonic Saber King. He is also the sect leader of the demonic Saber sect. As she spoke, she sized up Yi Chen. Compared to before, Yi Chen's body was emitting a frightening pressure. This pressure couldn't be concealed at all. Even if Yi Chen had restrained his king's aura, he couldn't restrain this pressure. After entering life and death realm, one's soul and Zhenyuan would both sublimate. Even if he didn't do it intentionally, it would still make people under life and death realm feel oppressed. Once a life and death king intentionally released his pressure, people under life and death realm would lose all desire to attack. Of course, some peak geniuses were exceptions. Her master, demonic Blade King, had a pressure, but it didn't seem as powerful as Yi Chen's. So it's demonic Blade King. Welcome. Yi Chen cupped his fists. Demonic Blade King smiled. I hope you don't take offense to my sudden visit. I heard that you've entered life and death realm. And now that I've seen you, the rumors are indeed true. This Lan congratulates you first. Demonic Blade King also cupped his fists. This way, please. Yi Chen's right hand gestured toward his mountain peak and said to Li Zhangfeng, sect leader, I'll take care of them. All right. Li Zhangfeng knew that it had nothing to do with him. However, a king personally paying a visit to Eternal Sky sect would give them a lot of face. The three flew to Yi Chen's Elder's Peak and landed beside a pavilion. The pavilion was situated at the highest point of the mountain peak, and there were stone tables and chairs inside. Sitting inside, one could see the sea of clouds flowing beneath one's feet. The moist wind blew gently, giving one a feeling of not knowing the passage of time outside the mountain. As for the monkey wine, since the two sides weren't familiar with each other, Yi Chen naturally wouldn't take it out to receive demonic Blade King. Fortunately, he had prepared a few precious tea sets and many top-grade teas. After boiling the water, Yi Chen poured the tea for demonic Blade King and Lan Sanmei. The tea's fragrance filled the air. After pouring the tea, Yi Chen took out a fire pear from his plant ring and placed it on the stone table. Good fruit. Demonic Blade King ate a pear and couldn't help but praise. I don't have anything to receive you. I've made a fool of myself in front of demonic Blade King. Yi Chen held the teacup as the mountain breeze fluttered his blue robes and ink-black hair. Brother Yi hasn't had his title yet, right? Demonic Blade King suddenly asked. Putting down the teacup, Yi Chen said. No rush. I'll go to the title palace in a few days. Oh, that's good too. It's not a good thing to go early. Demonic Blade King nodded and looked at Lan Sanmei with a smile. I heard from Mayor that Brother Yi has also developed a sword art that contains vibration power, which is similar to the demonic blade spell. I believe that I have made some progress in the research of vibration power. How about we spar? Yi Chen looked at demonic Blade King in astonishment. The latter's words clearly indicated that he wanted to use this opportunity to teach him some techniques related to vibration power. Although Yi Chen's comprehension was extremely high, his accumulation was not even 1/10 of demonic Blade King's. With the latter's guidance, he could save a lot of time and avoid many detours. Of course, that would be for the best. Regardless of the other's goal, Yi Chen would not miss this opportunity. If the other wanted to befriend him, then he had succeeded. In fact, demonic Blade King's proposal to spar with Yi Chen was not only to teach him some vibration power techniques, but also to see what extent Yi Chen's battle strength had reached after entering life and death realm. This was something that many people in the know would want to know, and he would be the first to know. The two didn't choose any other place to spar. This time, the two had decided not to use Zhenyuan or Will, and would only use blade arts and sword arts. The range wouldn't be too large. Above the sea of clouds, the two stood 100 meters apart. Beside the sea of clouds, Lan Sanmei sat alone in a pavilion, drinking tea while watching the battle. Brother Yi, be careful. Demonic Blade King pulled out his black long blade, its edge flickering with a cold light. You be careful too. Yi Chen's right hand grasped the evil vanquishing sword's hilt and slowly pulled it out. Ding. Demonic Blade King's speed was extremely fast. His figure flickered, and he appeared before Yi Chen, slashing out with a black blade light. Demonic Blade King's speed was fast, but Yi Chen's reaction was not slow. The evil vanquishing sword blocked demonic Blade King's long blade, and the vibration power surged forward. Buzz. A large amount of ripples spread out, turning the sea of clouds into nothingness. Good. Demonic Blade King laughed heartily, slashing again and again at Yi Chen. Each slash was faster than the previous, as if there was no end to it. The powerful vibration power was completely restrained on the blade, and only erupted when it came into contact with Yi Chen's evil vanquishing sword. If it were an ordinary king, their weapon would have been sent flying, and their arms would have been injured, spurting blood. However, Yi Chen was also proficient in vibration power. Demonic Blade King was exchanging pointers with ordinary blade arts, so it was naturally easy for him to deal with it. This Yi Chen's achievements in vibration power are truly terrifying. In such a short amount of time, he was able to use vibration power to such a degree. He is indeed a rare genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. The more they exchanged pointers, the more shocked Demonic Blade King became. With ordinary blade arts, he was unable to do anything to Yi Chen. Although Yi Chen's achievements in vibration power were slightly weaker than his, Yi Chen's sword angle was much better than his. Every time his long blade came into contact with Yi Chen's sword, 10% of his power would be wasted. Ding, ding, ding. Dazzling sparks danced in the sea of clouds. These sparks seemed to have a mind of their own. Sometimes they would spin in the air, sometimes they would fly up and down, and sometimes they would shoot out in a straight line. Every time they clashed, the sparks would have different trajectories that were hard to grasp. Take my demonic slash. Demonic Blade King gripped his blade with both hands, and with a low roar, he slashed out. Compared to Lan Sanmei, demonic slash was more than 10 times stronger in Demonic Blade King's hands. The blade light was not blurry at all, and it stuck close to the edge of the blade, sparkling and translucent. I also have a sky-cutting sword. Yi Chen neither retreated nor dodged, instead using the first style of vibrational sword art, sky-cutting sword. Pung, pung. Numerous sounds erupted at the same time. The two of them did not move. Their swords and sabers clashed against each other. However, the surrounding sea of clouds suddenly trembled. Then it was cut by the vibrating power. Kacha, kacha, kacha. Several huge mountains nearby were cut by the invisible power. Mountain rocks tumbled down. It should be known that the two did not use Zhen Yuan or will, and only used blade arts and sword arts to exchange pointers. Even so, the ripples that spread out were still inconceivably huge. Boom. The vibrating power completely exploded, and a twisting mass of air exploded, sending the two flying. Amazing! The next blade is called Rampage Demonic Blade, which I spent 10 years to create. Brother Yi, watch carefully. Demonic Blade Arts and Demonic Slash were blade arts passed down in Demonic Blade Sect. Meanwhile, Lan Sanmei's Destruction Slash and Demonic Blade King's Rampage Demonic Blade were both killing moves created based on Demonic Blade Arts and Demonic Slash. Lan Sanmei's Destruction Slash had not been completed yet, but there were already signs of it. Demonic Blade King's Rampage Demonic Blade had already reached perfection. Raising his black blade horizontally, Demonic Blade King gave a low roar, and his whole body shot out in a straight line. This blade strike was like a thunderous roar, vividly displaying the explosive power. What a powerful blade move. Yi Chen's pupils shrank. Demonic Blade King's blade had shaken his mind, and he subconsciously thought that he would not be able to block it. The second style of vibrational sword art had not been completed yet, but Yi Chen did not care. Chi. The sound of cloth tearing resounded as Yi Chen's hair fluttered in the wind, and his sword light shone brightly. Clang. The sound of metal exploding and twisting resounded as the two's blades and swords clashed fiercely. The sparks were as bright as the sun and moon, dancing around the two. With a muffled groan, Yi Chen's whole body shot out. The clothes on his right arm had been torn to shreds, scattering in all directions like butterflies, accompanied by a trace of blood. Chapter 9:14. Too powerful. The vibrational energy condensed into one and exploded at the moment of contact. Yi Chen felt that his right arm was already numb, and his bones were sore. Being able to hold on to the evil shattering sword without losing control was already the best he could do. Stabilizing his body with all his might, Yi Chen operated the undying body, and healed the hidden injuries on his right arm. Then he said in admiration, "What a good rampaging demonic blade! Yichen has seen it for himself. Dare I ask, Demonic Blade King, how much strength did you use in this blade?" How could he not feel that Demonic Blade King had not used his full strength? If he had, it wouldn't have been as simple as a light injury on his right arm. His bones would have been shattered and his muscles would have disintegrated. Of course, it was impossible for Yi Chen to not know his limits. This was just a spar, and neither side used Jinyuan or will. About 30%. Demonic Blade King said honestly. Although he knew that Demonic Blade King had not used his full strength, hearing that he had only used 30% still made Yi Chen a bit dazed. This Demonic Blade King was not to be underestimated. No wonder he was a peak existence amongst high-step kings. Just this rampaging demonic blade alone was something that few high-step kings could block. "Brother Yi, do you want to try again?" Demonic Blade King asked. Of course. Yi Chen's heart itched. After the spar with Demonic Blade King, he had gained a new understanding of vibrational energy, especially the last rampaging demonic blade, which made him feel enlightened. 40% of this attack. Demonic Blade King reminded before shooting out again. His blade was like thunder, and the blade light was extremely restrained, as if it could even devour sunlight. Yi Chen's expression was solemn as he gripped the evil vanquishing sword with both hands and slashed out vertically. Clang! Sparks exploded, and a berserk chi wave swept out in all directions. In the next instant, a small mountain nearby collapsed, sending rocks flying everywhere. Just like last time, Yi Chen's right arm was sore and powerless. Blood spurted out as he shot out. Improvement. Demonic Blade King's expression froze. At 30%, Yi Chen was like this. At 40%, Yi Chen was still like this. If this wasn't improvement, what was? Amazing. The Demonic Blade King was shocked by Yi Chen's comprehension and learning ability. Again, Yi Chen had already healed the internal injuries on his right arm. Alright, I'll use half of my strength this time. Taking a deep breath, the Demonic Saber King was extremely precise. He executed the same saber technique as before without the slightest error. However, this time, the explosive power of the saber technique was a level higher. It was like a sudden clap of thunder or a flash flood. Gotcha. This was the sound of bones breaking. Yi Chen's right arm was bleeding profusely. I can't keep up with my progress. Yi Chen's chest tightened, and there was a taste of blood in his throat. The further one went, the harder it was to learn the vibrational power. In the beginning, Yi Chen was able to keep up with the Demonic Blade King's rhythm, but later on he couldn't keep up. In the end he was still a human, not a god. The rate of improvement couldn't be that great forever. It would eventually slow down. Will the next strike still use half of my strength? The Demonic Blade King asked. It's fine. 60%. The Demonic Blade King gradually increased the power of his saber, giving him a sense of urgency. He didn't want this sense of urgency to disappear. Humans were strange creatures. The more pressured they were, the greater their potential would be. Of course, there had to be a limit, or else they would collapse. Then be careful. The Demonic Blade King understood Yi Chen's thoughts and attacked once again. This time, the muscles of Yi Chen's right arm disintegrated, and his bones broke inch by inch. Using his weakness to clash with the Demonic Blade King's strength, the result was naturally miserable. It was like a high-grade king who didn't use his own killing move, but instead used the unfamiliar vibrational power to clash with the Demonic Blade King. The result wouldn't be any better. He probably wouldn't even be able to receive 120% of the Demonic Blade King's power. Stop for a while. Yi Chen suddenly stopped. It wasn't that he couldn't bear it, but he had comprehended too much at once, and he didn't have time to digest it. The more time he wasted, the more his inspiration would disappear. Therefore, after saying this, he immediately closed his eyes. I've comprehended something. The Demonic Blade King understood. He stood in the air and waited quietly. So that's how it is. Yi Chen wasn't the only one who had comprehended something. Lan Sanmei also had some comprehension. Her demonic blade arts were the same as the Demonic Blade King's. Although she didn't personally experience the Demonic Blade King's demonic blade, she still benefited a lot from watching from the side. After all, she was different from Yi Chen. Yi Chen had his own path, and he also cultivated sword arts. Lan Sanmei, on the other hand, cultivated the demonic blade arts that had been passed down since the founding of the demonic blade sect. Her heart surging, Lan Sanmei couldn't help but take out her long blade and practice. The wind and rain in the outside world had nothing to do with Yi Chen. He was immersed in comprehending the vibrational power. In his mind, the demonic Blade King's image attacked him again and again. The movements became slower and clearer, as if it had been slowed down by 1,000 times. Each movement could be seen clearly. His soul power was 10 times that of an ordinary person, which made Yi Chen's simulation ability extraordinary. His analysis ability could be said to be terrifying. Oh right, just like this. Yi Chen didn't open his eyes. He held the evil vanquishing sword and casually waved it. Once, twice. After dozens of times, Yi Chen opened his eyes. This time, I'll use 60%. Yi Chen said to the demonic Blade King. The demonic Blade King nodded. Clang. The result shocked the demonic Blade King. Last time, Yi Chen's arm muscles were disintegrated, and his bones were broken. This time, Yi Chen only had some cracks in his muscles, but his bones weren't broken. His comprehension is too terrifying. For the first time, the demonic Blade King felt a chill from a certain person's comprehension. As expected, Yi Chen finally found the right path. The demonic Blade King's future was still ahead, but the path he was studying was wrong. Or to be more accurate, he had taken a detour. Therefore, no matter how hard he tried, he could only approach perfection. Now that he was sparring with the demonic Blade King, he was guided to the right path, and his improvement was starting to become obvious. At 70%, Yi Chen once again experienced the pain of his right arm being torn apart. However, he quickly adapted to the 70% and began to move towards 80%. This kid is definitely a freak. He actually improved so much in one day. The demonic Blade King couldn't understand why Yi Chen's improvement was so great. It was beyond his imagination, breaking common sense. In his opinion, no matter how talented a genius was, there had to be a process of gradual improvement. No one could do it in one go. If there was someone who could do it, that person would be a god. Of course, he didn't know that Yi Chen had been studying the second style of the vibrational sword art for a long time. Because he had taken a detour, he had stagnated. The demonic Blade King's appearance had allowed Yi Chen to return to the right path. Adding on his previous accumulation, his improvement was naturally godly, and his comprehension of the vibrational force was suddenly enlightened. Apart from this, one couldn't ignore the fact that Yi Chen's comprehension was indeed ridiculously strong. 10 times the comprehension of an ordinary person was already a great miracle. The rampant demonic Blade King reached 80%, and its power suddenly rose to a whole new level. After 10 consecutive exchanges, Yi Chen still couldn't close the gap. This made him understand that the accumulation of studying the second style of the vibrational sword art had been used up. Just by relying on his comprehension, it would be difficult to digest so much information in a short period of time. Slightly embarrassed, Yi Chen said, "Demonic Blade King, let's call it a day. Have you been busy recently?" Okay. The demonic Blade King heaved a sigh of relief. Yi Chen's mind was tired, and he was also a little tired from the shock of Yi Chen's comprehension. "I've been busy recently, but Mayor and I will disturb you for a few days. It won't be troublesome, right?" The demonic Blade King's thoughts were clear, and he immediately guessed what Yi Chen was thinking. In fact, if it were him instead of Yi Chen, he most likely wouldn't be willing to part with such a good sparring partner. "It's not troublesome at all. I just wanted to keep you for a few days," Yi Chen generously admitted. The demonic Blade King had worked hard to spar with him, so Yi Chen naturally had to properly entertain him. Returning to the pavilion, he took out a jar of monkey wine and 3 cups from his storage ring. "This is a supreme-grade monkey wine gifted to me by a friend. Have a taste." Yi Chen filled the cups for the two. The demonic Blade King sniffed it, and his eyes brightened as he gulped it down. "Good wine. I've never tasted such good wine before. No, this wine can increase cultivation base." The viscous monkey wine entered his stomach, and its energy was immediately refined into Zhen Yuan. It was extremely pure. Lan Sanmei drank a mouthful, but her face turned red and her body heated up. The energy contained in the wine was too pure, making the wine extremely potent. Even with her cultivation base that had yet to reach life and death realm, she immediately became drunk. The Zhen Yuan in her body surged, and she almost lost control and exploded. She couldn't help but glance at Yi Chun in reproach. Yi Chun smiled. This supreme-grade monkey wine takes 1 year to brew. 1 cup can increase a life and death king's cultivation base by 1 month. Truly good wine. Demonic Blade King couldn't help but glance at the wine jar on the stone table. In fact, increasing cultivation base was secondary. With Demonic Blade King's cultivation base, a cup of monkey wine would be useless. However, after reaching life and death realm, ordinary wine would be tasteless if it were cold water. He had also learned how to brew wine, but unfortunately, he could only brew upper-grade wine. How could it compare to supreme-grade monkey wine? Come. Yi Chun filled Demonic Blade King's cup once again. On the same day, Lan Sanmei went to bed early. Yi Chun and Demonic Blade King emptied the jar of monkey wine and became somewhat drunk. 5 days passed in a flash. On this day, Yi Chun and Demonic Blade King continued exchanging pointers. Yi Chun, you've put in a lot of effort this time. No one in the same realm can receive my rampage demonic blade without being affected. Demonic Blade King held the black long blade with both hands and reminded. This sword of mine is also close to perfection. I have to thank you for these 5 days of guidance. In these 5 days, Yi Chun had gained a deeper understanding of the vibration power. Before, he had been walking an unorthodox path, and the reason why he was able to improve so fast was because of his high comprehension ability. Without this advantage, it would be hard for him to make any progress with the vibration power. Alright, take this. Demonic Blade King's blade slashed horizontally, causing a thunderous explosion. Sucking in a deep breath, Yi Chun's eyes erupted with an astonishing radiance. As the sword slashed out, the surrounding yuan qi seemed to have lost its core, and the space seemed to have refracted. It was as if this sword was not a sword, but a beam of light. Pung. The two remained motionless. In the next moment, Demonic Blade King's right arm trembled violently. Countless sharp qi surged out of it like a small tornado wreaking havoc. What is this sword called? Demonic Blade King asked, after losing his right arm. Let's call it Heaven Wounding Sword. Chapter 9:15. Heaven Wounding Sword, Vibrational Sword spells second style. It was different from the Heaven Splitting Sword. The Heaven Hurting Sword transmitted the vibration power into the opponent's body and carried out an internal vibration explosion. Therefore, this required the vibration power to be extremely concentrated, or else it would be consumed prematurely. The reason why the Demonic Blade King was able to receive this sword strike and only lost his right arm was mainly because his vibration power was also very concentrated, so the impact he received was not great. Otherwise, it would not be as simple as his right arm exploding, but his entire body exploding. Amazing! The Rampage Demon Blade that I spent 10 years to create can't even compare to your Heaven Wounding Sword. How shameful! Demonic Blade King spat out a mouthful of turbid air. This is all thanks to Senior Demonic Blade King's guidance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to complete this move so quickly. Yi Chun was telling the truth. According to his estimation, it would take him at least 3 months to complete this attack. But with someone to teach him, it would be a different story. What he did not know was that there were people who had been stuck at a certain level for countless years. But one day, after being reminded by someone, they would suddenly see a whole new world. Without a powerful comprehension, even if I guide you, it would be useless. The Demonic Blade King shook his head. He had personally experienced the Heaven-inflicted sword before, so he was very clear on how frightening this sword was. When the two exchanged blows, neither Zhen Yuan nor Will was used, so the lethality of the Heaven-inflicted sword was not that great. But once Zhen Yuan and Will were used, the Heaven-inflicted sword's lethality would be increased by 100 times, and the gap would be even greater. For example, before Zhen Yuan and Will were used, the Rampage Demon Blade's lethality would be 900, and the Heaven-inflicted sword's lethality would be 1000. With a difference of 100, the ratio would not increase, but the effect would be completely different. Moreover, Yi Chen's destruction sword intent had reached the 6th step. Combined with heaven wounding sword, the destructive power could only be described as terrifying. It was definitely a killing weapon. Brother Yi, I want to see you use heaven wounding sword with all your strength. Would it be troublesome? Demonic Blade King suddenly suggested. All right. Yi Chen agreed without the slightest hesitation. This isn't a good place to test the sword. Let's go somewhere else. Yi Chen said. Of course, let's go to the 3rd layer. Demonic Blade King raised his head. The 3rd heaven was known as Zenith Heaven, which was actually a starry sky. However, this starry sky was confined within Elysium, separated from the starry sky outside by a world barrier. In the starry sky, countless stars twinkled. Some were close, some were far away. Apart from the places where the light of the stars shone, everywhere else was pitch black and silent. This kind of pitch black wasn't pitch black to the point where one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. Instead, it was the kind of pitch black where one couldn't see how far or how deep it was, as if there was no end to it. After breaking through the 2nd layer of heaven, the extreme void sky, the 3 of them arrived in the starry sky. Although Lan Sanmei was not a life and death king, she had long since gained the strength to break through extreme void. Moreover, it was not her first time coming to this starry sky. She was very familiar with the gravity-free environment here, and didn't lose her composure. On the other hand, it was Yi Chen's first time coming to the starry sky. Breaking through extreme void sky required extremely powerful strength. When Yi Chen was still a mid-step half-step king, he didn't have the strength to do so. Later on, he became a high-step half-step king and went to life and death secret realm. Thereafter, Yi Chen's advancement speed was too fast, and he didn't even have time to comprehend life and death Dao and study martial skills. How could he have the opportunity to enter the starry sky? Is this the starry sky? Yi Chen felt as if his mind had received a huge impact. Those countless stars, that boundless, deep, and immeasurable darkness suddenly poured into his mind. The sky was no longer the sky, and the earth was no longer the earth. There was no sky, no earth, and no gravity at all. There was only freedom and solitude. Is this your first time coming to the starry sky? Seeing Yi Chen's expression, Lan Sanmei asked curiously. Yi Chen nodded, not denying it. I really don't know what you're thinking. Back then, when I had the strength to break through extreme void sky, I immediately came to take a look. Lan Sanmei sized up the beautiful starry sky and said. Demonic Blade King smiled. It's not too late to take a look now. However, Brother Yi, the starry sky is different from the space below. The space in the starry sky is extremely stable. Compared to this place, the space below is as fragile as tofu. Therefore, even life and death kings can't break the space here. However, since there's no gravity in the starry sky, and there's no air resistance, the speed of flying here is extremely fast. It's so fast that it'll astonish you. Is that so? Yi Chen's body suddenly shot out. Huchi. A cyan light streaked across the silent starry sky, instantly reaching an extremely distant region. At the beginning, Yi Chen was still somewhat unable to adapt to the gravity-free and airproof state. However, he soon adjusted. In terms of adapting to the environment, if an ordinary person could do 1/10 as well as Yi Chen, it would already be quite good. Is this his first time coming to the starry sky? Demonic Blade King and Lan Sanmei were somewhat doubtful. Apart from the initial awkwardness, Yi Chen's understanding of the starry sky even surpassed Lan Sanmei's, not inferior to Demonic Blade King's. Without circulating Jin Yuan, Yi Chen naturally floated in the starry sky, thinking inwardly, this speed is even faster than piercing through the void. Seems like Elysium's gravity is too powerful. That's right, Elysium is too huge. Moreover, it's different from ordinary stars, so its gravity is quite normal. As for the resistance, the faster one's speed, the greater the resistance. In the starry sky, it was not that there was no resistance, but it was very small. When one's speed reached a certain level, one could still feel the existence of resistance. Let's choose that star. Zhen Yuan wrapped around Lan Sanmei. Demonic Blade King followed closely behind Yi Chen, pointing at a broken star in the distance. That star seemed to have experienced a king-level battle, as it was full of holes. There was a huge piece of land that had even separated from the star. However, due to the star's gravity, this piece of land that was thousands of li in size couldn't be separated too far from the broken star. Alright. Circulating his green lotus sword arts, Yichen increased his speed and flew over. Thousands of li away, the three stopped. Brother Yi, let me feel the power of your heaven-wounding sword. Demonic Blade King was quite expectant. He really wanted to know how powerful the heaven-wounding sword, which contained king-level Jin Yuan and sixth-step destruction sword intent, would be. Perhaps I can destroy it in one sword. Yichen smiled. Impossible. Demonic Blade King couldn't believe it. This star was more than 10,000 li in diameter, and he believed that it could be destroyed. But to destroy it in one sword, he didn't dare to believe it. It should be known that destroying 10,000 li of land and destroying a star with a diameter of 10,000 li were two completely different concepts. Destroying 10,000 li of land actually didn't affect the area too deep. On the other hand, the star was round, with a diameter of 10,000 li regardless of direction. The depth was the same. Thus, the difficulty of destroying it increased by more than 10 times. Never tried, but I think it's possible. Yichen knew the heaven-wounding sword the best. This kind of concentrated vibration power had an extremely powerful effect. Destroying a star should be similar to destroying a human body. Of course, in order to be absolutely safe, he didn't use the evil shattering sword. Instead, he took out the supreme great Sky Scorpio sword. With the Sky Scorpio sword in hand, Yichen took a deep breath, his eyes bursting with radiance. Go. With a low roar, Yichen waved his sword from a distance. Incorporeal ripples spread out at an extremely fast speed, reaching the broken star in almost a blink of an eye. The star fiercely trembled to an extremely exaggerated degree. Many hill-sized pieces of land were shaken off, flying in all directions. Rumble. Sparks exploded along the cracks on the star's surface. It's really going to explode. Demonic Blade King's Zhen Yuan curled up, pulling Lan Sanmei back. Pung. Endless light erupted. With the three as the center, the starry sky became as bright as day. Their eyes couldn't see anything, and their shadows were stretched out endlessly. In the end, even the shadows were devoured by the endless light. In the next moment, a majestic and powerful shockwave spread out, incomparably scorching. Yichen's protective Zhen Yuan emitted a sizzling sound as his Zhen Yuan flowed away like water. Demonic Blade King was far away, so he wasn't affected as much. However, he was still blown several thousand li away by the shockwave. Through his soul power, he could see a huge shockwave rapidly expanding like a halo. Meanwhile, the star in the center had long since turned into a ball of fire, expanding and releasing enormous heat. What a frightening explosive power! After waving the sword, Yichen retreated 100,000 li away. However, he was still somewhat unable to bear it. If he had been too close, he might have been seriously injured. If he had been too close to the star, he might have been instantly turned into ashes, leaving not even his bones behind. Even the undying body couldn't save him, because his flesh and blood would have been vaporized. As the shockwave grew smaller and smaller, Demonic Blade King approached. You really destroyed it. I've underestimated the might of this sword. Demonic Blade King smiled. How's the power of a star's explosion? It's powerful, isn't it? The star doesn't seem to be a threat to us, but once it explodes, all its energy will burst out in an instant. Even life and death kings will have to retreat 3 feet. It indeed can't be underestimated. Yichen faintly nodded. As for being able to destroy a 10,000 li star, Yichen wasn't too surprised. Heaven Pain Sword was different from other moves. The vibrational energy was concentrated and transmitted to the core of the star, where it would rapidly explode, causing destruction from the inside out. If it were destroyed from the outside, it would at most make the star even more dilapidated. Perhaps after many years, the star would fall, but not now. Too powerful. Demonic Blade King could somewhat endure Yi Chen's destruction of a star, but Lan Sanmei's experience was broadened. After all, when she entered the starry sky before, she didn't dare to stray too far from extreme void sky. She had never seen someone fight in the starry sky and destroy a star. This was her first time. Her visual senses were pushed to the limit. In her mind, The magnificence and destruction of the star's explosion kept replaying. Chapter 9:16. Returning to Eternal Sky Sect, Demonic Blade King prepared to take his leave. Brother Yi, you've entered life and death realm, so I don't have anything good to give you. This is the general principles of demonic blade arts. You can refer to it, and it should help you avoid some detours. Taking out a jade strip from his storage ring, Demonic Blade King handed it over to Yi Chen. Yi Chen was a bit hesitant. Demonic blade arts were the foundation of Demonic Blade Sect, and the other party just handed it over to him. He was truly startled and unprepared. When the nest is overturned, no egg can remain unbroken. In Brother Ye's hands, demonic blade arts should display even greater effect. In that case, I might as well help you. I only hope that Brother Yi won't spread the arts, Demonic Blade King said. Slowly letting out a breath, Yi Chen heavily nodded. Many thanks, Senior Demonic Blade King. If there's time in the future, Yi Chen will definitely pay you a visit and drink until we're drunk. Yi Chen's words showed that he considered the other party as a friend. Then I'll definitely welcome you. Demonic Blade King laughed heartily. Giving away demonic blade arts might be a big deal for Demonic Blade Sect, but for Demonic Blade King, it was nothing. To be able to make friends with Yi Chen, even 10 demonic blade arts were worth it. Moreover, Yi Chen's main path of development was not vibration power. With or without demonic blade arts, he could still reach the peak. Demonic blade arts would only make his progress a bit faster. A few days after Demonic Blade King and Lan Sanmei left, Yi Chen continued to study demonic blade arts. The general principles of the magic blade technique did not describe the vibration force in detail, but the structure was very clear. If one were to use an adjective to describe it, the magic blade technique was like a framework. If the framework was perfect, all one needed to do was fill it in. There was no way to take a detour. The magic blade technique could also be compared to the trunk of a large tree. The trunk was straight, and no matter how the branches developed, it would not affect the balance of the entire tree. It could grow healthily. In short, although demonic blade arts would not increase Yi Chen's comprehension of vibration power by much, it would allow Yi Chen to advance without worrying about any detours. This would naturally save him a lot of time. I've already mastered the heaven-inflicted sword, but I haven't mastered it yet. With this demonic blade art, I should be able to master it soon. It was very, very difficult for a powerful martial art to reach perfection. Mastery meant that the martial art's power had been unleashed to its greatest extent. Perfection meant that the martial art had been completely comprehended, regardless of whether it was important or trivial. This was difficult to achieve in a short period of time. No matter how good a martial art was, it still needed to be tested countless times in order to discover its flaws and inadequacies. Yi Chen had just perfected the heaven-inflicted sword, and had not fought with anyone before. Naturally, it was difficult for him to discover the flaws and inadequacies of the heaven-inflicted sword. It's time to leave. On this day, Yi Chen had the thought of leaving the Blood Sky Land. Before I leave, I should create a consciousness avatar. Life and Death Kings had many abilities. Mental projection and will projection were the most frequently used, and also the most practical. The creation of the mental perception body could be said to be simple, but it could also be said to be difficult. Simple because all Life and Death Kings knew them. Difficult because the quality of consciousness avatars varied. The high ones had about 1/3 of the main body's battle power, while the low ones didn't even have 1/5 of the main body's battle power. Moreover, they were easy to collapse. For example, the consciousness avatar of the masked man had about 1/3 of the masked man's battle power. Its structure was also very stable, and it wouldn't collapse so easily. It meant that the masked man had made quite a bit of progress in creating consciousness avatars. If not for Yi Chen's soul light, it wouldn't have collapsed so easily. The first step of creating the consciousness image was to use himself as the model, and use Zhen Yuan to sketch out a human body, then fill it with internal organs, bones, blood, muscles, and the most important meridians. All of these were simulated with Zhen Yuan. The Zhen Yuan of a Life and Death King had already reached the level of imitation. Moreover, this was Yi Chen's own Zhen Yuan. Therefore, the simulation was naturally lifelike, without a trace of falsehood. The next step was the most important one: condensing the soul core. The only part of the human body that life and death kings couldn't simulate was the soul ocean. The soul ocean was infinitely small, yet infinitely large. It was miraculous, and its structure was extremely stable. This was also the main reason why soul attacks couldn't destroy the opponent's soul. The soul core was naturally not as stable as the soul ocean, but it could at least hide the soul power inside without leaking out. In theory, a perfect consciousness avatar could exist for countless years without dissipating. Done. Looking at the consciousness avatar in front of him that looked exactly the same as him, and even had the same aura, Yichen revealed a trace of emotion and a sense of accomplishment. The consciousness avatar could be said to be an extension of oneself to a certain extent. Because it was the same soul, it could share information, and the martial skills that one had mastered could be used by the consciousness avatar as well. Of course, since the consciousness avatar was not the main body, its endurance was somewhat limited. Some martial skills that were too powerful would be somewhat difficult to use, such as the heaven wounding sword with its powerful vibrating power. Even if the consciousness avatar could use it, it probably wouldn't be able to display its full might. Apart from this, the innate ability Soul Light couldn't be used either, since it involved the mysteries of the human body. Yichen could only simulate the human body, so how could he comprehend all the mysteries of the human body? The consciousness avatar existed in the meridians. Although it couldn't cultivate, it could still recover Zhenyuan through martial arts. Originally, this consciousness avatar could have 1/3 of Yichen's cultivation base. However, Yichen's cultivation base was not enough, and he was also lacking supreme grade spirit stones. How could he pour in 1/3 of his cultivation base? He only stored 10 years' worth of cultivation base in the consciousness avatar. As far as he was concerned, the consciousness avatar was only used to protect Eternal Sky Sect, just in case. He reckoned that there would be few opportunities to fight, so he could recover his Zhenyuan in his free time. Taking out a mid-grade storage ring and the evil-shattering sword, Yichen handed them over to the consciousness avatar. "I can leave now." Without notifying Li Zhangfeng, Yichen directly tore open the space and escaped into the void. With 4-star battle strength, there was almost no place in this world that Yichen couldn't go. Moreover, Yichen was proficient in the space profound, and his escaping skills were absolutely top-notch. Let's go to chaotic demonic ocean first. Although Murong had left willingly with the demonic human emperor, it was still somewhat oppressive. Without strength, Yichen couldn't say anything. Now that he had strength, he naturally had the confidence to speak as an equal. Using his movement art, Yichen was like a fish, and the power of space was like water. In less than 2 hours he arrived at the chaotic demonic ocean, which was surging with demonic chi. The chaotic demonic ocean was vast, but it was extremely easy to find the demonic human clan. One only needed to rush to the center of the ocean. Chaotic demonic ocean had a total of 10 great demonic human clans, and each of them occupied hundreds of islands. With the 10 great demonic human clans gathered together, they occupied thousands of islands, densely packed together. It was clear that only a small portion of the islands here were natural. Most of them had been moved here from other places. These thousands of islands faintly formed the shape of a flower. In the position of the flower's stamen were 5 black lotus islands. Palaces sat on these islands, and demon chi surged. In the middle of the Lotus Island Palace, the demonic human emperor's eyes opened wide, revealing a trace of astonishment. "He's here so quickly. Interesting. Seems like he's the one who caused such an uproar a while ago. I wonder what level his strength has reached. Since he dares to come here, it shouldn't be low, right?" The demonic human emperor was just a general term for demonic monarchs, not her title. Her title was Demon Flower Emperor. Demons had many branches, and the Demon Flower Emperor had half human bloodline and half flower demon bloodline. She could innately control the demonic flower and recover her own demonic power by absorbing its demonic power. Bone Demon, let's test his strength. Demon Flower Emperor sent a soul transmission to a nearby demonic human king. Yes. Who dares intrude on my chaotic demonic island? There were 10 great clans in the demonic human clan, and each clan had a demonic human king. However, most life and death kings knew that there were more than 10 demonic human kings in chaotic demonic ocean. There were definitely more than 15. Therefore, as soon as Yi Chen arrived above the islands, he was immediately discovered. Following a loud shout, 5 black figures flew out from different islands and blocked Yi Chen's path. One of these 5 was precisely the demonic human king who had chased after Yi Chen before. "It's you." The demonic human king was startled. "Flash demon, you know him?" One of the demonic human kings asked. "I know him. He's Yi Chen." "Yi Chen? It's him. Could it be that the deluge of heavenly flowers a while ago was caused by him?" Hearing these words, the other 4 demonic human kings didn't dare to look down on Yi Chen. Once a genius entered life and death realm, their battle strength would be extraordinary. Moreover, Yi Chen was a peak genius ranked first in life and death substitute list. "Long time no see." Sizing up the Flash Demon King, a faint smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. "Yi Chen, why have you come to my Disorder Demon Island?" the Flash Demon King asked. "The demonic human emperor should know that I'm here. Why hasn't he come out to see me?" Yi Chen's gaze pierced through countless islands and landed on the Lotus Island at the center. It was a vast expanse of haze. Clearly, it was covered by a soul stone array. Soul power couldn't penetrate it and see what was inside. If the Patriarch wants to see you, he will naturally see you. If there's nothing else, leave quickly. The Flash Demon King didn't like Yi Chen at all. He had suffered a huge loss at the hands of the latter, and was beaten miserably by Yuan Emperor's projection. "Are you trying to probe my strength?" Yi Chen looked pensive. "Yi Chen, this is the Disorder Demon Island. It's not a place where you can come and go as you please. I advise you to leave quickly." The strongest among the 5, the demonic human king shouted. "Since you want to probe my strength, I'll let you have a look." Yi Chen muttered to himself. Sword domain suddenly spread out, enveloping the 5. Pung 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 pung. The enormous sword pressure sent the 5 flying, unable to stop their bodies. Chapter 9:17. Sword domain has reached the 2nd layer. Inside the palace, Demon Flower Emperor revealed an astonished expression. As far as she knew, the improvement of sword domain was extremely difficult. The 2nd layer seemed low, but it was actually very high. Sky Sword Continent's Blue Cloud Sword Emperor's sword domain was merely at the peak of the 3rd layer. However, once a Life and Death Sword King obtained sword domain, they would be unstoppable when battling kings of the same level. Arrogant. The sword pressure brought by sword domain only sent the 5 flying back, not injuring them. The Flash Demon King flew into a rage out of humiliation, and struck out with a palm strike. A black crack imprinted itself on Yi Chen's body. It was precisely the Demon Mark Annihilation martial skill he had used during his battle with Yuan Emperor's projection. It was tyrannical and overbearing. The other 4 also used their killing moves, wanting to give Yi Chen a show of strength. Although Yi Chen had 4-star battle strength, in terms of defense he was no different from a 1-star king. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't be careless and allow the 5 to land their attacks on his body. Among these 5, 2 were 1-star kings, 2 were 2-star kings, and the strongest was a 3-star king. The 5 joined hands, creating a huge momentum. Unfortunately, their opponent was Yi Chen. Treading on the void, Yi Chen appeared dozens of li away as if he had teleported. The 5's attacks missed. Space profound. The pupils of the strongest among the 5 shrank. Patriarch had asked him to probe Yi Chen's strength. But even before the latter made a move, he already felt that he might not be his opponent. 3-star overlord? Or 4-star? His strength was at the peak of 3-star. If Yi Chen were a 3-star overlord, he might be able to roughly estimate the latter's strength. But, if he were a 4-star overlord, it would be impossible. "I am Bone Demon King. I would like to ask for pointers." Bone Demon King's muscles were small, and his bones were thick. He was tall and skinny, and his weapon was a bone spear. The spear tip flickered with a cold light, seeming even sharper than metal. Yi Chen glanced at the Flash Demon King and the other 3. Seeing that they had retreated quite a bit, he said to the Bone Demon King, "Make your move." He also knew that there was a gap between him and the demonic human emperor. Now that he was in the demonic human emperor's territory, and the demonic human emperor wanted to test his strength, he naturally had to reveal some of his strength. Otherwise, what was the point of him coming here? Dark Bone Prison. The Bone Devil King's left hand seal changed, and he let out a low shout before he suddenly closed his palms. Kalala! In the void, countless white bones condensed out of thin air and rapidly assembled, finally forming a huge cage of white bones, trapping Yi-Chen inside. Above the cage of white bones, demonic energy roiled, forming black vortexes. As soon as these vortexes appeared, the space around them immediately shattered, and the power of space became chaotic. Sealing the space? Being inside the white bone cage, Yi-Chen could sense that the space power around him had become extremely violent. Right now, if he wanted to escape into the surreal space, it would be 10 times harder than before. If he was not strong enough, he might even be crushed by the space power and the dark whirlpool the moment he tried to escape into the surreal space. Dark stab. After doing all this, the Bone Devil King's figure flashed, and the white bone spear in his hand pierced towards Yi-Chen. A black light condensed on the tip of the spear, and the black light was extremely devouring. The surrounding light was involuntarily drawn in, causing the space where the Bone Devil King went to become dark, and the trajectory of his stab could not be seen. Ding! In the next moment, in the dark void without a trace of light, bright sparks suddenly burst out. With the light from the sparks, one could see that the cage of white bones had a huge gap cut out. On the opposite side, the bone spear in the Bone Devil King's hand had disappeared, and his right arm was dripping with blood, hanging limply at the side of his body. A mouthful of blood spurted out. The Bone Devil King only felt that his whole body was sore and weak, and he could not exert any strength at all. Yi-Chen's sword that contained the power of vibration had not only knocked away his bone spear, but also crippled his right arm. It had also caused internal damage to his body. In a short period of time, his combat power would not even be 10%. 4-star combat power. It's definitely 4-star combat power. The Bone Devil King sucked in a breath of cold air. The darkness dispersed, and so did the white bone cage. Yi-Chen did not look at the Bone Devil King. His gaze pierced through the void, landing on the Lotus Island at the center of the countless islands. The Bone Devil King was only a peak 3-star combat power, and naturally could not make him use his full strength. That sword just now was just an ordinary vibrational sword arts, but it was already enough. With his 4-star combat power and mastery of space profound, it was enough to explain the problem. Bone Devil, you all go down. At this moment, the Demon Flower Emperor transmitted his soul to the 5-Bone Devil King and the others. Yes, the 5-Bone Devil King and the others gave Yi-Chen a complicated look, and their figures flickered, flying back to their own islands. Yi-Chen, come over for a chat. The Demon Flower Emperor transmitted his soul to Yi-Chen again. Clang. Putting away the Sky Scorpio sword, Yi-Chen flew towards the Lotus Island. On the east side of the Lotus Island, there was a 300-jong pond. Black lotus flowers as big as millstones floated above the pond. They were sparkling like jade, and their blooming flower buds were emitting black light. Clearly, they were not ordinary. In the middle of the pond, there was an even bigger lotus, and on top of it was a pavilion. On the pavilion's 3rd floor, the Demon Flower Emperor was brewing tea, and the fragrance of the tea permeated the air. Space rippled. A faint cyan light flickered, and Yi-Chen appeared on the pavilion's 3rd floor. Please sit. Dressed in luxurious black clothes, the Demon Flower Emperor extended his hand in invitation. Yi-Chen frowned but didn't sit down. Instead, he said, a dignified human demon emperor. Why don't you dare to show your real body? With one glance, he could tell that the Demon Flower Emperor in front of him was only a consciousness projection. The Demon Flower Emperor's eyebrows twitched, surprise flashing in her eyes. Good eyesight, but you misunderstand. My real body is still in the starry sky, and I can't find the time. Moreover, I'm not your little lover. Seeing my real body and consciousness projection won't make any difference, right? As she spoke, she lifted the teapot and poured a cup of flower tea for Yi-Chen. A flower fragrance that Yi-Chen had never smelled before spread out, raising his spirit. Good tea. Yi-Chen sat down, picked up the teacup and took a sip, feeling the soothing feeling that the tea brought to his mind. Of course it's good tea. This is the famous black mandala flower tea of the demons. It can nourish the soul and adjust the mental state. But since your soul is full, just treat it as a pleasure. Putting down the teacup, Yichen asked, "Is Murong here?" "She is currently comprehending the path of life and death. She won't be able to come out for a while. She can comprehend the path of life and death without leaving her house." Yichen was a bit baffled. The Demon Flower Emperor explained, "Every race has a different way of comprehending the path of life and death. It's fine as long as you can comprehend it. But for you to comprehend the path of life and death so quickly, it's more or less beyond my expectations." Yichen's growth speed was too shocking. Now he already had 4-star battle prowess. The Demon Flower Emperor truly regarded him as an equal existence. What needed to be explained, she would more or less explain. After all, with Yichen's rate of improvement, perhaps in a few years, the entire Elysium would revolve around him, and he would become one of the most respected people. The status of the demonic human race was awkward, and there would be many dangers in the future. At this time, it was even more important to build a good relationship with Yichen. Murong Qingqing was currently comprehending the path of life and death, so Yichen didn't want to dwell too much on this topic. Changing the topic, he said, "Senior should know quite a bit about the demons, right?" The Demon Flower Emperor slowly nodded, "Quite a bit." "I wonder if you can tell me a bit about the demons." Yichen didn't know much about the demons. From his point of view, the Demon Flower Emperor, as the descendant of the demons and humans, should know a bit. The Demon Flower Emperor didn't answer directly and said, "Do you know how the demons came to Elysium?" "I don't." Yichen shook his head. "You should know about the Sky Sword Continent's Sky Sword, right?" Putting down the teacup in his hand, the Demon Flower Emperor said slowly, "In the ancient era, Elysium's kings were as numerous as the clouds, and it was extremely powerful. One day, a huge sword descended from the sky and tore apart the barrier of Elysium, ultimately landing on True Spirit Continent. Because the Sky Sword's might was too great, the entire continent was divided into 3 parts, becoming the present True Spirit Continent, Blood Sky Continent, and Sky Sword Continent. Sky Sword Continent was the core of the Sky Sword's might. However, the true danger wasn't the Sky Sword, but the otherworldly experts that followed it. There were demons, as well as other otherworldly races. The Sky Sword's divine might was unparalleled. After the world barrier was torn apart, it unexpectedly lost its ability to block the outside world for a short period of time. Those otherworldly experts who entered Elysium would at most suffer the suppression of Elysium's rules, but they wouldn't be harmed in the slightest. After all, Elysium is a world with abundant resources and countless treasures. Otherworldly experts had the intention to invade this place, so a great war broke out between them and the otherworldly experts of Elysium in ancient times. This war engulfed the entire Elysium, and battles broke out in every corner. In the beginning, there weren't many otherworldly experts and they couldn't do much. However, as more and more otherworldly experts entered, the level of the war also increased until it was a battle of life and death. In this long war, the humans and demons of Elysium were naturally very powerful. Among the otherworldly races, the strongest were the demons. The demons led the otherworldly races and forced the humans and demons into a desperate situation, almost taking control of Elysium. However, at that time, the world barrier that was torn apart by the Sky Sword slowly repaired itself. If the demons and otherworldly races wanted to enter, they would have to pay a huge price in terms of strength. With the advantage in numbers and the oppression of the enemy in Elysium, the humans and demons gradually gained the upper hand. In the end, they annihilated the otherworldly army that invaded Elysium, and sealed some otherworldly experts that couldn't be killed. From then on, Elysium was saved. Unfortunately, although Elysium was saved, the powerful kings at that time were almost all dead. The demons and other otherworldly races took this opportunity to seal the entrances and exits of Elysium, preventing any Elysium experts from leaving. Entrances and exits. Yichen seemed to have thought of something. The Demon Flower Emperor explained, "It used to be the entrances and exits. After the martial artists of Elysium reach life and death realm, they can enter and exit at will. But now the entrances and exits have become dead ends. Since ancient times, countless kings have died on that dead end, killed by otherworldly experts. Their goal is to prevent Elysium from ever developing. This is because in Elysium, the rules limit the lifespan of humans to 1,000 years. But walking out of Elysium, one can break free from the restrictions of Elysium's rules, increasing one's lifespan by 100 times. Humans can live for 100,000 years. The Demon Flower Emperor revealed a piece of information that shocked Yi Chun. Chapter 9:18. 100,000 years. No wonder Senior Dragon King wants to go to the path of death. If he doesn't do it, he can only wait for death. If he does it, there is at least a glimmer of hope. Once he succeeds, his lifespan will reach 100,000 years, and he won't have to worry about the end of his life. Moreover, with enough time, his battle prowess will increase steadily. Reaching 6 or 7 star is just a matter of time. While Yi Chun was shocked, he suddenly understood. Since the ancient times, no one has been able to go through it. Yi Chun asked. Demon Flower Emperor said. Of course there are. Some relied on their strength, and some relied on heaven-defying luck. However, no matter if it's strength or luck, no one has ever returned. If Elysium wants to be truly powerful, there must be a group of rulers who are comparable to the ancients or a ruler who surpasses the ancients. Otherwise, Elysium will sooner or later fall into the hands of otherworldly experts. I'm afraid that even if there is a group of rulers who are comparable to the ancients or a ruler who surpasses the ancients, they will only be able to protect themselves. Yi Chun wouldn't be so optimistic. In the ancient times, Elysium was already so miserable, let alone the current era. Unless that ruler surpasses the ancients is so powerful that it's heaven-defying. It's already not bad to be able to protect myself. After all, there is still hope. Demon Flower Emperor smiled bitterly. That's true. Yi Chun nodded slightly. Her gaze fell on Yi Chun. Demon Flower Emperor said. I can see that your battle prowess is at least above 4 star. In addition to your space profound, there aren't many in the entire Elysium who can deal with you. Demon Flower Emperor's eyesight was very powerful. When Yi Chun dealt with Bone Devil King, he obviously didn't use his full strength. As for how much strength he used, she didn't know. However, what really caught her attention was that Yi Chun's attainment in Space Profound was very high. Space Profound was one of the strongest profound. There were very few people who were proficient in it. Even if Yi Chun's Space Profound wasn't in the top 3, it was at least in the top 5. You flatter me. Yi Chun didn't feel proud at all. With the Space Upanishad, there weren't many people who could deal with him, but it wasn't certain that there were only a few of them. The world he lived in wasn't a materialistic world. In this world, there were all kinds of strange techniques. It was just that he hadn't met them yet. Or maybe he didn't have the chance to meet them. I want to make a deal with you, but I don't know if you dare. Shaking his head, the Demon Flower Emperor suddenly said. What deal? Yi Chun had some guesses, but he wasn't sure. The full support of the demonic human clan, and 2 million true essence crystals. Not to mention the great significance of the support of the demi-demon clan. The 2 million Zhenyuan crystals alone were priceless, enough to tempt any life and death realm warrior. 2 million Zhenyuan crystals? Are you from the Blackwater Alliance? Yi Chun made a connection. Zhenyuan crystals were something that no life and death realm warrior would be willing to make in large amounts to increase their cultivation base. If they really did so, they would be idiots. Condensing Zhenyuan crystals for their own cultivation would be pointless. As for giving them to the younger generation, they wouldn't need so much. Moreover, 2 million Zhenyuan crystals would take a long time to condense. Therefore, there was only one way to obtain a large amount of Zhenyuan crystals. From the outside. That's right. I'm also one of the people who knows about the Devouring Island. It's impossible for the Blackwater Alliance to monopolize the Devouring Island. Without a backer, the 2 Blackwater Alliances will be annihilated. Apart from me, there's another titled monarch who's working with them. The Devil Flower Emperor, as an Emperor Human Demonic King, had a large share of the true essence crystals. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to casually take out 2 million true essence crystals for a transaction. It must be known that the human demonic race was also a large family. Aside from her, who was a perfect human demonic beauty, The true essence crystals were useful to the other human demonic kings. What condition? Yichen asked. It's very simple. When you have the strength in the future, you can take care of the demi-demon clan. The Demon Flower Emperor replied. This condition is too vague. If the demi-demon clan betrays Elysium, do you think I will help them fight against the entire Elysium? Don't worry. If the demi-demon clan really betrays Elysium, the condition will be invalid. Yichen thought for a while and suddenly understood. The Demon Flower Emperor's deal with him was not to guard against Elysium, but against the demons. The demons had always been domineering. They would definitely recruit the demi-demon clan. If the demi-demon clan didn't comply, it would naturally arouse the dissatisfaction of the demons. Moreover, the humans and beasts of Elysium had some misunderstanding with the demi-demon clan. At that time, whether they would help the demi-demon clan or not was uncertain. At the very least, they would not be duty-bound. In this way, the demi-demon clan would be stuck in the middle. It could be said that it was full of danger. A slight carelessness could lead to the extinction of the entire clan. The Demon Flower Emperor was alone, so her role was too small. Of course, as for what the Demon Flower Emperor was thinking, outsiders could only guess. No one could read anyone's mind. Obviously, the other had taken a fancy to Yichen's potential. Right now, Yichen already had 4-star battle power. In the near future he would definitely reach 5 stars, or even 6 stars. At that time, a single word from him would carry a lot of weight. As long as the demi-demon clan didn't betray them, perhaps because of one word from him, they would be safe. Alright. Yichen agreed. This condition of the Demon Flower Emperor was not excessive. Not to mention, the other party was Morong's teacher, and Morong herself was a member of the demi-demon clan. If the day really came and the demi-demon clan was in trouble, Yichen would not just stand by and watch. 2 million Zhen Yuan crystals were very useful to him. It could increase his cultivation by another 50 years, reaching more than 230 years. I believe that you will keep your promise. A smile appeared on the Demon Flower Emperor's face. In her opinion, Yichen reaching 5-star battle power was 100% certain. In the future he would definitely be a powerful support for the demi-demon clan. If he could reach 6-star battle power, the possibility of the demi-demon clan surviving this crisis would be very high. Adding on the growth of Morong Qingcheng, the situation was very optimistic. Senior, don't worry. Yichen has always taken promises very seriously. Yichen said solemnly. Here are 2 million Zhen Yuan crystals. Nodding, the Demon Flower Emperor took out a storage ring and handed it over to Yichen. Taking the storage ring, Yichen didn't even look at it and directly put it away. Alright, I've only told you about the origin of the demons, but I haven't told you the details yet. After the deal was done, the Demon Flower Emperor's mood lightened up. She said, the world barrier is the protective layer of a world. It contains the rules of this world. Apart from the entrance, no other place can enter or leave. Although the entrance can be entered or left at will, this is only for the people of this world. If the experts of other worlds enter through the entrance, they will suffer the backlash of the rules, which will greatly damage their bodies and souls. Because of the many factors of battle power, if one forcefully enters a world, the amount of damage would vary, but there is a general standard. 5-star king forcefully enters, which will decrease by 1 star. 6-star king forcefully enters, which will decrease by 1.5 stars. 7-star king forcefully enters, which will decrease by 2 stars. The higher one's strength, the higher the price one has to pay to enter a world. In recent years, there have been many experts from other worlds who have entered. Some have high strength, but none of them could truly threaten Elysium. They could only hide in the dark. Back then, the 9 underworld demon king that wreaked havoc in South Ridra region was actually a demon king of demons. Its strength was 5-star. Later, it was chased by Dragon King and Xianhou, but it did not die in the end. At that time, Dragon King's battle power was 5-star, while Xuanhou's was high-level 4-star. 9 underworld demon king is a demon king of demons. It was Yichen's first time hearing about it. As for Dragon King and Xianhou being able to chase 9 underworld demon king to such an extent, it was easy to understand. Dragon King himself had 5-star battle power, which was more or less the same as 9 Underworld Demon King. Although Xuanho's battle power was high-level 4-star, it did not mean that a high-level 4-star battle power could not threaten a 5-star king. For example, Yi Chen had 4-star battle power, but if he stood still, he would still be killed by someone weaker than him. If the two of them joined hands, it would be normal for them to heavily injure 9 Underworld Demon King. The true threat of Elysium is those powerful beings from other worlds that have been sealed. Sealing has its pros and cons. On the pro side, it can seal those powerful beings that cannot be killed and gradually whittle away their power and vitality. On the pro side, it can slow down the flow of time. Those powerful beings from other worlds that were sealed in ancient times and medieval times might not be dead yet. Once they are unsealed, although they will be very weak, their bodies have already become familiar with the rules of Elysium after tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. Therefore, they will not be suppressed too much. As long as they have treasures that can recover their power, they will be able to quickly reach their peak state. At that time, it will truly be the doomsday of Elysium. Sealing extended their lifespan, but it also whittled away their power. Those who survived were all peerless powerful beings. Yi Chen understood what Demon Flower Emperor meant. Those who were not powerful had all been sealed and killed. The power and vitality of a being was limited, so those who were not powerful would naturally be lacking something. Those who were truly powerful had all survived. Can you not find those sealed places? Yi Chen asked. Demon Flower Emperor shook his head. Some of the sealed places can be found, but some have disappeared from their original positions for some unknown reason. Nobody can find them. Moreover, too much time has passed, and some of the sealed places have changed due to some special reasons. So far, there are only a few sealed places in Elysium that are being monitored. That should be the case. Time was the most powerful weapon. Too many things had happened in the past hundreds of thousands of years, so many that they were innumerable. Suddenly, Yi Chen recalled that he had once been possessed by a demonic will in the underground cave of Sky Martial region. That demonic will was extremely frightening. At that time, if not for the protection of Dragon King's will, his destruction sword intent would not have improved, and he would have been possessed. Could it be that there was also a powerful being from another world sealed there? Very likely. Yi Chen's brows creased. Chapter 919. The otherworldly experts that entered Elysium can find the sealed experts of their own race through a special method. Since their strength has been severely damaged, and the seals were set up by the powerful titled monarchs of ancient times, it is extremely difficult to unseal them. However, one day, they will successfully unseal them, and once they unseal one, they will unseal the second one. This situation is very disadvantageous to us. Sighing, the Demon Flower Emperor said with a solemn expression. If Elysium wants to break this situation, we can only make 2 plans. The first is to find the hiding place of the otherworldly experts and join hands to kill them, ruining their plan to unseal them. The second is to find a lucky chance and work hard to increase our strength. I don't know if it is because Elysium has sensed the impending crisis, but this generation's geniuses are much more numerous than usual. It seems that starting from Xianhou, a new era has begun. If this is true, it won't take many years for Elysium to have a war of life and death, continuing the unfinished war of the ancient times. The Demon Flower Emperor's voice became more and more solemn, and his tone became gloomier. Find the hiding place of the otherworldly experts? Yi Chen's eyebrows twitched. With the eye of the soul, his probing ability could be said to be unparalleled in this world. Everything within 1 billion miles was within his observation range. Although the base of the otherworldly experts would definitely have many concealing formations and restrictions, as long as he spent some time, he would be able to find some clues. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time now. The eye of the soul could allow him to see anything within 1 billion miles, but to find some hidden things, it wasn't that easy. He had to search inch by inch, and then carefully distinguish them. The amount of information was too large, and it was impossible to finish processing it in 1 or 2 days. As for how many days it would take, it would depend on his luck. If his luck wasn't good, he might not find anything in a year or so. He couldn't waste time on this at such a crucial time. as the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. At the very least, he had to increase his combat power to the point where it couldn't be increased in a short period of time before he could divert his attention to other things. Exhaling softly, Yichen said calmly, "We'll deal with whatever comes our way. It won't be easy for the powerful beings from the other worlds to invade Elysium. Of course, it won't be easy for us to protect Elysium as well. Since it won't be easy for everyone, then it's equivalent to standing on the same starting point. Why should we be afraid of them? Who will laugh in the end will depend on our own abilities." Hearing this, the Demon Flower Emperor looked at Yi Chun in astonishment. As expected of a swordsman, your imposing manner is indomitable. You are able to explain complicated matters in simple terms. Indeed, we are standing at the same starting point. If we lose, it means that we are not qualified to possess Elysium. We can't blame anyone. Sometimes, when one's state of mind was different, one's view of things would also be different. In a situation where things could not be salvaged, having a good state of mind was always better than having a bad state of mind. Rumble. Right at this moment, the huge Lotus Island suddenly trembled slightly. The demon chi surged even more violently. Ordinary people might not be able to sense this kind of tremble, or they might even ignore it. However, for Yi Chun and the Demon Flower Emperor, this kind of tremble was undoubtedly like a bolt from the blue. How could they not sense it? Frowning, Yi Chun released his soul power. Using his soul power, he could sense that within a radius of 100,000 miles, the demon chi was rising stealthily. The waves of the sea were more violent than usual, hitting the reefs around the islands. And in the center of these countless islands, which were the 5 Lotus Islands, the demon chi formed a beam of light that shot up into the sky. "Senior, what's going on?" Yi Chun asked. The Demon Flower Emperor didn't seem to be surprised by this situation. He explained, "The reason why I moved the 10 demonic human clans here is because there's a powerful demon chi at the bottom of this ocean. Every few years, a demon chi tide will occur. During the demon chi tide, the density of the demon chi will increase by 100-fold. To the members of our demonic human clan, this is the best time to cultivate. Take a look at these demon lotuses." The Demon Flower Emperor pointed at the black lotuses on the pond. Yi Chun looked over and noticed that the black lotuses on the pond were growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Originally, they were the size of a millstone, but in a short period of time, they had doubled in size. Some of the flower buds that had yet to blossom were also quietly blossoming, emitting a black light that tempted the soul. So that's the case. When Yi Chun and Morong Qingqing first came to the Chaos Demonic Ocean, they felt that this place was unusual. Even the demon beasts in the water seemed to have undergone a mutation. So it turned out that it was caused by the powerful demon chi at the bottom of the ocean. This place is known as the sacred land of the demonic humans. It's not a bad place. Yi Chun nodded. It was indeed better for Morong to train here than anywhere else. The demon chi tide will last for about a month. Apart from the initial and final stages, the middle stages are very calm. The Demon Flower Emperor sighed and continued. Unfortunately, when a world war breaks out, this place will become the first choice of the demons. Only by occupying this place will they be able to fight a protracted war with us. Senior, don't you find it strange that there's a place with powerful demon chi in Elysium? I believe that there's something mysterious at the bottom of this ocean. I believe that Senior has your suspicions. The demon chi in Elysium was sparse. The biggest problem for the demons was that they couldn't replenish their demon chi. They could only rely on the treasures they carried with them. However, treasures would eventually be used up. It was fine for a short period of time, but once the war dragged on, it would be dangerous. The other party was right. In the future, the Chaos Demonic Ocean would most likely become the base of the demons. I went down to investigate, but I couldn't get close to the demon chi core. The demon chi there has a powerful assimilation effect. If I get close, I'll become a part of the demon chi core. I won't be able to resist it. The Demon Flower Emperor smiled bitterly. Oh, that's amazing. Saying so, Yi Chun released his soul force and probed the depths of the ocean. 100,000 meters. 300,000 meters. 1 million meters. 5 million meters. 10 million meters. At 10 million meters, or 20,000 miles, the powerful demon chi made it so that even soul force couldn't penetrate it. He could only sense darkness and boundless demon chi everywhere. Amazing! Taking a deep breath, the space between Yi Chen's brows opened, and a silver vertical eye appeared. In the past, Yi Chen wouldn't expose his special abilities. But now he already had 4-star battle prowess and was proficient in space profound. There was no need to hide it. Swish! The silver light beam was like a condensed light, penetrating the Lotus Island and looking down. This time, Yi Chen could see the demon chi core below 20,000 miles. The powerful demon chi only made his vision a little blurry, but it couldn't obstruct it. At a depth of 10,000 miles, Yi Chen finally saw the Chaos Demonic Ocean's demon chi core. Is this it? Drawing with his true yuan, Yi Chen drew out what he saw in reality. The Demon Flower Emperor was startled by Yi Chen's soul eye. This was the first time she saw someone with a soul eye. Moreover, it seemed to be even more powerful than the legends said. Imperceptibly, Yi Chen's position in her eyes became even higher. With the soul eye, he could see everything in the world without even stepping out of his house. What Yi Chen had drawn out was a black prismatic crystal the size of an island. The two ends of the crystal were wrapped in bronze metal. The surface of the metal had countless patterns that flickered. Every time it flickered, a huge amount of demon chi would be released. During the process, the demon chi would be diluted into demon chi. Crack! The black crystal formed by Zhen Yuan shattered. Yi Chen's face turned pale. This thing was too mysterious. It had consumed a lot of his mental energy, and he couldn't maintain it for long. Senior, did you see anything? Yi Chen asked after taking a sip of the black mammoth flower tea. He felt much better. The Demon Flower Emperor hesitated. I don't know what this black crystal is, but the patterns on the bronze metal seem to be a transformation formation. It transforms the heaven and earth yuan chi into demon chi. After brewing, it condenses into extremely pure demon chi and releases it, forming a cycle. Heaven and earth yuan chi transforms into demon chi. This should be a treasure left behind from the ancient era. It is also the reason why the demons were able to invade Elysium. Treasures were also divided into different types. Some could increase one's strength, some could increase one's defense, and some could increase one's vitality. This black crystal was undoubtedly a strategic treasure. Most likely so. The Demon Flower Emperor felt a headache. She still didn't know that there was a terrifying treasure under the Chaos Demonic Sea that could affect the war. This way, the demonic human race would be the first to face the demons. Time passed quickly, and the sun gradually set. Stay on the Lotus Island for a few more days. You can refine the True Essence crystal into True Essence. From the moment the transaction was made, the chaotic demon ocean's demonic human clan was walking on the same path as Yi Chen to a certain extent. One's glory, one's loss, one's loss. Yi Chen's strength was of enormous significance to the demonic flower emperor. Okay. Yi Chen didn't decline. He indeed needed time to refine the true essence crystal. Nothing was more reliable than his own cultivation. The night was as cold as water. Yi Chen was refining the true essence crystal on one of the Lotus Islands. This true essence crystal came from the same place as Yi Chen's true essence crystal. It didn't reach the low grade, and could only be classified as a quasi-low-grade true essence crystal. 2 days passed. 2 million true essence crystals were completely refined. On the other hand, Yi Chen's cultivation increased by another 50 years, reaching the level of 230 years. Although cultivation had the least effect on one's strength, unless the gap between the two was too big, the stronger one might not necessarily have the upper hand. However, there was an advantage to having a profound cultivation, and that was being able to fight. It should be known that operating the undying body required Zhenyuan, and using powerful moves required Zhenyuan as well. Without Zhenyuan, what could one use to fight against others? Others could exhaust you to death. Cultivation was like an engine. Without it, no matter how good the other parts were, it would be useless. Time to return to True Spirit Continent. On this day, Yi Chen bid farewell to the Demon Flower Emperor and entered the void, rushing toward True Spirit Continent. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.